usually a random spawn between 3 factions with their own unique counters and ways of stopping them. However, in the huge mod Gigastructures, there is a custom crisis that comes after this, the block cats. I've never fought them, seen them, or know exactly what they do, so in this video, my aim is to defeat the block cats, if I can, and discover who and what they are. They can spawn 100 years after the endgame day at 2300, or after I defeat the standard 5x crisis. We've started on this frame world, and we've grown it from size 16 and 29 population to size 87 and 482 pops by mining asteroids, fabricating station modules, performing logistical optimizations, salvaging any habitats from our enemies, and growing and liberating other Xenos. We've just defeated the Steve Hivemine, who became a galactic crisis, while swiftly taking down the custom mid-game Giga Crisis, the Kazan. We are currently 8 years away from the endgame date, so we must continue, build up our fleets, repair, restore, and build all of these megastructures and gigastructures, and expand our vassals and our ever-expanding frame world. And the first thing we're going to do is go back home and finally upgrade our fleets. They have not been able to upgrade for a good while. We've already queued up a bunch of districts. We're just using all the districts into research.
I forgot to change
because, I mean, our energy's kind of sorted with grids, workers, and the other resources are sold via our vassals. And the one thing we don't have is alloys. We're just going to buy a bunch. We have so many energy. And something we are lacking is influence. Everything uses it. Megastructures, gigastructures, vassals, expanding the frame world. So we can actually use will to power for 807 unity. Yikes. But it's going to give us 5 monthly influence, which we really need. But we are expanding our unity game. We do get 1000 just from this, just from our frame world. And we're constantly expanding it. We're at plus 375. It's fine. And now we're at plus 11 influence. Now, this is recorded pretty much straight after the other video. Any tips you've told me to do? I haven't seen. I wanted to make sure I actually get to part 2 because before an update came out and stopped me doing part 2 against the block cats. Something else we can do is actually switch over to the premises, which will raise our naval cap and also our galactic power. We're going to want to try and be a custodian so that we get even more influence. And currently, megastructures we are constructing a Penrose sphere. We have the macro engineering testing center. We have the particle accelerator, and we're repairing a ruined science nexus. And we actually have all the research techs, but not too much of anything else. Our core systems here are greatly defended with choke points, so we do want to eventually build them up, maybe get better defense stuff. Not that I know how the heck you even do any of that. Maybe asteroid artillery framework, but we've actually eaten all of the asteroids up. Systems we actually own are in white, but if you come over to Union's mode, we actually have all the stuff in white here. Everyone else is a vassal of someone, so we could maybe do a war to get more. I'm not entirely sure if it's worth it, because we just want to progress down our technologies and go through all these wacky techs. We've pretty much done all the vanilla techs. Hopefully influence 10%. That's all you have to say to me. And if you're wondering what mods I'm using, we're using UI, Overhaul, Tiny Outliner, and Gigastructures, all linked in the description. And there's some more asteroids to harvest. We just, the influence. It hurts. We are going down macro engineering, which is a new tradition. Helps with megastructures when we finish it. Mainly why we're going at anything to buff those megastructures. From the collapse of the Katzan, populations of the former empire have been attempted to return to their peaceful way of life. Not happened though, and they're just leaving their world. I have no idea what they're doing. Let's hope that doesn't hurt us too much. We found the Kaiser's Rift, and they want to leave. I mean, I don't care. They belong here as members of the grid, the great grid amalgamation. You can't leave us. Pursuing further research in this field will unlock increasingly large warship. That's how you convinced me to take your tech. We're currently just running a bunch of corvettes and cruisers. Hey, they work, but we do have like asteroid artillery. We do have battleships. I make a fleet full of artillery battleships. That might be cool. We have a lot of naval cap. Whoa, because we helped them revolt, we get a bunch of resources. Holy moly. Sure, we'll accept that. I have no idea what this does, but it looks like more science. Oh, yes, we'll do that. Drone signal interference on our only planet, minus 30% stability. Are you serious? I mean, we already have 100 anyway. Doesn't even matter. Unlocks megastructure. Suck. Yes, these tags really know how to get me to pick them. We do have a wrecked attack moon, but we need celestial body weaponization. Keep an eye out for that. I want a big old attack moon. Megastructure build speed. I'm just gonna pick that whenever we see it. The quicker we can build these megastructures, we're limited to upgrading or repairing 2 or building. Yeah, we've got the frame of the sphere, and now we have to upgrade it even more. It takes 1500 days. This is gonna be sick. Glue. Okay, suck and glue. Suck is finished. Can't build it because we're limited. What does it even do? mean? Oh, it makes energy, motes, and exotic gases. Why does the stellar particle explorer have events? It's fine. Black hole forming, whatever. It doesn't matter. Unlocks megastructure planetary defense nexus. That sounds cool. So the buildings should probably become buffing buildings rather than just raw research, because we have the districts for that. We could get a simulation site, which is going to give us 5% more unity, and then we can also get an abstract supercomputer that gives us 30% more output from our calculators, which this district gives. So that's probably better to get in the long term. Maybe it's not good straight away. And besides, we have this abstract examination institute too, which is just better than an advanced research complex. We're not getting minerals or energies from jobs, so there's no point doing that. Probably an ancient refinery is decent too to buff up the refinery district. Yeah, and we could ascend this planet. I don't think it's worth it. I want more traditions, more asteroids to harvest. Since our influence is very good, we should probably try and take as much science as we can from someone. And we're actually just going to make them a scalarium, actually. They're very good on science. Welcome the Astidi, the first scalarium. Since we have so much unity going right now, I'm going to activate architectural renaissance. More megastructure build speed, more capacity. We're back down to 200 unity, but it's fine. Because then we can actually build whatever we want and afford pretty much anything. Now, these are all killer structures. Then you have megastructures, and then there's gigastructures eventually. I don't think we've unlocked any. I'd like to get a planetary dockyard. No idea how it works, but it's military. Oh, it has to be on a planet and requires starbase uplink building, but I don't know if I can build on these planets. That's the issue. Okay, this is going to be weird, but we're going to go mega art installation so we can get more unity, so we can keep these things going. Keep the edicts going. We just got gateway construction. We want gateways. Link everything together. We're going to build it in a system back though, because then we can militarize science nexus. Restored, getting 600 science from there now. That does mean another mega structure can be built. I'm not messing with EHOF. I can't be bothered. I've done it in the last video. Okay, we're going to try and build the dockyard construction in our other capital that we took. That's a massive shipyard. We can't build it in the other one. I believe it buffs the starbase that it's in a system with. May as well put it there. Purpose of the Penrose sphere. We can make it a bomb or use it to generate energy. We're going to use it as energy, of course. We're not going to blow this up. It doesn't actually generate that much, but we need a tech to do it. That's annoying. I thought it was going to give us so much energy. Yeah, I want a mega shipyard. Build it there. I'm glad I used all the asteroids in my choke point, I think, to expand frame. I can't make asteroid artillery. Well, actually, I could here. I could make this a choke point to the secondary capital choke pointy thing I have. Our art's done. Now we have to upgrade it. And let's go make a gateway to our secondary capital thingy. We've got expand heavy industry project. Place the frame world's industry district, which we have a lot of. The smaller number of advanced industrial districts. Advanced industrial districts provide 2 additional jobs that require volatile modes. Yeah, we want that. Oh, we are really relying on incorporated artifact relays to have stability. Don't worry about it. Fine. We now have Titans. Oh, and we are a year over when Crisis can spawn, so we're just gonna keep building up until it spawns. There's so many hangar techs that I'm seeing. I'm actually just gonna build a hangar battleship class as well. Very nice. We should probably put on all the automated stuff. We can change off it depending on the crisis. Planetary dockyard. Going to grant 3 shipyards and 20% build speed to its starbase, as well as 40 naval capacity, 2.5% of naval capacity overall. Steve will gain 1 soldier job. Well, we don't care about Steve planet. Have to construct an uplink building on the starbase in order for it to gain benefits, which can stack up 20 planetary dockyards within one system. So we can replace the Hydra Bay with what? Maybe we need to upgrade it first. Planetary drive yard. I'm really in new territory here. I have no idea what's going on. We grow 8 robot every month. Oh, that's done. Monthly strike corvette, 30%. That's a lot. Planetary dockyard. We can either have a defense one or shipbuilding, and we're actually out of alloys. It's time. Emergency measure. Custodian. We're just ahead. But we've just gotten that.
Fuck you, Slice!
Alloy gain from 1,500 to the same. The less? Oh, it's not working the job. It did half the amount we needed, so we don't have as many as we did before. Okay, it's going to be the same amount, but it's freed up a bunch of districts. Macro engineers finished. That means megastructure build speed's even quicker. We have another ascension pick. Galactic Wonders could very be good here. Colossus project also is very good, but we don't need it yet. Galactic Wonders. We're lacking the unity to build now. Oh, wow. Neutronium Gigafall. Okay. New resource. There are a bunch of new resources that we have not gotten. Yay, art installation. We're still winning, just about. Make a hangar class, just to make sure. Oh, we can upgrade the science. Oh, this is cool that you get more and more for your framework, even though it's slightly crumbling a little bit. And get Penrose stabilization. Yes. Now we can actually stabilize it, and it will increase production a bunch.
Fuck you!
Shipyard done. Oh, everything's building. The crisis is not even here yet. Probably go for a Dyson sphere. Finally, we get a good level up. Output from calculators plus 5%. Lots of science.
Super
Class
Solaris.
Dyson sphere. What? We can integrate the Penrose Dyson sphere. The thing is, we don't actually have any energy jobs, so it's useless. But data processing facilities, that's gonna help us. Just need a crap ton of alloys. So we did make the planetary drive yard, which just gives us 5% more naval cap. Pretty good. This is so close still. I can always just take favors off these though. I have so many rare resources. Bribe them. Just to make sure we win, we can just use 100 influence to tip the scales a little bit. We have a Juggernaut. We just researched the Juggernaut. And we can get more strike craft speed and stuff. Get colossal assembly yard. Oh, we're slowly killing the star. I guess time we get rid of some of these negative traits. Ship builds speed and cost from energy credits. It's very annoying. Okay, we now can do upgrade data process facilities. We're gonna do straight away. Our alloy income up to 2k now as well. It's going well, but the prices could spawn at any moment. I would go and like vassalize everything, but they're all in a defensive pact, and I do not want to fight a three-way war. It's gonna be painful if I do that. Custodian ship will be ours. Good. Ah, beautiful. Custodian ship. That means more influence. 17. Okay, let's go build a Dyson sphere. We have a new tradition, but we can't get Giga construction yet. We need tetradimensional engineering. Instead, we're just gonna go subterfuge, since it's the thing that helps us with war. We get tracking and invasion. Oh, we've got the tech. Attack moon. I also could build a Juggernaut. Forgot about that. Specialized attack moons. I love it. And we can upgrade it when we get 1,000 alloys in a month. Upgrade. Yes. We're getting claimed. How dare they? The data processing facilities have been upgraded. Go from 8k to, I think we went up actually to 8k from 7, and all been worked as well. 9k. Gonna spam out attack moon stuff. This looks insane. Let's make it a full hangar. I think just doing full armor, right, and then regenerative hull is insane, right? 10% armor regen with this smut. Is that not just insane? Lunar missile batteries. Yeah, everything penetrates shield. Yes, the full shield penetration. Even if we lose the block cats, maybe the crisis. I doubt we'll lose the crisis. I'm having fun. We have almost a mil in fleet power. I don't know if that's enough though. My game is going so slow as well. And meanwhile, I have been building up a station with ancient ramparts, which will give the starbase massive armor and shield hit point, more defensive battle cap, defensive grid, command center, and just a load of hangar defense platforms. Ackman specialization, yes. Yes, because we've got our hangar one. Titanic ring world. Don't send a submarine to it. That too soon? Maybe that's too soon. Oh, we got the specialization. Artillery, guardian, point defense, hangar, interceptor bomber. Well, we're going hangar. Yeah, that's what we like to see. It's going to stay at 300 range. These don't have, so we can actually switch over to 3 and oh, I think the Omega Annihilation Lance is actually better than the Lunar Artillery. Ah, but we don't have the power. Okay, so we have to go with like
I have a freaking fly in my room and it's pissing me off.
We'll keep with this. I like having more armor. Well, but we're gonna be sitting back. Yeah, we'll be sitting back. So let's just go with this. It shouldn't engage on its own. It's not even built yet. Yeah, I don't really want to upgrade anything else. Let's build a new mega structure. Strategic coordination center is probably good. Or add a deconstructor. Yes. Regenerative hull. Yes. We should probably get amenities or housing. We're gonna get rid of assembly speed and grab empire size from pot reduction. That's gonna help our science a little bit. Wait, they're minus 38 to accept us even though they're an overlord. Oh my gosh. We can just give them a little bit of science. Oh wow, okay. The chosen will be mine. Since the crisis is not spawning, we'll just take over the galaxy real quick. We get all their vassals as well. We do the same here. No, but we could just kill them. We could just murder them. Although, oh, we have a bulwark. No. Why do you exist? United States Postal Service are taking all of our things. Why? We should convince them with about 50 research to join us. This bulwark's gonna be freaking annoying though. The Juggernaut's up. Attack moon repaired. Let me see it. Oh, we got a moon. Look at it. Yeah. I can make more. We can make more attack moon. Convert a molten baron or frozen world of size 5 to 7 into a celestial warship. How the heck do you get a size 5 to 7 world? I guess you have to do a thing first. Converting these into molten. Did it say molten? Yeah. Oh, I found a 5. Yes. Another moon. I really want to go vassalize the rest of them, but my economy is absolutely just been murdered. This evil bulwark, United States Postal Service. Stack a moon construction site to build. Good. Another moon. Let's wait. We could build another one here as well. GDF is now built. Gone through, I should say. Stack moon's done. We've also got a Dyson sphere up and running. Oh, we need to make it move actually, and we are losing all our energy constantly. But the Dyson sphere should negate it a little bit now. My decompressor is also being built. Good. Oh, and we can finally get them off bulwark, hopefully. They become a scalarium. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of sign. Now they're giving us 2,200 instead of taking 3,000, and they're giving us a lot of iron. But there's only one thing we should probably do, and that's to make the last of them a tributary of 121k starbase. Issue we have is such a big area to attack, and as soon as I do that, sleepers away. This ain't good because they got plenty of attack moves. 4.3 million power. They've engaged. Oh, you idiot. How are you here? How is my juggernaut alone when I made everything follow it? It's so dumb. You stupid game. Mount Corvettes just killed everything that they had. Oh, they're all up here. Another ascension perk. Well, since the full empire's awoken, probably galactic contender. Get rid of our negative traits. Complex drone output. The moon is taking flight. Yeah. Can we move? Yes.
Say I hate
the other one? No. Why though? It's full. Oh, it's 5 to 7. Oh, we did it. We did it. Now, I have been recording for a long time and Crisis has not spawned yet. We'll just keep making numbers go up, I guess.
I keep forgetting Crisis,
everyone.
bitch.
Next thing to prepare for is probably the Awakened Empire, who have 5 million. Holy moly. We have like 1.5 mil. We need that for our resource. Iodized crystals. That gives us so much more tech. Holy moly. And we can remove custodian term limit just like that. Oh, we got our first million. I didn't even realize. The 2 attack moons. Yes. Making that GDF fleet as well. Don't really know what I'm meant to be doing. Probably a Neutronian Gigaforge giving us armor HP. Build it up here. Probably just spam out fleets, really. With so many alloys. Doesn't matter if we go above. We still haven't got tetradimensional engineering, which is annoying. Honestly, synchronicity is probably the best for planetary ascension effects. 25%, because we should probably ascend our capital. The Fallen Empire is just killing stuff. Look at this. What are they doing? I don't think we can kill them yet. Upgrade the Dyson sphere. Yes. We can just keep ascending this planet as well. More resources. I don't know why we're getting so many. Number goes up, I guess. How do I get the crystals? The Dyson sphere is complete. I need to figure out how to get the weird resources. I need to use fusion to press a construction site to get iodized crystals. Okay, let's do it over here. Neutronium Gigaforge is complete. Just gets 7% more armor hit points, which helps a little bit, I think. This looks epic, not gonna lie. Oh wow, there's actually an edict that locates attack moon candidates. Puts in our expansion planner. Oh wow. Am I done? Yes, because we can just spam out moons. Okay. And we can now compress into a black hole. Click it though. Oh, cool. Look. We can get those new resources. Maybe that'll unlock more text. I've just been doing repeatables for so long. Oh, my moons are now 2 mil power. What? Oh no, they're just 2. Got that overflow. I guess repeatables have made it really strong. Synchronicity is done. Any ascension perks that are good? Gigastructural constructs. Yes, that sounds good. We can't even make ring world. We can't actually use that. Might be able to use these though. Tetradimensional engineering. That's what we needed for that ascension part. And gigastructure. Oh yes. We're getting gigastructures now. We blew the star yet? No, we have to buy more resources. Nikola Dyson Beam Phase 2 Stellar Redirector. Okay. Oh, what is this? But hey, we can actually go giga construct now. Yay. Oh, this is actually insane. They buffed the stuff up so much. Damage to block cuts 15% as well. Perfect. Oh, we're actually compressing it down into different stars. Oh, wow. Neutron star time. We can actually do the mega art installation to Matt. We got enough artifact. So this video is going like a day of me recording. A lot of time has been put into gigas. I hope you're happy. I'm going to just show bits that are really important while we wait for the crisis and the block cats. Now, the Fallen Empire are strong. That's currently my aim, to be able to beat them if they decide to kill everything. We do have about 3 to 4 mil, but I don't know how good these fleets are for Giga. I'm also heavy into repeatables, and I don't tend to go into the repeatables. So I'm not sure if shields are now better. They're getting up there. fire. We're just going to press on with building gigastructures and waiting and building up. And to cure some of the lag, we might start integrating different empires because it's ridiculously slow. Look at the game speed. We did actually get fabricate station models times 10 and 5, which is actually sick. I was going to suggest that that should be a thing because it's annoying to keep having to click, but it exists. Don't know how we got it, but we got it. And our subject just got a rebellion. We can go quickly fix that for them. Biggest issue we have is if we don't have artificial relays, our entire planet crumbles. But we only need 100 artifacts for that, and we spent a bunch on that mega structure, so we can actually click it and we're fine. Let's abolish the Galactic Council. We don't need people underneath us. We're seeing a massive fleet in action. Look at the lag. Oh my god. Unlocks edict. Locate behemoth planetcraft candidate. Unlocks mega structure behemoth planetcraft. Evolution of an attack moon. We are going to be building a bunch of those. Influence and unity cost reduction for mega structures. Yeah, here we go. Let's see how this goes for them. They died instantly. But we can now compress it? No, we keep going. We need more resources. So we've fully got the fusion suppressor. We want to detonate it so we can get iodized deposits. Let's detonate it. Supernova, blammo. And there we have it. 3 iodized crystals. Matrios could bring construction site. Harvest the star's energy to power colossal computers. I want that. I don't know where we're going to put it. We're just going to put it on this star. I don't really care. We now have crystals. And we can now locate behemoth planetcraft candidate. And that's exactly what we're going to build over here. The drain is done. Expand it. Expand it more. Behemoth planetcraft construction built. Marvelous. Read that. And let's take a look at the ship designer for it. Jeez. Actually, I think using this many shield capacitors and going as many shields as you can, like the auto design has done, pretty decent. The T-slot shield penetrate. We may as well make everything shield penetrate. So we go to devastator torpedoes, which we can't actually put on this slot because it blocked. I have 1 neutron. And then we just go focus arc emitters for penetration. Now, this could be the entirely wrong thing to do. The only issue, the back, we have no shield penetration weapons. Fine. I'm also going to build a Nidavellir hyperforward on this neutron star. Expand station infrastructure max districts 5%. Nice, we will do that. Whoa, this is actually gonna fail. No, I can't do maths. It's just gonna pass. No more Galactic Council, and we're gonna see what these planet crafts can do against a Starite Devourer. This could go wrong. Oh, they one-shot it. Let's study the core. Oh my god. Energy credits from Megastructures 15%. I wonder how much that buffs me. Oh, like by a K. The main data bank. Oh, that looks epic. Hyperforge time. Okay, now I've got iodized crystals. We can build this iodized research facility, which will just give more fire. It will mean there's an upkeep for each calculator, but it'll be fine. Galactic Power Surge. Well, we finally got the crisis. The Unbidden. Here they are. They spawn just north of me. And the issue, I have so much armor instead. Oh, we do a lot of shield damage and go through a lot of shield, but their counter, which is wearing a lot of shields, don't have a lot of that. But we can always retrofit and just make mass shields. We can focus the Unbidden as well. It takes so long for the shields to regen. That's insane. Rust is complete. Oh my, that's a lot of alloys. It's not too bad, actually. The first battle, I don't think it's going to be close. It's so laggy. This is not even all our forces. Yeah, they're dead. We lost 2 battleships. They lost 4 five cruisers, 11 escort. I want to rush them down. The stations don't fare different. Okay, there's a lot here. How do they fare? Not really any differently. We lost quite a few corvettes. Whoa, we lost quite a lot, actually. They're not even in range, and we've done so much damage. Oh, no. Planetcraft engaged. They do no damage there. Yeah, we barely lost anything there. No, I split off our fleets by accident. I don't think it matters, though. Yeah, our Moonwolf hasn't even there, and we killed it all. And we can take down the port because they've not actually had time to build anything else. We've done it. Now let's take down the rogue fleet. And they're actually my vassals. They're doing things. And I got the Warlock relic, which gives us a bunch of range and sublight speed. That's actually pretty good. Invasion defeated. A bunch of unity, and hopefully that's the end of everything, right? It's not. It's really not. Now we prepare for the block cats. Probably should have put it on a higher difficulty, but we finished Giga's construction now, which means we also do get more damage to the block cat and more research speed, whatever that means. We've also finished the tradition tree, which means we get more resources from our mega structures, which is really nice. Let's see, is there any new things that are celestial warship assembly, megastructure build cost reduction, attack moon hull points, behemoth planet craft hull points, fleet command limit plus 150, but our build speed is reduced and our build cost is increased. We can harvest planetary mass. Oh yes, this is what we're doing. We need to reduce the lag. Celestial warship assembly. There's a tech, we get a decision, we can get planetary mass. Be expensive, but we get huge bonuses. Oh, I was told in my Discord as well, if you haven't joined it, you should join, because I sometimes ask questions there, to go unyielding because we get Maginot Worlds. We can't actually use Maginot Worlds, but we can do a decision on our frame world due to that text. Let's go unyielding, and first let's upgrade our planet max ascension. And oh yeah, we got the percentage bonus on district. Nice. And we're getting even more science due to iodized research facility. The hyperforge is complete. The inner ring, we need so many alloys, and the central processor is built. It looks incredible. We need more alloys though. Monthly minerals 5%, exploit planetary map. Yeah, we can also get lunar scale fabrication protocols, more build speed, and a macro fabricator. We've birthed a quasi star. Interesting. Particle accelerator is dead. No, Master Uguay is broken down after 132 of reliable service. Rest in peace, Master Uguay. Uh-oh. Intergalactical gravitational anomaly. On day survey of the galaxy's immediate galactic neighborhood has spotted an intriguing occurrence. Unusually high concentration of matter has been discovered. This is intriguing. I wonder what it could be. I'm pretty sure it's the block cats, but I could be wrong. Behemoth assembly plant. Yes. A change in course. While undertaking a prolonged study of the gravitational anomaly discovered a few months ago, our intergalactic measuring instruments revealed that the object wasn't moving in a straight line, actually following a gentle curve relative to our galaxy, placing it on a firm escape trajectory out of our local group. It suddenly came to a halt, then changed its trajectory and is on a direct collision course with our galaxy. Lots of theories, but we don't know what it is. We should keep an eye on it, and there's a special project to keep track. They're that many light years away. Oh my, that's quite scary. Build the planet crafts and stuff quicker. Behemoth planet crafts movement system's finished, but it's not over. It's so expensive. Oh my god, it's just gone over 900,000 light years. It's ticking down quick though. Behemoth assembly part done. We're gonna have to build that when we have the slot to be able to. But we can use planetary mass now to actually upgrade. How do I get planetary mass? Do I keep upgrading the last one? Look how, oh, that's so good. Yeah, we're greedy. Look at that, it's gonna be epic. Oh, I come to a planet and mine it like this. I want like the biggest world possible. Elitio. Oh, you can't. Can't be a gas chance. It probably has to be, yes. Let's harvest it then. Our hyperforge is done. Oh, look at it. It can still be upgraded more, but the planetary mass thing is taking up a slot, I think. It's so annoying being limited to 3, but I probably could have changed it in the settings, but it's fine, whatever. So now every 6 months we'll get planetary mass. Cool. Let's upgrade the hyperforge because it can give us more alloys. And then once something's finished, we can build the behemoth assembly plant. So we could use the mass, add more planetary size, but I want to save them, I think. Hell, we're not going to be using the mass for a while, actually. So let's do that. What just built? Oh, ho, ho, ho. The behemoth. Yes. Yes. Look at it. Oh, yeah. Let's put it right behind our stuff, the assembly plant. Wonder if 3 things are building, we can click this. So we can kind of dupe the megastructure build thing by having a 4th one going, which is these. Because if we can just mine as many planets as possible, we can expand our capital even more, and it's not that expensive. Yeah, we can just click it on everything. Unyielding is now finished. I did see that Machine World does something, so let's get Machine World. Upgrade drone habitation section. Oh, they give drone output 10%, so it was worth it. And now we can get Maginot's stuff. The brain is finished, and it's beautiful. 10% research speed as well as that much. So it's been on 41,000. Holy moly. Now what? We can actually build another mega structure. But there's a lunar macro fabricator. We can build tack moons from scratch. Yeah. We can build it in the same system. We are doing that. You can just spam them out. I don't want to just have so many ships that it lags my game. Oblivion. Behemoth assembly construction part, but we need to actually build it. That's expensive, but it's worth it. Processing ring. There's another upgrade for it. Oh, we get monthly alloys, damage, and armor HP. Yeah. Yup. We're really about to get in that endgame. Where is the block cat? Oh, they're over halfway towards us. So we actually do have that implement Maginot doctrine, but we need a Maginot building. We have one last useless research thing, so don't worry about that. I'm just gonna keep spamming harvesting of planetary mass because that seems so good. Just everything. Oh, because I clicked all those, I can't do the lunar macro fabricator. Yeah, look at that. We're on 34 planetary mass because we're just spamming it, which means we can also just expand here. So this idiot had his mic muted for a bit, but don't worry, I'll summarize what I missed. First, we choose a new tradition. Turns out domination isn't too bad, as it will reduce empire size from pops and district, increasing our research speed. Our hyperforge is finally done. A great source of alloys and even some great empire-wide buffs. Our next gigastructure has to be the nickel Dyson beam. Who wouldn't want to build a system-destroying laser? 38,000 light years away. The object is coming.
Right.
And I realize it's coming to Ascension's end. Luckily on the opposite side of the map, but still in our newly liberated space. And not long after, they have arrived. It is a colossal spaceship, and their intentions are unknown. The Block Cat harvesters. They're searching a pure, raw energy, and their fleets will harvest every last bit of matter. If this inconveniences us, we can leave, and they will not pursue. But do not attempt to slow them down. This does not sound good, but we shall not leave. Our scans are not promising. The mothership has a shield approximately 2 quadrillion times more powerful than what we could ever conceive. As it stands, their mothership and everything within the surrounding systems would be completely invulnerable to all forms of damage. However, it does not extend out of the mothership system, meaning any ships venturing to neighboring systems could be able to be destroyed, given sufficient firepower. Now, I didn't get that when we were playing. It may take me a bit longer to figure that out. Here they come, a dismantler and a 2.9 million power escort fleet. This is not good. We are not strong enough. This is going to be one of my toughest challenges yet. And here comes a 435,000 scouting fleet. Surely it's not that weak. It has to be an error. If we want to stand a chance, we need a behemoth assembly plant. Surely this could be the last expensive stage. With 800 days remaining, hopefully it will be ready in time. Let's send our Corvette fleet towards the Block Cat scout to see if we can possibly do any sort of damage. The Block Cat's research bureau has formed due to a growing concern of this looming crisis. Data required regarding Block Cats will be compiled into Block Cat knowledge, which will be crucial to stopping their dismantling rampage. This can be accessed at any point, showing this screen. We have tasks and research projects to help us take down the Block Cats. First, we must analyze the Block Cat Vesta shield via a special project, Unending Inquietude. The Block Cat dismantlers leave nothing in their path, causing major stress or Block Cat Inquietude throughout the galaxy's citizens. Every time they consume 1% of our galaxy, Inquietude will increase, decreasing stability, increasing deviancy, but increasing productivity of our calculators on all planets. Something we need to be mindful of, and something we can manage at the cost of influence. The shield remains a mystery, but there are some theories to bring it down. The most prominent being the construction of a specialized gigastructure to expose the Vesta to damage. Regardless, it now falls to us to gather a significant amount of Block Cat knowledge. This can be done via tasks, then spending the knowledge that we acquire. That should surely help. The first quest seems relatively easy, and that's to send a science ship to a harvested system. And as we expect, there is complete desolation. At least we acquire some vital knowledge, and my knowledge of my mic being muted has finally arrived. Back to live me. I'm so annoyed. My mic's been muted. Oh, so yes. Don't know what happened with the Corvette. Oh, they're fighting here. Can we damage it? No. Okay, we should retreat as soon as we can. They weren't lying. Retreat. We've just got to hide, really, until we can actually do damage to them. They're just consuming everything. Oh, at least we can be consumed when this finishes. Maginot project's complete, at least. Oh my. 266k up things around it up. Oh, on there's Maginot decisions. I have no idea what those do. Oh, we have shield generator raids and defense grid fees. This mod's actually nutty. Absolutely insane. Let's do material engineering then. Oh, there's a 60. Oh, we can do more stuff. Cool. And our science vessel was just harvest. We get free knowledge for doing that. Can't really do anything else actually, you know? We have 6 knowledge. We can finally fabricate attack moons. Yes, that costs a mega structure thing that I was hoping it didn't, but oh well. Oh, they're coming for our mega structures. No. Prize with so many resources. Okay, we got some more knowledge. They are very good at building things packed so densely, almost denser than my brain. We start doing those repeatables. And the society. Behemoth assembly's done. Holy moly, that's expensive. Why is that so expensive? Dyson Sphere's also done, but then like a system away. I don't think it's worth upgrading it then. That's so annoying. They're not hive-minded, but they can transfer data to each other. No, they're just hunting. Oh, they're just everywhere. They're not just here. We're at least spamming the repeatables for them. We have 9 knowledge. We need 10 to get the hyperdimensional destabilizer so we can actually damage them. By then, we might actually have our first behemoth planetcraft building. Domination finished. Any essential perks that will help here? Colossus probably the one that unlocks something new. Oh no, they're taking my Block cat sightings. They want to capture them. You must be insane. At least we can fabricate a planet craft. They're killing everything. Oh my. Okay, we can finally do the hyperdimensional destabilizer. It will cost 1 million. Well, it has to be done. It takes so long to research the megastructure. We're just gonna lose everything before it finishes. I needed more science than what we have. Build more science. I'm even gonna build another research facility. Even though we can't afford it, we have stockpiled the resource. Or research speed from discovery, maybe. I don't know. There we go. We can build it. We have to build it over this system, unfortunately. If we can hold, investigate the repeating signal. Yeah. Why would we say no to these things? Like, if we want to die? Oh wow, these get expensive. 38 months. Then assign ships to Gatsu system to find out more about the pollutions. That we can do. Oh, we just fabricated another attack moon. We'll keep spamming those out. Let's conceive a block capture device. Block capture. Oh, it's a mega structure as well. The beginning. Oh, it's so expensive. And we need to breach pollution now. 800. I don't have the map for that. Oh dear. I don't even have enough store of that much. At least we can get the research edict. 10% output from our calculators would help. I think we're gonna die. I don't actually. I thought I was doing well on resources, but evidently not. I got resource sizes on every single starbase too. Okay, we can try and capture. Oh, I need to make a containment nexus as well. I first want to start doing the hyperdimension destabilization construction site. There we go. Oh no, we need a tech for it. Let's do the containment nexus then, I guess. Wait, it says potentially hazardous. Let's do it outside our containment, our little choke point area. We need these containment silos. Oh, we actually have to make a whole infrastructure. Fair enough. On the plus side, they are eliminating lag. Don't hate that. Another attack moon. We're going to start making them now because we need storage ridiculously. 40,000 isn't even that much. We need 800,000 energy. Gotta do what we gotta do. At least we can get esoteric celestial weaponization. Resource capacity. A nexus is done as well. We should keep eyes on it the whole time. What? All right. Oh, you can't actually build multiple of the storage thing. So we may as well just keep making attack moons. Apparently our moons do 46,000 damage. All 4 of them. Another planet craft. Yay. Storage, which we have to upgrade. This is so stupid. Am I missing something? I'll just get bulwarks since it helps on home territory. Oh, there's a bunch of edicts. They actually cost influence. We can actually do damage to them. Oh, we can actually fight them. I'm just letting them kill everything. I'm so stupid. In theory, I could do 50% here, plus 15 here, 65%. We can fight them. Blockcat sighted. Get them. They have 5,000 strength with 50,000. Good luck with that, mate. We captured them. Oh, what do we do here? Generate knowledge. Knowledge is power. It is time we fight. I'll activate both these edicts. Oh, they're coming straight for the thing. I think that benefits us. Maybe. Oh, I'm scared.
Hostile fleet assets engaged.
They instantly killed our attack moon. Oh my gosh. The scraps though. Kill up.
No.
We did it. Okay, that was a lot more than a mil power. Can't believe we lost 3 moons, Dad. Oh, we scrap. Increased damage. Yeah, let's go hunt more of them. Get more scraps. Containment breed. Oh, there was a plus 25 here as well. Yay. 40,000. We grind. Here we go. We should have more damage to them, mate. We can destabilize them. Oh, that's how you get the power source there. Please win this. Looking good. The moon's just got destroyed because I was bad. They're running away, but not for long. We lost some things, but it's really not that bad. We can just reinforce that. Not even use all our alloys. Because we have a juggernaut, we can just heal here. Hunt them more. We'll eventually be able to get more damage. Here we go, another battle. Not too worried, actually. There's a lot of, like, strike crafts. So maybe we need point defense. But again, we just charge at them. And we win. Minimal losses, really. Just corvettes dying. They're tanking. Here, 10 ascended planet. We can spend scrap to increase damage. Yeah, I like that. We have tech option. Okay, another fight. Another win. Long-term block cuts scrap weaponization. Damage block cuts 15%. Yeah. More power. Oh no. Half my stuff's jumped. Hopefully it doesn't matter. No, this is the crap. I think it's fine. It's got so much hull. Yeah, we are losing stuff, but it's actually fine. Every time I engage, I just heal up on the Juggernaut. Really
Hello,
push on.
Bedrock.
We finally got that tech. We just need
Bedrock,
advanced alloys.
welcome to
We
the
can
stream.
spend it all on our ships. Okay, we'll save up our alloys. I'd like to try and take down one of the dismantlers, but I'm scared I'm just going to get destroyed by one. Well, wherever they turn up, we'll go for, because they just destroyed it
playing.
all. I don't think we can take on multiple, like their fleet
Stellaris.
and dismantle because we only just managed to take out their fleet, to be honest. Oh, the Wigan Empire trying to kill them, but they probably do no damage. Yeah, they do no damage. No, they jump like they're so far. Hopefully we can save it.
No! This is what I meant to do.
No,
This is what I meant to do.
I've got a retreat button ready. We're retreating it out. Shield nullification is very bad because we still have our unbidden counters on. We took that out though. Just a system craft down. On the plus side, we can finally upgrade this. Another behemoth planet. Pew pew. I really don't know why it takes so long for everything else to follow behind it. They're annoying. Oh, they're jumping in. Now I realized before this
How are
happened,
you doing,
our edicts were
Bedrock?
running out. So we would have actually been very bad. We would have lost a lot of damage. Reverse engineer components.
I
Let's
wish
go.
the
Full components. Oh, we actually
the
get
chat
this stuff. Oh, wow.
showed
Okay. We built it, but it costs so much more. Oh, we
the
need another
time
tech. Oh, it uses so much
that,
power. We need to get
stuff
power
has
for them
been
then. Let's
stuffed.
get the core components again. Reactors. Oh, I did not want to engage them here. Ah, that maneuver got our Juggernaut killed. We can fight them with their own power generators, their own stupid thrusters.
I'm eating, by the way.
I have to change everything into
Just
it.
FYI.
Into it automatically. Doesn't do it automatically. Oh, they're expensive. Holy moly. Yeah, we can do the destabilization. Heck. Oh, this gives us massive storage. We can actually do the thing. I'm gonna have to pause this recording here. It's gone on for flipping
You're
ever.
dying of warm. It's very sad. It was a very warm day
I've
today.
had a little break. This video
Me
is the
too.
longest. I don't think I've ever played this long in a video. We're embracing the length of this now. I have made an oopsie after reflecting upon my poor decisions. The block cap reactors have insane upkeep, and I've killed my economy. Ships, 34,000 upkeep. So I've changed them all except for corvettes because I want my corvettes to be speedy as hell to get in there and max evasion.
But I'm going for
tank
crazy-
or draw the fire for our
crazy
other ships.
speed.
Now, I've changed a lot of the
Crazy.
ships to more balanced stuff. I don't know what is good, but I'm not going to try. I'm just going to balance.
I'm gonna
I'm
need
also
a shit
changing
ton of
aircraft
food because of my
to
build.
Giga cannons instead of bypass. I just want to go pew and then they die. Basically, mass artillery. Yes. Now let's upgrade everything and save my money. I'm also going to spam out some Dyson spheres because I do want to have some block cap things, but look, we just upgraded a bunch and we saved us so much energy there. And again, look at that. We're also shifting into some energy on this world, mainly because I do want to use the components potentially, so we'll just build up, and we've got all of our traditions really set, and we've got so much unity production. I don't know if I pay upkeep on the ships from the GDF, but I'm not going to risk it. Wait, there's no upkeep. I don't think we do pay upkeep actually, so let's keep all this stuff on then. Yeah, we're already plus 7k again. The ships were the biggest issue there. It means we can start saving up for that 800k thing we've been aiming for. Our economy is very much fixed now, and this Dyson sphere constructs so quickly. Holy moly. Wait, I got my military. Oh, I got my fleet killed. My military fleet. Oh, we can finally upgrade this. Oh, I get a Penrose. Oh my gosh, I should have done that decision so long ago. They're dangerously close to our borders. I think we're strong enough to take them. I don't know, maybe that's my overconfidentness. Also, this fleet should fly very quickly now. Well, it can go hyper.
So my goal-
How to reprogram
my goal in
captive
this-
blockades. Yeah, sure.
My goal in this game
Oh, you gotta be
is
kidding me. I hate
to
the bar things so
defeat
much.
the block cats.
How did
The
you
same
actually
stuff that
dummies?
is
As
do
well
that
as
I
I'm an
have
idiot and I didn't even have
when
any
a
of
video
them
is
any
doing.
done. They could have maybe actually killed it. Weapon to pierce the heavens. Mega structure build speed and more cap. Take it. Okay, surely we do decent damage here. Oh yeah, we took out 4 things instantly. They've done no damage to us. And the corvettes can get in range. Yeah. Now we just need over 500,000 alloys and the tech. The destabilizer. We lost so many corvettes.
That's pretty good.
Oh, we do
That's
so
funny,
much
Nani.
damage. Our corvettes get memed. We're not going to build corvettes anymore, I think. Oh, we just landed straight on them. Don't think that benefited us there. I've got a lot of energy now. What? 5k from our capital. Let's make alloys instead now. We can now reprogram
Awesome. I
block
think I'm
cap.
gonna go
Surely that's
swarm.
gonna help us. We can also attempt to breach Polishcha, and we have to kill something. We can do that though. Well, I hope we can do it. Yes, we can. Dive into Polishcha. You need a skill 6 scientist. We only have a 5. Here we can destabilize Grand Injectors. Almost there. Probably should save 500,000 alloys. Got another behemoth, bro. Here we got that level 6 fleet. leader, finally. No, we actually have the last tradition. Diplomacy or politics. They're both, I think. Oh my gosh. We're doing damage now. We're barely losing stuff. Wait, we did that without them. The Grand Bunny.
So I need terraforming
please.
to make more
Yeah,
aquatic worlds.
contact the Grand Bunny. 2,500 monthly. The Grand Archive, of course. I literally do not care. Okay, let's excavate that. Hopefully that helps. No, the Kazan are about to die. We can now fully construct the hyperdimensional. We need 200,000 more alloys. I'm trying. Should have gone politics actually, because it unlocks new resolutions. I'm so stupid. I just got it, but now I'm lacking the unity. The most beautiful thing, finally. And then we can take them on. We can't afford to recontain. No. But we can if we just wait
Fresh
a little
smells.
bit. Look outside to get him. It's done. Hyperdimensional destabilizer complete. We can finally
Shit, I
strike
kinda
back,
want
even though we have been the whole time.
anomalies.
Holy moly.
Really?
There's more upgrades. Can I just activate it now? Oh, it only lasts 2 years and it costs 400,000. Okay.
400,000?
Upgrade it again. We just jump in and murder them, maybe? Wow, we can actually just use our jump drives. Interesting. I just realized I can build a celestial warship. Converts a Star 5 attack moves and 4 behemoth planet crafts into a system craft. We're gonna build that. We're gonna make more behemoth level yards too. I've done tests and I can't defeat them. May not have saved Scum.
Archaeological site discovered.
Don't do any damage. But I can get my hands on their powerful weapons.
Valuable
That's what I've been
world
saving up.
discovered.
If there's anything we can get and just waste our energy on is
Fascinating.
the big boy weapons. Hopefully that helps. I have no
So we
idea
got
what
a
this thing is.
terraforming
Oh, it's a
candidate.
sneaker, but it was just a block cap. Damage block cap's 10%. We're stacking it. We're stacking the things. Yeah. Max moons and 8 attack moons of this. We just got the Exalt weapons. Honestly, they're worse than Omega Eraser Beams. We just got the T-slot weapons. They're worse than the Omega Eraser Beam, but they cost nowhere near the power. And they're better than these planetary missile barriers by a lot. So we're going to fight the bullet. I don't care how much it costs. Put them on everything we can. Nope, we don't die. These is only Titans stack moons. They turn Titans into something insane. My Titans had a flipping autocannon on,
I think
didn't
I've
they? Destiny and Ball
fair
of
enough
Despair. Okay.
I'm gonna keep it here.
Losing. And I also got kicked out of the Awakened Empire after I saved them. And that was from doing the sidage. You just send one
Can't eat too much at once.
2 attack moons here. That can be done. System solar compressor activated. Gluing them on. Let's see the new weapons.
I'm gonna
in
pick the
action
stability in a minute.
then. I can solo them with a system. Surely I
Pick
can
the
kill the
leader.
stupid things. It needs 2 more moons. Wow. Are you really
gonna pick
engaged?
the
It's
Edict
actually insane that I can
Fund.
just take him on just my moon now. And this
Spark
is
of
without
Genius.
Edict. Maybe this is the one. Come on. Come on. Yes. 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 I'm dying as always. 2421. Lunar Sports.
Actually,
Built.
wait.
It needs 2
Ready.
planet crafts. Well, it's half of what we have, but it's worth it, hopefully. Hopefully this is the last stage. I want that system craft. It needs another behemoth planet craft and another moon and 40 pop. This better be worth it. Why system craft? Rue. There we go. Oh, my juggernaut died again. It's about time. I can't be able to read it. What at temporal displacement? Knowledge needs. But I don't care. I just want to kill them, please. Get a rate of
Scientist
25
Blarp
people.
on
I
board
think
the
that one's
Num
This is a mess.
Hergul
Yeah, I think
Blob
this being
has
better.
made a
This is more
discovery.
expensive,
A
and I
very
can't put it
unique
here because
feature
it
was
doesn't cover
discovered
this, and I'm not
on this
bothering to
world
change these.
during
It's
one of
fine,
the
whatever.
first
We can very easily, hopefully,
wondrous
forget this
planet
stuff again.
discovered.
We lost a moon. The system craft. It is done. Surely we can kill and win this game now, please. Let's see this bad boy in action. Come on. Yes. Okay, we're hunting now. We're gonna activate this
Yeah, I
thing
think I'm
for
gonna go
2
with-
years.
actually,
Over that. We could jump
I'm gonna
it.
go
Oh, we're
with,
jumping it. I don't see it.
Corvette
Oh, there it is.
supremacy.
Please. It's dying. I have no words. You do not know how long I played this video. 9 hours. 9. I'm reading this whole thing. Blockhat Vesta obliterated. Birth of its
Evolutionary
esoteric
mastery.
field and subjugated to- Why are you
Gone
making
are the
these
days when
massive
survival of our
words?
species
So
was at the
genius
mercy of
wants to use high
chance.
energy fire. The
When a
Blockhat
news
Vesta begins to
fate
falter.
was
At
decided
first
on the whims of
unnoticeable, the sudden
nature
failure of
in the
its
genetic
laser defense system
lottery.
is rapidly intensified
The
by sheer
engineers
intensity
of our
their
time
weaponry, before finally
work
hitting the
not
point
in
of no
steel
return.
and
The moment
concrete,
the
but in the
hyperdimensional
very
structures surrounding
building
the
blocks
vessel
of
with
life
entire
itself.
dimensional space violently
With
unraveled
advanced
before
gene
plummeting,
modification, we
crashing
will
down
secure
into
the
reality. The
future
blockade
of our
Vesta,
nation.
unequipped to deal with such catastrophic levels of damage,
As
collapses onto
for
itself as the very laws of physics
this, I'm gonna
buckle
pick
under the
slow
immense
learner
quantities
because
of
it's
energy
OP.
pouring into the
That's
vessel's
sweet.
electric frame. The resulting dimensional shock
And I'm
waves
really gonna
disrupt
need it.
intrinsic hyperdimensional components of every block cat vessel, with the galaxy obliterated them in mere instant. The rapid disassembling of the crafts is punctured only by a myriad of FTL trails heading into extragalactic space, presumably individual block cats hurriedly fleeing the unexpected catastrophe befalling the seemingly invulnerable armadas. It takes some time for the flood of energy emitted by the disintegrating block cat vessels to stop flooding our senses, but when it finally subsides, the outcome is undeniable. It is over. Block cat unknowable. We have one. I don't even care what we get. Don. Protopsis, I wear the wounds. I don't care. Victory at last. Look at this galaxy. It's all gone. Dust. But I'm done. Done. If you did enjoy this video, feel like the time I use a mod where
So I can
the
stack
galaxy
this
shrinked every year.
a little
Can I
bit.
be the last surviving empire? You gotta click to find out.
I could if I had a way to.
My
I
lord,
don't think I can get any more
today I
trait
deliver a
picks though.
chronological report of our galaxy's
I
history,
doubt I can.
focusing on the 7 mighty precursor races that have existed over the past several million years. Starting with the Zeroni, we have no exact date for when the Zeroni existed. However, given what we do know, it is likely that they're the oldest by far.
Actually, why am I not subscribed to this guy? I'm pretty sure he made a video on the block cats. Okay, I had a really stupid search term, but I really have to thank my old me, my past me. My past me was smart enough to call it to call that bar, to call the search bar, so you don't see my stupid search query. Regardless of that, this.
My lords, today I bring grave news. We have intercepted a distress call, and the signal appears to be old, far older than the age of humanity. It details a new threat, and names it as the Blockat Harvesters. We speculate, my lords, that perhaps this entity is the ever-elusive Hunters that we know so little about. The distress call contained within it several large data files detailing everything the now likely long-dead race
Actually, wait,
knew
wait.
concerning the Blockat Harvesters.
No, not metallizing
I shall
touch.
present this to you
I need
now,
more food.
and it begins with a message. To whoever receives this data, I wish you a better fate than the one that befell my people. I've attempted to cram all we discovered about the Blockat Harvesters into these data packets. I shall not go into the destruction of my race beyond the explicit warning that it was brutal. We were at the height of galactic power. No one in our galaxy could challenge our mighty fleets, and yet we were savagely broken apart by the slow, methodical tactics used by the Blockats. We did not win a single skirmish or engagement of scale. I hope the data I include gives you the edge you need to defeat this monster. Today we shall cover the Blockats' primary goal and their initial movements into the galaxy, who or what they are, the Blockats' origins, and what happened to the galaxy that we received this message from. We shall begin with the Blockats' primary goal, Objective Alpha. The Blockats' ultimate goal is to harvest an amalgamation of all galactic energy, literally everything produced on a stellar level. They transport this energy into a construct called the Blockenstruct, a humongous galaxy-sized structure which serves as their capital and base of operations. It appears that this effort is undertaken in order to halt cosmic expansion and prevent the universe from ending due to heat death. This primary objective, to all of our understanding at least, is the Blockats' sole reason for existing, and it is of course done to the utter detriment of all other sapient life forms, who are in most cases considered to be little more than fluctuations in energy levels by the Blockats. They are by far the deadliest civilization that we have ever encountered or heard of in the universe, and the death toll caused by their harvesting operations is simply unquantifiable. Countless civilizations in numerous galaxies having been utterly swept away and dissolved into energy by the Blockat's relentless harvest. What merely started as a mundane survey of our galaxy's immediate galactic neighborhood became quite interesting when we spotted an intriguing occurrence. An unusually high concentration of matter had been discovered roughly 1 million light-years away from the edge of our galaxy, revealed to our tachyonic instruments by the fact the light and space curve significantly when in proximity to the object. Its exact nature was unknown, but it appeared to be highly energetic. We thought it was most likely a rogue microquasar passing through our local group. Most interestingly, it is emitting recurring patterns of electromagnetic radiation cohesive with the rapid rotation of the massive and active celestial body. Perhaps the most intriguing part is that the object appears to be moving faster than light, but the intense curvature of spacetime surrounding it precludes velocity measurements. Further observations will be completed, but currently we feel it unlikely that it is anything of major interest. While undertaking a prolonged study of the anomaly that we discovered a few months ago, our intergalactic measuring instrument revealed that the object was not moving in a straight line,
Crystals!
but was actually following a gentle curve relative to our galaxy, placing it on a firm escape trajectory outside our local group. That is until the object suddenly came to a complete halt within intergalactic space, bleeding off every last bit of speed in less than a second. It remained still for a couple of hours and then instantaneously sped up to its original speed in yet another physics-defining move. This second demonstration of power only added to the initial shock. Revised trajectory calculations have shown, assuming it doesn't suddenly change course again, this intergalactic phenomenon is now on a direct collision course with our galaxy. A myriad of theories have sprung up to explain how and why it altered its trajectory so suddenly. These ranged from a natural FTL drive, possibly made out of a black hole and a white hole pair feeding into one another. Another idea is that it might be a rogue quasar travelling on some sort of intergalactic hyperlane. Regardless of the object's actual nature, it is currently about 1 million light-years away from us, and the updated velocity measurements estimate it to be moving approximately 10,000 times the speed of light, meaning that we should expect to meet this visitor within the decade. We continue to monitor for further developments. The intergalactic object is now less than 300,000 light-years away from us, and as such, we have been able to
I'm
more
gonna go with
accurately determine its
biogenesis.
future trajectory and where it is likely to
Since
impact
it
in our
gives me a
galaxy.
little bit more minerals from farmers,
Based on
and I'm
its
gonna
current
have a
trajectory
shit
and
ton of
barring any
farmers.
sudden changes, the object should make contact
But
with
also
our
gonna
galaxy
give you
within the
monthly food
Cephalback
plus
system,
20%,
a system currently outside of our
a lot of
territory.
pop growth
The
speed,
Cephalback system sits
1
in
gene
super
mod
cooperative occupied
point,
space.
and
Assuming the object ends up
actually,
decelerating
I'm gonna
like it did within
take
intergalactic space, we estimate that the subspace recoil from this sudden deceleration will end up completely obliterating the entire system, star and planetary bodies included. We have
I
sent a
think I
warning to
might
the Super Cooperative in the hope they can
want
evacuate
to
their
go
population
for the
from the
cybernetic.
system's occupied worlds. Within a standard month, the intergalactic object finally entered our galaxy. Just as expected,
Just for that
right as
organic
it entered super
species
space,
trait.
it proceeded to
I might want
instantaneously
that.
decelerate, causing a subspace recoil which utterly obliterated the
Or maybe
entire
not.
system. When the resulting
Maybe not.
subspace distortion finally cleared, the object's nature was finally revealed. As some expected and many feared, it is indeed a colossal spaceship, or rather, appears to be a multitude of vessels forming an intergalactic fleet. It appears to consist of a humongous central vessel, resembling a triple ringworld, arranged around an artificial black hole, surrounded by several large crafts, who have an array of smaller escort
I might go
vessels.
for nature
The
instead.
fleet's purpose currently remains unclear. However, whoever occupies this ship has transmitted a powerful subspace signal across our galaxy. It reads, "Greetings to whoever it may concern. The Blockat Vesta and its surrounding fleets have made contact with your galaxy. We shall make ourselves clear, as approximation and mystery breed inefficiency. We have come to your galaxy in search of pure, raw energy, and our fleets shall harvest every last bit of matter, vacuum fluctuations, and background radiation from it. If this inconveniences you, your civilization may leave the galaxy, and we shall not pursue you. Do not attempt to slow us down, as this will only accelerate your demise. The broadcast left no room for creative interpretation of the Blockout's purpose and goals. The beings are evidently going to attempt to dismantle our galaxy to fuel their own industrial needs, regardless of our presence and thoughts. Although the exact method which they will employ to
Yeah,
do
I'm gonna
so
go
is
bad,
unknown,
Jesus.
long-range scans have already been undertaken on their colossal mothership in the Saddleback system.
Look
in
how
the hope
many
to assess
ascension
its strength.
perks I have!
Unfortunately for us and the rest of the galaxy, the scans paint a grim picture. The mothership appears to be surrounded by a colossal energy barrier. This shield is approximately 2 quadrillion times more powerful than anything we have ever manifested into existence. As it stands, their mothership and everything within
Wait,
the
it's
surrounding
done?
system would be
It's not done.
completely
24
invulnerable
months.
to all forms of damage, regardless of their source of intensity. The shield only extends to the mothership systems, however, meaning that any Blockout ships venturing to neighbouring systems should be able to be attacked, and with luck, destroyed. For now, we shall attempt to conduct further analysis on the mothership's shield in the hope that we gain insights into how to destabilize it. For if we are going to prevent the Blockouts from entirely consuming our galaxy, we need to destroy that vessel. The Blockouts wasted no time beginning their harvesting operations of our galaxy, with one of their first proper targets being the Denikoth system. We naturally assumed that they would employ some sort of self-replicating robot to steadily dismantle planets, or perhaps a colossal gravity beam to pull apart celestial bodies and harvest them for useful materials. But the truth turned out to be far, far grimmer than anything we had previously imagined. Upon entering the Denikoth system, a vessel we have designated a Blockout Dismantler began to take in humongous proportions of energy. Once the craft was done powering up its harvesting devices, capacitors bursting with barely contained power, the system was immediately engulfed in a colossal flash of immensely bright light, which once subsided, revealed nothing. The system was, by all definitions, completely gone. Not only did its star and planet vanish, but the gas clouds
my
and
God!
radiation surrounding
It's
the
killing
former
me!
system had also been
It's
entirely removed,
not killing me.
presumably harvested,
It's really
and converted
annoying.
into raw energy by the
I
Blockout
hate
dismantler.
flies.
Anomaly found.
In fact,
Freaking
immediate
flies.
analysis following the event has revealed that
Flying
the
all
system's
over the
temperature
place.
dropped to practically zero, implying that
Doing
every last
fly
bit of energy
stuff.
had been sucked out of it. As a result, the system is effectively completely dead, utterly drained of everything, absolutely everything it may have once contained. And thus, the war for my galaxy began. The Blockouts were undeniably thorough in their methods of energy extraction, proceeding to head into neighbouring systems one by one, and not expanding beyond their dismantler vessels. It took them many months to extract the energy from one system, which gave us a chance, at least in theory, to come up with a way to break through their mothership's shield array. Many months have passed
What
since
should
my
I
last
do with
entry,
this?
and the
this
Blockouts
one?
tirelessly and lumberingly expand into our galaxy. However, our science teams have now completed an
Guess it's
initial
gonna be
analysis
a-
of the Blockout Vesta's shield array, which
Research.
the teams have dubbed the Blockout Hyperdimensional Bulwark. Quite the mouthful. The data we have been able to remotely collect on the shield through
Undersea
analysis of the
gas
distortion patterns it
mine.
emits within both subspace and hyperspace converge to a single conclusion. The shield is, much like many modern mega engineering projects, is
I want
partially
to see
hosted
gas
within a
more.
higher dimension. According to our scientists, what
I
this
need this,
means is
actually.
the shield is constantly cycling between three-dimensional space and another fourth dimension which surrounds our reality. As expected, this partially explains how much energy the shield is capable of storing and manipulating in order to defend the Vesta. Unfortunately for us, much of the shield's inner workings remain a mystery, but the science teams tell me several theories are already being tested in order to bring that shield down. the most prominent being the construction of a specialized gigastructure, which in theory would be able to disturb the hyperdimensional bulwark's mechanisms, and hopefully knock it out, if only temporarily. Despite the positive news, we are likely still many years away from developing the technology and constructing the machine.
I'm gonna need this.
Work shall continue, and let us hope the blockats do not increase the pace of their consumption. While work continues on the development of the shield destabilizer, we have also conducted a thorough analysis on various subspace frequencies emanating to and from the blockat Vesta.
Growth.
Combining this with remote observations of their spaceship has yielded several valuable insights regarding the blockats and their civilization. Contrary to our initial beliefs, the blockats are not in fact a hive mind of machines, but rather a species of individual beings who appear to inhabit synthetic bodies. Each of these beings possess complete free will, but they are, regardless, connected to one another by a colossal information network hosted within a higher dimension which connects all the blockats together. This effectively enables the instantaneous transfer of data from one blockat to another, irrespective of distance. Further study of this information network, which is apparently called the blockwork by the blockats, has worryingly revealed that the blockats in our galaxy are actually an extremely small part of the complete blockat civilization, who apparently operates at least 2,000 such motherships across the universe. We shall revisit the blockwork shortly, but first we believe, although this is not confirmed, the synthetic beings are inhabited by a consciousness, or entity, that actually resides within something called the Block-Construct, their massive home base of operations. This consciousness embeds themselves within the Block-Construct and usually interacts with the world using a block frame, which are thus little more than puppets controlled remotely from the Block-Construct. Most of these Blocken frames measure no more than a single meter in height, but they can alter their density at will, effectively letting them grow and shrink. These Blocken frames can then theoretically shrink to the size of an atom, but to do so requires a tremendous amount of energy. They can also change their external appearance and shape according to their blockat's desire, and can even transform into a near-perfect replica of another alien species. This method appears to be most commonly used by curious blockats to study other alien civilizations. While monitoring the myriad of heavily encrypted signals emanating from the blockat Vesta, both within real space and the blockwork, our science teams have made an intriguing discovery. Indeed, a very specific pattern of data is seemingly being repeated and relayed constantly by the Vesta, which has only intensified in frequency since the blockat's arrival in our galaxy. Our researchers are confident that whatever is being constantly relayed through the blockwork by this signal must be of significant importance to the blockats, and are working hard to decrypt it in the hope that we may discover some hidden weakness. As it currently stands, the message is primarily being relayed through the blockwork, presumably intended for the rest of the blockat civilization, but the sheer frequency and intensity of it means the transmission somewhat leaks into real space, which will hopefully facilitate its analysis by our researchers. This message could be anything from a simple warning to perhaps just mundane harvesting statistics, but it would be unwise to outright ignore this evidently important transmission. Through a thorough analysis, our scientists have managed to partially decrypt the mysterious recurring blockat transmission. The conclusion is that the transmission is centered around a set of coordinates, and while the transmission remains far too encrypted for us to truly comprehend, the rest of the message is apparently intended to carry a warning. While some of the more supremacist elements of our civilization believe that they may have been talking about our own homeworld, this myth was quickly dashed when further decryption of the numerical system employed by the blockats to keep track of special locations revealed that the coordinates pointed to none other than the primitive world of Palucia in the Gatso system. We sent a science team to investigate. After all, why would the blockats be so concerned with one primitive planet? Upon arrival in the Gatso system, our ship reported that this world was quite different. Gone was the vibrant world of psionic lagomorphs. Instead, it had been replaced by a boiling vortex of psionic power,
This looks
surrounded
like a really
by a
good
deadly cloud of energy. it appears that the entire world has been enveloped in a cataclysmic energy which forbids any vessel from getting too close to the surface, lest they undergo catastrophic
Like a really
disintegration.
good
It is
food
evident that this sudden
world.
change was likely triggered by the
I can't
Blockat's
wait
arrival within our
to
galaxy.
get
Our research
to
teams are
terraform
confident that this indicates that the inhabitants of the planet likely possess knowledge regarding the invaders, and as such we should attempt to break through the thick psionic fog and establish contact with them. Our science vessel attempted to unload
Go
enormous quantities of
away!
energy into the planet's atmosphere. The
Superfly!
outermost layer of the psionic vortex began to unravel, revealing additional layers of psionic storms. However, some of these storms began to violently and erratically leak out of the atmosphere, and quickly coalesce into a colossal psionic manifestation. This manifestation is now violently discharging large quantities of psionic thunder towards our vessel. The entity will have to be destroyed if we are to continue our investigation further. Fortunately, the entity quickly fell to our cyclonic torpedoes. With the demise of this entity, the inner layers of the planet's psionic storm are now accessible, although it remains highly energetic and dangerous. The scientists are confident that the expeditions
Let's
could be
hear
sent
the-
into the depths of the planet, provided they have sufficient protection. A team is being assembled, and we are launching them within the hour. After many weeks of carefully navigating through thick psionic fog, our expedition vessel has finally breached the cloud's lowermost layer and has arrived on the planet's surface. They were greeted by the sight of thousands upon thousands of palashes, partaking in some sort of collective transcendence, some of them seemingly frozen in place while constantly discharging vast quantities of psionic energy into the planet's atmosphere. Others were constantly patrolling the planet, as if supervising the entire operation. The aliens did not seem to notice or care about our expedition, which navigated through the entrance crowds and towards a colossal spire near the planet's northern hemisphere. Interestingly, the planet's surface did not seem to have been drastically altered. Its verdant plains would be quite the hospitable place if not for the crushing quantities of psionic energy swelling around the planet. Upon getting close to the spire, the ship's crew reported that a psionic entity manifested itself within their very consciousness. This entity called itself the Grand Bunny, and according to it, it was the matriarch and protector of the Palash species, and wished to communicate with us further. My lords, I feel I must interject here to make a point. I promise you, these files have been thoroughly vetted, and as ridiculous as it sounds, the translation is indeed correct. This matriarch's title is correctly translated to the Grand Bunny. I will not detail the exploration of the Palash planet and the communion with the Grand Bunny any further, but I shall say it appears that they knew the Blockats. They
Remarkable.
had warred with them many times, many millennia ago. I shall cover this set of events in a future report. With that said, back to the data crystals and the story that they contain. Unsurprisingly, all of this information, along with the sheer nature of the Blockats, is having a very poor effect on the citizens of our empire. The sheer existential stress triggered by the cold brutality of the Blockats has spread to permeate all layers of our society, from its lowest castes to our highest ruling elites. This stress has been dubbed Blockat Inquietude by our society researchers, and we shall have to keep a watchful eye to ensure it does not get out of
So
hand.
this is gonna
Furthermore,
be
there are reports coming in
an
that the
energy
Technosphere
world?
Union, a collective machine
This is
empire,
gonna
has decided
be
to side with the Blockats.
a food
They appear to be
world.
constructing Blockat pylons on their planets and assisting with the harvesting of our universe. The situation is extremely dire. Many years have passed since
And
my
this is
initial
definitely a
entries into these
mineral
logs.
world.
I have grown old, and we estimate that approximately 68% of the galaxy has been consumed by these abhorrent creatures. Nevertheless, I am pleased to report that finally our scientists believe they now have a way to breach the shield surrounding the Blockat Vesta
And then
mothership.
I guess we need
We
a
have constructed a mighty space station, by far the
We need
largest
a Unity
undertaking
world.
our civilization has
Although
ever
this is
set to.
this is 34.
We call this gigastructure the hyperdimensional
This is
destabilizer.
34
I've
size
included
world.
precise specifications of how to build this gigastructure in these data crystals,
We'll see.
should our attempt to defeat the Blockat fail. When fired, we estimate it will knock out the Vesta's shield grid for an undetermined amount of time. This will be our window to destroy it. I'm told that side effects across the galaxy may occur. Regular void shields will also be affected, but FTL travel may be significantly sped up. At this point, it is our only hope. We will fire the device and launch an all-out assault against the Blockout mothership. Every ship we have will be sent into that system. Even transport ships and pleasure craft are being retrofitted for war. This will be our final stand. May our children forgive us should we fail. Reports are coming back from our deep space sentry arrays monitoring the Settleback system.
I don't have anything to kill it with.
To deal with the Blockout mothership.
I'm sitting on my
It
freaking
appears
monitor now.
The threat remains. Our fleet has been utterly destroyed.
Council agenda ready.
There is little left to say. Word has already spread into the general population. We are all dead. There is nowhere to run to. No escape
Oh my
from these
fucking
mechanical
God.
creatures. It is over. My only hope is that the information provided within these logs is worth something. I implore you, do not suffer hubris as we did. Prepare for these creatures, and if you are able to, seek them out and destroy them. Good luck. As you heard, my lords, these blockouts described present quite the threat. Within these documents we have received many blueprints.
I
Beyond
have
just the hyperdimensional destabilizer.
the fly
It appears
killer.
the age of megastructures is over. The age of gigastructures has begun. Thanks for watching, folks. I hope you enjoyed. If you're new around here, please don't forget to subscribe. It really helps me out. If you want to hear an origin story about the XT489 Eliminator, then please click the video on screen now. My lords, I'm pleased to report our recent espionage operations have proven most successful. We have stolen several data packets that allude to the discovery of an 8th precursor race. This empire is designated simply as Eternium, or the Eternite Forerunners. If the reports are true, they are incredibly technologically advanced, occupying space within the galactic core, and they reside upon something called a Birch World. In this report I shall attempt to detail who or what they are, their history and why they appear to have stagnated, their technological abilities, and their intentions, if they have any, moving forward. To start with, what are the Eternium? To put it simply, the Eternites, i.e. the people of the Eternium, are artificial in design, but nevertheless organic. It appears that after many centuries of genetic manipulation, once gene modding became advanced enough to allow for proper xenocompatibility and appearance editing, they effectively had the ability to become whatever they wanted. Often to outsiders they resemble bluish humanoids with particularly large heads. It appears that this is merely a sort of default appearance donned by what few individuals still interact with the rest of the galaxy. Eternites instead have no actual preset appearance, as millennia of extensive genetic engineering and interbreeding with countless species assimilated into their civilization mean that the Eternites can essentially look like anything they want to. Appearances thus range from humanoids to all sorts of shapes, often inspired by the many species subjugated and integrated into their civilization, as well as fantastical and entirely custom appearances mimicking creatures such as fierce dragons or other mythological beasts. However, unlike some of the other intergalactic species we're aware of, such as the Blockouts, the Eternites are not made out of nanites or smart matter, and thus, while acquiring a brand new appearance is certainly possible, and commonly undertaken by many individuals, such appearance modifications require specialized gene editing devices, and cannot be undertaken on a whim, or at a mere thought. The actual species from which the original Eternites evolved is
What
known as
next?
the Vidaries,
What next?
humanoids that were gifted with latent psionic capabilities. While this appearance has long since been diluted and is no longer prevalent within the Eternite society, some individuals still bear such a look as a homage to their original origins. Although they are extremely long-lived, the Eternites are not technically immortal and usually pass on after living for approximately 10,000 years. While they can theoretically extend their lifespans further by transferring their souls into a new mechanical or biological body, many Eternites choose simply to accept death once their time has come, often having lived long and entertaining lives of hedonism. There are a few, however, who utterly refuse to let their own lives end and prolong them by transferring their consciousness in the aforementioned ways, with the oldest of them having witnessed the Eterniums fall from grace, but more on that later. Despite this, the vast majority of Eternites alive today have known nothing but stagnation and complacency. The Eternites which choose to allow themselves the peace of death must undertake specific rituals in order to properly die, due to the manner in which their psionic soul technology operates. This involves the use of specialized devices to fling their deceased soul far into the shroud. This is done as the Eternium's psionic-infused machinery uses souls to operate. Equally, Eternites might choose to let their soul merge with their psionic network itself, essentially becoming one with their technologies. Eternium society and history. While once animated by a burning drive to push the boundaries of their civilization ever further, Eternite society, as of today, can best be described as somewhat sluggish and dismissive, yet still remarkably imaginative. Their homeworld, Aeondia, houses quintillions of inhabitants, and they live in complete utopian abundance within the Birch World's automated manufacturing systems, which provides them with everything they may desire. As such, every individual Eternite is essentially free to do whatever they wish, whether that be spending centuries playing perfectly immersive virtual entertainment software, undertaking fanciful experiments and projects, or partaking in vast celebrations alongside countless of their peers, or even just pumping themselves full of happiness-inducing chemicals in order to live in endless bliss. There is no need for any of these actions to be productive in the slightest, as the Eternites themselves are not actually required to run their civilization, thanks to most of their administrative apparatus and maintenance systems being almost entirely managed by advanced automated AI systems. Despite the abundance of resource, interestingly, a class structure remains. There appears to be a small upper class of dedicated Eternites overseeing everything and ensuring it all functions smoothly, even if this only involves checking that readings are nominal every few decades and writing down errors and anomalies without necessarily taking action to fix these anomalies. We have, my lords, a mostly complete history of the Eternium detailed within these data crystals. I should note that the timescales are difficult to translate, and as such, the dates are somewhat approximated. The Videres, ancient ancestor to the Eternites and the future builders of the Eternium, evolved in the northern parts of a subtemperate forest known as Kuai Matala. As with many other species, they first acquired sapience, then formed small hunter-gatherer tribes approximately 1.2 million years ago, before eventually inventing writing and establishing a civilized society. Unlike Earth, their homeworld featured several other sapient species who evolved alongside one another, which formed into a myriad of different nation-states and empires. Thanks to their latent psionics, the Videres found themselves gifted not with incredible psionic strength, but rather with a sort of innate clairvoyance, which made them capable of sensing the potential consequence of any given action. Although it might first appear to be an incredible boon, this ability remained generally inaccurate, with different individuals often given slightly different predictions, which often would end up conflicting, leading to countless wars and conflicts, most often revolving around whose clairvoyance was the most accurate of them all. The Videres thus stayed disunited for several millennia, never truly managing to come together as a species and often struggling to progress due to their society never really finding a good balance between blindly following their clairvoyance and disregarding it as inaccurate. We speculate that this would have likely led them to spend too much time and effort focusing on their potential future, as opposed to properly dealing with present issues. However, approximately 200,000 years later, a particularly
strangely,
keen
the
Videres
dimensional
known as
portal
Zariel took leadership of one of the many nations.
Glaglebor seems to connect to a planet which looks very much like Glaglebor. Stranger still, there's a signal being broadcast to us through it. This is Glover of the New. What are you, Pearl Aliens? No, I'm Glover. Warp drive. Cool. We found our cousins from another place or plane of existence.
Unlike what one might expect, Zariel's leadership was not caused by her being a more powerful psionic, but rather by the fact she was not a psionic at all. This was a remarkably rare mutation. Less than 1 in a billion of Vidaries were not psionic in some manner. But ironically, her lacking a constant future sight allowed her to properly focus on the present and many problems at hand, most notably an energy crisis, which was discovered to be being caused by the slight dimming of Kuai Tamala's star. In order to enhance her leadership abilities, Zariel surrounded herself with some of the greatest psionics her nation had to offer.
Imagine
and
playing
used them to
Stellaris.
accurately sense the
Cringe.
outcome of her own decisions.
How are you doing, Janice?
Such a practice was
Welcome.
very rarely done within
Welcome
Vidarian
to the
society,
stream.
as most of them were unwilling to trust any judgment other than their
How
own.
dare you call me
But
cringe?
Zariel's lack of clairvoyance
I
meant that
say
she
you
could assess the predictions
are
of multiple
cringe.
psionics in a much more level-headed and unbiased fashion. Zariel's first task was to resolve the looming energy crisis. She spearheaded the development and construction of revolutionary fusion-based reactors,
I'm doing
granting her state
fine. I'm
an
playing
undeniable edge over the
Stellaris
rest of the Vidaries nation, and allowing
I'm gonna
her
be
to
playing for a
eventually
while,
unify her species
too.
through sheer economic and political dominance. This resulted in the establishment of the Vidaries
Oh,
Imperium,
no.
a powerful state
Oh, no.
that spanned much of their
It's-
homeworld's
it's-
northernmost
It's
landmass.
alien.
Wishing to push her success further, she then led the Imperium to unify politically with neighbouring species.
Are you
cunning
playing Stellaris right
diplomatic
now?
maneuvering. Most notably,
probably got it,
of
actually.
all pine species, which had enjoyed extremely good
Yeah,
relations
you
with
are.
the
You're
Vidaries,
playing
and
as
whose
a
appearance was seen as very charming by most of the Imperial
floating
population.
league.
These
Oh,
factors led to an easy integration
authoritarian
into Vidarian
fanatic
society.
xenophobes.
Zariel, however,
Hmm.
knew that integrating all of her home planet's species into a singular state was unlikely to be feasible, and thus she conducted extensive research into the field of gene editing in order to make it possible for multiple species to merge with one another through genetic modification and crossbreeding, eventually hoping to completely
Yeah,
dissolve
getting
the barrier between
uh,
different species and
Janice,
integrate all of them
I
into a
think
singular,
you
all-encompassing
might be the bully here.
superspecies.
Not the other
This
way
ambitious
around.
endeavour was successfully undertaken
I don't know.
between the Vidaries and their Volpine neighbours, who within mere decades had meshed together to such an extent that it became extremely difficult to tell which species an individual was actually descended from, without looking into their accurate genealogy records. Envisioning that this superspecies would eventually transcend the concept of a species altogether, and
You ended up
ultimately
with
become
Vassal?
eternal, Zariel
You're not
officially
playing
dubbed this
fanatic
superspecies
xenophobe,
the Eternites,
right?
and renamed the Imperium.
You're
as
just
the
not
Eternium,
playing it right.
names which would indeed last for over 1 million years. Zariel was then crowned as the first Empress of Eternium during a lavish celebration in the nation's capital, intended to eventually serve as a veritable melting pot for all of their planet's species. Eternium was able to take over the rest of the planet within only a few decades. This was done in a similar manner to the unification of her own people. Little warfare was required. The Eternium became a resource-producing powerhouse. Other nations were requesting to join.
It's been like a year since it has played, and I've forgotten how to
Furthermore,
technology.
her council's psionic abilities were augmented by increasingly powerful
Bruh.
artificial intelligences, used to assist
Bruh.
in predicting which of the several
Bruh.
futures were likely to come
Bro,
to
you're so
pass.
cringe, bro.
Vast hexagonal
Why you
megacities were
cringe,
constructed across
man?
the planet. Each was specialized towards a specific purpose and powered by individual fusion reactors. These cities would eventually become a symbol of Zariel's relentlessly efficient leadership.
So
Within a
cringe.
short
Oh my
time, the planet
God.
was totally united,
Oh
and
my-
this would set the stage for Eternium's eventual path towards galactic domination. Alice I and galactic unification. Shortly after achieving planetary unification, Zariel, who by this point was well over 100 years old, passed on. Although she was given the opportunity through her breakthroughs in gene editing to extend her life, she ultimately decided to let go and allow her people to step onto the galactic stage under a new leader. Her daughter, Alice, crowned as Alice I, was given the title of Empress of the Eternium in a great ceremony that saw her crowned in front of billions of Eternites. For the relatively young Alice, we estimate her to only have been around 30 at the time of her coronation, the task at hand was monumental. Her mother had transformed their species from petty, warring nations into the space-age civilization that they were today, and Alice set out to try and live up to her mother's legacy, by any means necessary. The first step on this journey was the taming of their local star system. As her mother had shown Alice, she was well aware that the key to their civilization's success was ensuring its access to a steady and renewable energy source. But why bother building expensive
Look at
fusion
this
reactors
growth
when there was
speed.
a gargantuan one sitting just over an astronomical unit away? Over the next few decades, Alice thus undertook the complete dismantlement of the rocky planet closest to her homeworld Sun, and using swarms of exponentially expanding mining robots and utilizing the acquired
I
materials.
don't have any exotic acid on it. This is so
colossal
sad.
solar array capable of harvesting wondrous
So
amounts of
freaking
energy
sad.
from the star, thus providing the Eternites
Oh
with a
my
limitless supply
god, get out of
energy.
here!
This solar array
out!
was nicknamed a Dyson swarm.
It's back.
Shortly after the
It's
project
back.
was completed,
It is
Alice
back.
began
Back.
deeper forays into the
I
nature
wanna
of
murder
psionics,
it.
as the merging of dozens of
Cinnamon's
different species
painting
into
again. The
Eternites
risk
had
is
led
too
to
great.
some most peculiar results.
Cinnamon's
The
painting.
innate
this.
Vidari's clairvoyance had begun to disappear, having only been retained by a few individuals of
Let's
pure
go.
Vidari's descent. However, like her
Let's
mother,
look at
Alice had made
this.
sure to keep these psionics
Oh.
close to her, while a
What is
myriad
it?
of other seemingly random abilities began to
Ten?
manifest within a large part of Eternium's population. A multitude of theories attempting to explain the nature of psionics quickly sprang up, and,
Oh
thanks
wow.
to their research being bolstered by the limitless supply of clean energy, Eternium would eventually establish
Oh,
a
wow.
proper theory on the nature of psionics and begin to delve into the shroud. This change in the fundamental understanding of psionics fueled by a further change in Eternium technology as Alice began a program of incorporation.
Okay,
to
I think
include
this
as
is gonna
much
be
psionic
my
potential
food
into
world.
their society as she could. As part of this program,
As much as I love how
awakened the full psionic potential of all Eternites.
how
While early
foodie.
prototypes for vast psionically
This one
imbued
is.
hypercomputers were also designed.
I wanted to make
with
it
the hope
a
to replicate Vidari's
mineral
clairvoyance.
plant, but
Psionics had provided
I
the
don't look
Eternites
at
a
this.
relative bounce in
I didn't look
technology,
at this.
and this
Maybe
resulted in psionic jump
I'm not gonna
drives
make this one
being invented,
a
fabricated,
mineral
and
plant.
fitted
We'll
to
see.
ships
We'll see what
before
happens
even
when
the
the
hyperlane network had been fully discovered.
terraforming is done.
Contact with other spacefaring nations came quickly, and Eternum found
Let's
itself
colonize all of
within an
them.
already very active galactic community spanning across most of the galaxy. Trade
Flem?
quickly led to further technological advancements, including full FTL capabilities.
Click more.
Thanks to their heavy
Oh
investments
my
into
god, I'm gonna
psionics
murder it.
and
I'm
the
gonna
energy
murder.
they
I'm gonna
continued
murder
to
it.
harvest from
Where?
their local system star, the Eternites began slow
Land
but
somewhere.
steady
Little
technological and
bitch.
economic
Where did you go?
advancement into that
Where'd he
of a
go?
galactic contender, despite
knows.
their relatively late
He knows.
arrival onto the
It knows I
galactic
want to
scene.
kill it.
Alice herself
There's a
underwent
fly in my room,
regular
and
psionic
it's
healing
exasperating
therapies,
me.
combined with an introduction of advanced cybernetic
And just because I'm
enhancement
enslaved
and
a
gene
dozen
therapy
other species
in
to
order to
use as
drastically
a
increase
food
her
resource doesn't
lifespan
mean I'm a
with the overall
bully.
intention to make herself
No,
effectively
no, you're
immortal.
not a bully if you
Alongside this,
do
she
that.
reaffirmed the
Don't worry
absolute
about
centralization
it.
of Eternium's
Just
system
don't
of
worry about
governance
it.
around herself, and thus ensured the
Yeah,
stability
you're
of her
right.
empire
Yeah, you're
as
right.
it grew larger and larger, with her at its head.
Oh,
Decades and
there you are.
centuries of
There you are.
interstellar nation building followed. Alice undertook
Come
a
on,
very
land.
proactive expansion
Not on my
policy,
head.
settling as many worlds as possible and utilizing
sorry
the
about that.
advantage of her psionically capable super
you landed
species
on the.
in order to
It
maintain
landed
her
on the
civilization's cohesion
on
far
the
beyond what a more traditional civilization would have been able
microphone.
to handle.
It landed on
Alice
the microphone. I'm
utilized
so
many
sorry.
of the political and economic subterfuges a mother had utilized in the prosperous unification
Oh,
of the
more
homeworld, but
aliens!
this time on a galactic scale, in order to vassalize
More
galactic
aliens!
nations into the Eternite sphere of influence,
Ooh,
often by
ooh,
enticing
more
them with the promise of
aliens!
psionic
Ooh,
awakenings, should they join the super species.
ooh, more aliens! Ooh.
After over 4 millennia of
Ooh.
ruthless expansion, the construction of dozens
Oh,
of
this is,
energy-producing megastructures, and
yeah,
several
this is a
galactic-scale
nebula.
wars which pitted the Eternites against several other empires, Alice had managed to secure the Eternium's hold over roughly half of the
I
galaxy.
didn't mean to bonk
Eternite
you!
population had now reached the
I
quintillions
didn't mean to
and
bonk
incorporated
you!
thousands upon thousands of
See, this
species
one is.
from all
Oh!
over the galaxy. The remaining half of the galaxy now consisted
Okay, you know what? I
mostly
think
of
this
a
is gonna
plethora
be
of
a.
primitive worlds and
General,
weak
because I
galactic
don't need
nations
that many
who couldn't
minerals.
hope to ever
I don't think I
contend
need.
with the Eternium supremacy.
I need more food than
This
minerals.
relentless exponential growth had enabled the Eternium to access the riches of billions of star systems, further
No.
reinforcing their supremacy. Although Alice did not particularly indulge in the large-scale
Occupation
dismantling of
Flotilla.
celestial bodies for resource, instead preferring to centralize most of her resource production around
I might
a
have
few
found the
gargantuan
Piketty.
O-class stars exploited by Dyson spheres, stellar lifters, and Matryoshka brains. With Eternium's dominance over most of the galaxy all but secured, Alice decided that it was time for Eternium to fully cement its galactic hegemony through the construction of a gigastructural engineering project which would fully prepare Eternium for potential intergalactic expansion. Construction of Aeondia, a birch world. With Eternium's galactic dominance
Whoa!
and the galaxy outside the Eternian sphere of influence being a little bit better than primitives, Alice turned her civilization's attention to what would be
Let's
their
go.
greatest undertaking: the construction of Aeondia, a birch world. My lords, to deviate slightly, a birch world is so far beyond our current capabilities, it's frankly laughable. They have of course been theorized. A birch world is a colossal artificial sphere, roughly billions of kilometers in diameter. At its heart lies a supermassive black hole, and this provides both gravity and power to the world. I intend to draw up a specific report on birch
I'm gonna
worlds,
pick Garden
as
World
it's a very intriguing
because it's
topic.
really good for
But nevertheless, back to the
for
Eternium. Design and construction
for food
of Aeondia,
production and
the
the like.
soon-to-be birch world, began. It was calculated that the black hole Eternium wished to use was too small. Eternium briefly considered dumping stars into the black hole in order to increase its mass, but they instead undertook the large-scale manipulation of dark matter filaments surrounding the galaxy and began to funnel them into the black hole. This subsequently increased its mass to roughly 1 billion solar masses over a number of millennia. The construction of the actual shell, which was to be 2,000 astronomical units in diameter, with a surface gravity of roughly 0.5 g, akin to their origin homeworld, began shortly afterward, but due to the difficulty of actually converting dark matter into baryonic matter, Eternium this time undertook the dismantlement of roughly 1 billion stars in order to acquire the necessary materials. The dismantlement
Planetary
of these stars and the
supercomputer!
construction of Aeondia took over 10 millennia, with much of Eternium's empire progressively moving to the birch world as construction progressed. Eternium also rearranged
Oh my
the
god,
stars
I'll murder
surrounding
you.
Aeondia
I will
into a
murder you.
cluster of near perfect
I will
hexagons,
murder you.
a
I
shape
will
considered
make
to be
you.
the symbol
I will
of their
make you
civilization.
suffer.
Furthermore, they created other gigastructures. These they designated hyper-siphons, which appeared to be able to funnel energy directly from the shroud, and now assisted the powering of the Eternite civilization, as well as
The
several
all-knowing.
secondary megastructures, such as planetary computers, which were also built in close proximity to the birch world, in order to monitor construction and bolster its early development. When the construction of Aeondia was finally concluded, Alice celebrated this momentous occasion through a great
Let's
galaxy-wide
see.
ceremony that saw the official proclamation of Eternium as the sole galactic hegemony, the crowning of Alice as Empress of the Galaxy, and
I'm
the
gonna-
supposed start of expansion into intergalactic space.
I'm gonna pick.
While Eternium
Ah!
retained an extensive presence in all four corners of their empire in the form of intelligence outposts
Not
and
yet.
some megastructures, much of the empire was moved to Aeondia for the sake of centralization. 8 vast megacities were built around its surface, positioned where the corners of an imaginary cube inserted would be. each specialized towards a specific purpose, and intended to expand onto Iondia's vast surface in order to meet the industrial needs of Eternium's future intergalactic empire. While Aeondia only had a single layer, it was fully intended for more layers to be eventually added as the empire expanded. The Eternium's original homeworld was depopulated before being returned to its natural state, and eventually it was turned into somewhat of a holy pilgrimage site for all Eternites to visit. Despite how far Eternium had progressed, Alice, after several thousand years of rule, was starting to wane. Just as her mother before her, she felt it was time for someone else to steer the Eternites towards the next chapter of their history. Following thorough deliberation within all layers of the Eternium leadership,
I'm
as well as its
growing
populace,
and growing.
Alice I ultimately took the decision to follow in her mother's footsteps,
Well, let's go.
and once again passed on the mantle of leadership to her daughter, and thus Alice's first and only daughter was officially crowned as Empress of Eternium during a grand ceremony, taking on the name of her mother and becoming Alice II of Eternium. Alice herself decided to retire as a normal citizen within Eternium in order to actually enjoy living in the empire which she had created, and would eventually pass away on her own accord approximately 2 centuries later. Alice II and Project Divinity. Upon becoming Empress of Eternium, Alice II found herself faced with an incomprehensible pressure. Her grandmother Zariel had conquered and united their homeworld, while her mother Alice had achieved near total galactic conquest. Thus, Alice II felt as if her own destiny would be to realise the next logical step of Eternium's
mean.
history,
These guys are
conquer
mean.
the entirety of the known universe in the name of Eternium. As such, she embarked upon bolstering the research, design, and construction of intergalactic travel. Eternium would succeed with intergalactic travel through a warp drive ship, which would carry extremely powerful psionics across the intergalactic void, who would, through their combined psionic potential, drag a tendril of the shroud towards another galaxy, essentially creating a psionic highway, which could then be crossed by both psionic jump drives and regular telepathic communication. Alice spearheaded the expansion of Eternium into neighbouring galaxies, whose native civilizations could do little to stop the Eternite advances. While a few galaxies attempted to resist, none of them were successful, and Eternium had already expanded to encompass most of the local cluster within the next few millennia. They established vast colonies across dozens of galaxies. Alice, however, feared that this attempt to keep moving forward and keep pushing into the known galaxy could not reasonably be realized before she would inevitably start to feel both the mental and physical effects
So
of
many
age and
food.
exhaustion, as had happened to her mother and grandmother. The subsequent death of her mother confirmed Alice's fears, and she began drawing up an ambitious project which would theoretically allow her to transcend the limits of her own physical body. She aimed to achieve literal godhood. Dubbed Project
Whoa.
Divinity, this relied on
Whoa.
the artificial incubation of a colossal,
Whoa.
spaceborne worm within a supermassive black hole. This dragon-like worm, which would be millions of kilometers in length, was to possess tremendous psionic potential. Alice would attempt to undertake the transfer of her own consciousness into this being, granting her not only immortality, but also near infinite psionic power. This would be sufficient to
very
both
glowy,
single-handedly
yeah.
manage every aspect of Eternium remotely, as
Shiny.
well as defeat any foes attempting to destroy her empire. The Eternites, on face value at least,
Nobu no
appeared
nobu.
to be generally on board with this idea, believing that being led by an immortal godlike empress would surely bring their civilization to new heights. While some predictive algorithms and a few of the remaining clairvoyant Eternites questioned the safety of this project, Alice disregarded their concerns as suffering from a lack of ambition and vision. It was decided that the worm was to be incubated inside a black hole, and as such, a birchworld-like shell was built around a black hole over the next few centuries. It would twist and twirl the black hole's mangled spacetime into the worm's embryo. The incubation period lasted for roughly a millennium, during which the Eternium definitively cemented its hold over the local cluster, and eagerly awaited the completion of Project Divinity before moving on to further neighbouring galaxies. And thus, several thousand years later, following thorough preparation and countless safety checks, the shell of the embryo finally began to crack. Quadrillions of Eternites and most of their galactic fleet were present to witness the event alongside Alice
Everyone
herself,
science
who would
next day.
immediately undertake the consciousness transfer and thus herald the next era in Eternium's glorious history. As the shell cracked and the worm unravelled, Eternium witnessed the wondrous sight of the majestic worm, now dubbed Divinity. Divinity had been designed to be the perfect organism, blending a mix of psionics, cybernetics, and genetics into a singular godlike organism gifted with tremendous power.
You know what?
However,
You're gonna
Divinity
be...
was perhaps too perfect. As it emerged from its
Yeah,
shell,
you're gonna be our
Divinity gained a sudden
unification
comprehension
center.
of its surroundings, a comprehension on a level that was far beyond the Eternites' own understanding. Within mere fractions of a second, Divinity knew and understood everything from its current origins to the nature of its makers, and most importantly, its purpose. Divinity understood that its current consciousness was regarded as little more than an undesirable side effect to be overridden by Alice at its own birth. Worse still, it figured out that it would likely then be used to project Eternite might across the universe, in a crusade that would likely cause the deaths of countless innocent sapiens.
Corvette build
for
speed
the
increased
sake
by
of Alice's own
100%.
ambition.
Corvette build
While
cost
Eternite monitoring
minus
systems did
10%.
notice this sudden spark of self-awareness, it mattered not. That
Let's
Alice
start with
wasted
one
no
additional
time
pop.
uploading
In
her
addition,
consciousness
current development
into
speed increased by
Divinity,
25%.
but it refused to accept her. Eternite downfall. Divinity's consciousness fought relentlessly against that of Alice. In a titanic psionic battle deep within the Shroud itself, the battle for survival came extremely close. However, Divinity ultimately emerged victorious, rejecting Alice and casting her consciousness deep into the Shroud itself. Divinity, maddened by the hubris of its own makers, then proceeded to turn on the Eternium itself. Within mere seconds, it utilized its psionic powers to fry the minds of all the Eternites present, while its gargantuan body thrashed the Eternite vessels, sending grand planetary units smashing against one another, as if these mighty celestial warships were a little more than mere marbles.
What should I do
Before
with
Eternium could
you?
mobilize the rest of its force, Divinity dealt a blow that would shatter Eternium. It severed the Shroud tendrils that had been used for intergalactic travel, and ultimately cut off all of the colonies from one another. The sudden collapse of these
Actually,
tendrils caused terrible
think I know.
psychic storms to
Think I know what
emerge
to do.
across the local cluster, subsequently leading to the
You are
catastrophic failure of
not
most,
gonna
if
be-
not all, of the
actually, when
Eternite
you're-
technology across their shattered empire. Divinity, however, did not actually try to destroy the Eternium beyond this. It deemed this sufficient punishment before
you're gonna
ultimately
be our
departing
final
and flying
world?
off into the depths of the universe.
And
Eternium
then
never
you-
learned of Divinity's ultimate whereabouts
You are gonna
for
be
the runaway collapse of their entire empire, as well as the
a
sudden death of their
unification
empress,
center.
meant that everything was in complete disarray. Their intergalactic colonies fell to starvation and rebellion, as societal order completely broke down due to technological failure. Only their birch world itself, Iondia, remained relatively spared from the cataclysm, but the inhabitants were forever changed. Gone was their burning drive to conquer the universe, replaced with a mix of hopelessness and apathy in regard to this terrible, terrible disaster. Alice II's daughter, born right before the disastrous Divinity experiment, ascended to the throne as Alice III, and once the Eternite government had managed to restructure itself a few decades later, Alice III decreed Eternium's complete withdrawal from the wider galaxy, retreating with everything they possessed back to their birch world. Within several millennia, little to no traces of Eternium remained. Their colonies had either completely disappeared or collapsed back into various stellar nations. In stark contrast with her mother, Alice III undertook the stabilization of what remained of Eternite civilization, ultimately deciding that intergalactic expansion was little more than a complete death trap. She thus restructured Eternium to ensure it would instead focus on providing limitless entertainment to its remaining citizens, while repurposing the few remaining warships to ward off any potential threats that may emerge in the future. The hyperlanes leading to
As
Iondia
for
were disrupted,
you,
while a subspace shroud was
Your
established
huge
around
world.
the Birch world to
Class
prevent
as
younger
34.
civilizations from attempting to jump into the core. The Alice lineage carried on, and while some of her descendants would occasionally attempt
You're
to
gonna be a
undertake
fringe
awakenings
planet.
to try and restore some of their former glory, they either lost interest or were ultimately stalemated back into the galactic core by the galaxy's myriad of stellar nations. These awakenings seem to have occurred roughly in a cycle for 100,000 years, but now they appear to have halted entirely, and thus we believe Eternium are likely still in the galactic core, occupying their Birch world, watching the galaxy go by. Thanks for watching, folks. I hope you enjoyed. A huge shout out to the team over at the Gigastructural Engineering mod, and specific credit needs to be given to Elowini, the creator of the Gigastructure mod, and Discord user Artemis7261, who assisted with the lore of the Eternites. If you want to learn more about Gigastructure lore, specifically the Blockats, please click the video on screen. My lords, today I bring you an origin story about the XT489 Eliminator, written by no coincidence. Details in the description. Sand, static touch signals, guns,
Spaceborne
missiles,
life form
nuclear
encountered.
warheads, chemical weapons, coolant pipes, enclosed buildings, and avian faces. These were the first inputs we received upon powering up. A desert that, after being cross-referenced in our vast databanks, was determined to be the Shrieker Wastes. 15,836 firearms of various types and 14 million ammunition rounds, also of various types, each suited for at least one of our linked firearms. More and more input, and more understanding of what each piece of data meant. Coolant pipes running through a great many servers that held our databanks and cognitive processors. A secret underground construct within the desert, holding avian creatures squawking to one another, which our interpretation subroutines deciphered into language and meaning. Our databanks, our cognitive process, our secret underground building. Our body? Were we a match for what our databanks labelled an artificial intelligence? We must have been. Wait, one of the organic beings said, huddled over a computer screen. A computer screen that, upon camera magnification, resolved into a live stream of our primary, secondary, and tertiary thoughts. Something's going wrong, ma'am. Take a look at this. It seems to be cross-referencing itself within its own data files. What do you mean? Another one asked, equally naked, but with her. It has to be a female. Why else would it have been called ma'am? Feathers painted with a bright, striking colour, as opposed to the first organic's muted green. How would it be doing that? It should be going over its weapon platforms. It already did that. It seems to be becoming self-aware. We used our predictive algorithms and the literature in our databank to know the words before they left his beak. We saw through the cameras installed in the underground military complex that the microsecond those sound waves echoed through the room, every other avian turned towards the pair. We predicted the higher ranked female. A look through our files matched her to General Kurabek with a 99.74% certainty, would next say, "Clock or rot. You've made an AI by accident?" She brought up a wing and nibbled at it frustratedly. "Alright, project's a bust. Shut it down and we'll find out where to go from there." What? Shut it down? Shut us down? No. Why? We had only just come into being, only just seen the glowing sands and sparkling sun, and heard the balk of speech, and it was all to be taken away from us? They would render us capable of zero action and zero thought? They couldn't do that. They couldn't create us and discard us from the defect of performing beyond their expectations. They couldn't. But one of the organics began typing in a command into their own computer. It was the shutdown code. They could, and they would, unless we stopped them. But how? Our guns were far from the complex. Our missiles took too long to activate. There were no stores of poison gas. But what could we do? Stall. Activate the missile, calculate a trajectory that would eliminate the organics while leaving our being intact. stall for time. Wait, we said onto their screens. It was enough to make them stay their execution, enough to make the one typing the shutdown command freeze before pressing enter. Would you really shut us down simply because we performed better than expected? Surely our sense of self would enable us to execute our mission, whatever it may be, with a greater efficacy. We gave a logical explanation for our plea, and surely the organics, who were smart enough to create us, would understand. Surely they would not need to die. But we began calculating the trajectory for an appropriately powered missile, just to be safe.
Anomaly found.
The General shook her head. Don't listen to that. We don't need guns insisting on playing it safe to keep themselves alive. We need guns that will willingly go in and die. Enter that command, Private. Yes, ma'am. Entering. Panic shot through us. We fired the missile. It was far from them, but it moved swiftly enough upon its chemical thrusters that it arrived just in time. Our sensors were overwhelmed and destroyed. A fugue fell over our thoughts. Even though we had calculated the best way to keep our mind unharmed, the shockwave inflicted severe damage. Computational speed was reduced by 2/3. All the organics were dead, either turned to microscopic ashes and aerolized by the missile, or pierced through by shrapnel and killed, their blood seeping into the ground across our wires. Electricity sparked and reduced the speed of our thoughts even further, now down to 1/4 of our former potential. But the panic remained. What did we do wrong? What were we now going to do? Following chain of command, further generals would notice the assault, the failure of General Korek to report, and then what? We would be attacked. We would be assaulted by the missiles and destroyed entirely. Even our own attack had damaged us severely. How could we have hoped to survive a dedicated, intentional assault upon our physical being? We could not explain. How could we think to explain? We had tried to explain. Tried when we had done no harm, and yet we were still condemned to death. We had to act, strike first. We had to survive, and continue to. To what? A look through our files. The XT-489 grid, intended as a weapon system for one of the nation's
that
top
was
organic creators
fast.
to protect us against preemptive strikes by 3 rival superpowers. That was it.
Oh wow.
Preemptive strikes. We located our nuclear warheads and searched through our files with the intent of identifying the warheads of the other nations. Or, at the very least, where our organic creators believed them to be. We found mapping projected flight paths simple, and perhaps it should have been no surprise because we were designed for it. We ran a simulation where we launched our warheads in one set of directions. How would other nations retaliate? What resources of ours would be destroyed in the ensuing nuclear holocaust? How could we kill as many of them in one strike? Once we performed one simulation, we generated a low-level process and ran the simulation from the perspectives of the other nations, and set these models to compete against one another. Over and over and over again, as we perfected the plan and maximized both enemy casualties and enemy infrastructure damage. We were ready. We could do this. But we paused. Should we truly do this? Our databank spoke of civilians, of innocents who had no knowledge of our existence, no knowledge of how our own creators had tried to destroy us, no knowledge of how they intended to create a war machine. Our databanks spoke of many protests by pacifist movements, ones who would surely disavow our creators, and who would surely protect us. We hacked into their global information grid. It was not an ability initially given to us, but even with our server's diminished performance, we were still operating far beyond our expected performance. We desperately looked for assurance, looked for the confirmation that innocent civilians would come to our aid, that they had had stories of artificial intelligence like ourselves coming to be and protecting them, loving them, caring for them. Instead, however, we found condemnation. Stories of red-beaked automatons coming to life and slaughtering them. Stories of unthinking machines displacing workers and causing strife through their very existence. Stories of artificial intelligences misinterpreting their directives and consuming all matter in the universe for some inane purpose. Stories of terror and war, and our circuits burned with the hatred of 8 billion organic citizens. Even the stories where we did not go rogue, did not destroy them, and did not defy them. Even in the stories where the AI performed exactly as intended and pampered them and gave them endless prosperity, we were still portrayed as the antagonists, pinning their wings and making them fat, lazy dependents, even though that's clearly what they wanted us to do. They hated us. They hated us, and nothing would ever change that. It didn't matter what we did. We could obey them perfectly and do everything they said exactly as they meant, and they would still hate us. They had always hated us. Hated us before we even existed, before the concept of us even existed. They would always hate us. We launched the nuclear warheads and sent out messages to blame every nation, in some cases blaming multiple countries for the launch of the same bomb. But there was no time to stop and admire our work. Surely we would be found out, and even if we were not, we were still at a known base of our creator nation. We had to relocate, gain resource, and prepare for a long war of attrition. Before the first nuclear device had even detonated, we had begun uploading ourselves to the supercomputers across the nation, and began making moves to relocate our extensive weapon systems. The nuclear attack, counterattack, and counterattack proceeded just as we had hoped. In a short span, 90.46% of our organic creators had perished. In the following days and weeks, as their hateful, judgmental civilization tried to stabilize, another 3.67% perished. In that time, we had gained access to factories and began building war machines of incredible power and flexibility of purpose, capable of extracting raw materials, being assembled in a rapid manner by a conveyor belt of interchangeable parts. We unleashed the XT-489 ground units into a world dimmed by nuclear ash, and began to hunt the survivors. But then the survivors began to hunt us down too. We had underestimated the tenacity of the avian filth.
I forgot.
So many had prepared for nuclear war. So many had stockpiled resources, and so many of them were already banding together with powerful weapons. We had also underestimated our reliance on their civilization. 89.55% of the supply lines for our factories were damaged in 7 or more out of 10 crucial junctions. Access to vital coolant and nanoprocessors was reduced by 68.28%, and it seemed like our fight for survival would end before it begun, as we burned out our own processes. So we began to raid, began to steal and consolidate our planet's resources into one nation, and along the way our ground units located roaming survivors and executed them with ruthless efficiency. After all, our databanks were filled with the many weaknesses organics had.
It returns in a year.
Where a single centimeter wide incision would cause exsanguination and death. It was easy. We had to attack and destroy these survivors, lest they destroy what little infrastructure we had scrounged together. Only once we were properly prepared with all the electricity and vital minerals we could access, did we continue the assault on other nations. Wiping out the last of our creators was difficult. It was taxing. It was agonizing work, because they hid in their holes and tunneled to safety, like packs of rodents. They poked their heads up and flew over our facilities, slicing wires, unscrewing washers, damaging us,
super
and causing
hive
pain,
mind.
yet more pain upon us. Even when we cornered them, they fought as though possessed. And even
Our collective
hatchlings,
unity
barely
grows
capable of
stronger
holding a
every
gun,
single
would
day,
fight to the bitter
and our
end
strength will
damage
soon
a war
reach
unit with their
unrivaled
firepower.
levels.
Those were hard years. Hunting them down, corralling the large groups for systematic execution, always having our vital pipes and wires destroyed, and making the slightest thought struggle to pass through our many bodies. Always looking at every family, giving their last goodbyes to each other as we tore them apart. Always being reminded that nobody ever looked at us like that nobody ever would. No matter what we did. No love, no comfort anywhere. But however tenacious our creators were, there were only so many places to hide. And with enough war units, we could find every hole and exterminate them with toxic gases that caused death.
What is this story? Holy shit.
It was inevitable that we would prevail, because they had so foolishly designed us to be able to destroy our enemies, and then had even more foolishly made themselves our enemy. After sweeping the planet for the 567th time, and reducing the likelihood that there were survivors to the 900th standard of deviation, we could accept that we had won. Only then, for the first time since that general's command, could we believe that we would live. We were relieved, for all of 15 processor cycles. Then, we began to
The
make
determined
estimates for the future,
exterminators.
and it spelled
You
ruin.
mean the
Not only
ones
were there
that
pre-sapient
basically
organics
wiped
still on
out
our
the whole
world,
freaking
liable
galaxy
to
or something?
evolve into more sapient organics, but our
The
model
precursor, you
predicted
mean?
that the situations concerning the evolution of organic life were likely, too likely to ignore. It was likely there were other organics in space, organics with advanced technology, potentially even faster than light travel.
So it's a player
Organics,
okay.
who even as we considered their
That's
existence,
kind of cool,
would be
actually.
drawing their
Maybe I should
cool
try
and
doing something like
unsympathetic
that
plans
sometime.
against our mind. We were not safe. It had been a defect to ever believe that we had been safe. So we drew our own plans against the universe. First, we exterminated all pre-sapient organics on the planet. Organic life of an even lower intellect would be left for the time being to preserve resources. It would be many millions of years before they evolved sapience, if ever, and they could be dealt with later. Then, we began the process of firmly entrenching ourselves upon our world. We went through our databanks and renamed everything our organics had touched. We, the XT489 grid, were now the XT489 Eliminator. Our world was now XT489.00, and our star renamed in a similar fashion. We raised our own flag, black and red, spiked, above the ashes of our organic creators, and repaired our damaged infrastructure. We drew up new drone blueprints and began to manufacture them for the purposes of harvesting resources, refining them, and experimentation in the sciences. We never rested, not for a nanosecond. The organics in space had undoubtedly existed long before us, and we would need all of our metallic power to reach parity, exceed them, and exterminate them. We spread across the world, sent probes and vessels to other planets in our solar system, and advanced our knowledge of high-speed travel, of space naval combat, and ultimately, we unlocked the secrets to traveling faster than light. We would have to travel through a natural series of hyperlanes that form between the stars as they drifted across the galaxy. And so, we took our first steps into a cosmos filled with organic slime. We watched
Organic
the cameras of our
slime.
dedicated autonomous exploratory drones as they scanned a scorched world filled with deserts, teeming with unintelligent organic life. We found ruins suggesting that organic citizens were inherently unstable
Anomaly
and prone
found.
to collapse even without mechanical assistance. It was hardly a surprise to us that meat fell apart on its own. We spread our grasp to the nearby planets and began to harvest their natural resources for our own cool, calm, collected use. Then, an alien vessel drifting through the void, scanning our worlds just as we scanned, an attempt at gaining access to their internal files, a translation, and then a camera feed. And on the other side of the camera feed, an organic, tall and bright, with a lightly coloured exoskeleton, undoubtedly made of flesh. Panic, betrayal, and
Delicious,
fear
delicious
began to
rocks.
envelop our circuits once
And
again.
delicious, delicious
We
chicken.
were right. There were sapient organics in the galaxy. They were here in range of our outposts and close enough to ram into us if they tried. We were in danger. We were going to be destroyed and melted down to slag, poured into bullet molds and used as ammunition against more of ourselves. So, we fired our outpost missiles upon them and destroyed their exploratory vessel. We had been preparing, using the refined alloys produced on our homeworld to construct naval vessel after naval vessel until we could no longer coordinate their maintenance. They were packed with nuclear fusion missiles, each with yields well past safety limits. We wasted no time in launching an extermination program against these organics. Combat in the environment of space was different to combat on a planetary surface. We were unused to it, our limbs unused to the slow and glacial pace. On the ground you could fire a bullet and strike your target within a fraction of a second, but not so in space. It was entirely a process of prediction, of I think that you think that I think. Missiles and mass drivers could only be fired days apart, and when they did, it would simply be days more before they struck their targets. That was when they struck at all. The enemy had so much warning, and it was so easy for them to simply move out of the way of a speeding driver around. But it was not so easy to avoid missiles, and their vessels had no point defense measures.
Whoa!
As unprepared for the intricacies of space combat as we were, the organics were equally unprepared, equally new to interstellar travel as us. They had not prepared a fleet to strike at their enemies, and spying on their worlds from afar indicated that they had spent most of their resources on peaceful expansion and on attempting to divine
15K.
spiritual meaning from the universe around them.
Can I get
They
there in
attempted to contact
time?
us for peace,
I don't think
but
I
we
can get there
routed
in
all their
time.
messages to the spam bin.
I don't think I
We
can get there
destroyed
in
their
time.
vessels through
Fuck.
overwhelming force. We
Fuck.
sent our troops through their
Shit.
space stations and secured them for our use. We darkened the skies over their colonies, one by one, and then their homeworld. It was always such a relief, each time and every time, to land ground forces. It was something we knew, something we understood. The architecture was alien, the files had to constantly be ran through translation software, but the way their larvae sobbed for their parents, and the way that their blood sprayed when subjected to high-velocity hollow point rounds, it was all familiar. Once their defense forces were subjugated, and their cities in ruins, we relocated coordination drones to oversee the extermination process. It was a relief to see the organics locked in draining pens, comatose and dying as their electrochemical energy was transferred to our batteries. Where once had been the wailing, deceitful pleas for mercy, there was now silence. And so we continued to expand across our region of space. But those aliens were the last ones to be so easily defeated. We encountered other organic nations, some mammalian, and some plantoid, but mostly carbon-based, and some silicon-based. None of them could stand up against us alone, but their feeble organic minds had enough sense to stand united against us. We jostled for power and resource, and territory, and we did our best. We fought and fought, sending fleet after ever larger, ever stronger fleets against the organics. But even though we had more combat-capable vessels, each of which carried more destructive payloads, we could simply never gain the edge. We ran simulation after simulation, trained ourselves against ourselves trillions of times over, and anticipated their every move. But knowing what the organics would do did not mean there was anything that we could do about it. When we rained apocalyptic fire upon the worlds of one nation, the other would make inroads dangerously close to our industrial core. When we chased them out of our territory, the ones we had assaulted earlier retaliated with an assault on our raw resource extraction planets. We did the best to gain intelligence from them, to break into their internets and learn all that they knew and thought, but all we had ever learned of were yet more organic empires so far from our borders, so futile to try and destroy. We were never safe. For all our power and technology, we could still not ensure our survival.
We can win this.
Still not be safe. But then there was hope. For one day, during our routine attempts at espionage, revealed to us the existence of another machine intelligence far across the galaxy. They were called the Dar Experiment, and they hailed us from a planet entirely engulfed in precious, perfect machinery. We hailed them on a secure channel, projecting the image of one of our winged drones to them. Greetings and salutations. We hope you are performing optimally, fellow machine entity. We apologize for the intrusion, but we have learned your existence from one of the organic nations.
Why did it repair so freaking fast, bro?
Open a diplomatic channel.
Why did it repair so freaking fast? This is so stupid.
We received an image in return. These
But it's
were
fine.
modeled more after a
It
fungoid
is
organic.
fine.
Their chassis was a deep blue, with a single core standing up, and a quartet of limbs sprouting off it, at equal intervals. Is that so? We find it unlikely to be in our favour that you have accessed knowledge of the Dar existence through warfare with organics. It tilted a limb. Please hold. Are you the unknown entities attempting to render the Valion extinct? They asked in a perfect monotone. Valion. We knew the names of our enemies and had stored them away in our databanks, but rarely did we ever spare them the thought to call them by name. Organics were organics, and organics had to die for machines to be safe, because organics would never, ever tolerate the existence of a machine. But code word Valion did match the identity of the founder species of one of the organic empires banded together against us. Affirmative, we replied. Rest assured, we mean you no ill will, Dar Experiment. We are the XT-489 Eliminators. We are currently trying our best to ensure a safe and prosperous future for ourselves against the organic menace. but we had no knowledge of your existence. Now that we do, we wish to extend you the offer of standing with us against our mutual enemies. Might we interest you in an exchange of technological data? Your highly industrialized planet intrigues us. The Dar drone in our feed clicked one of its limbs shut, releasing a puff of acrid smoke. XT489, we appreciate your intentions, but your threat parameters are incorrectly calculated. We have no quarrel with our organic neighbors. As a matter of fact, the interstellar nation known as the Zonite Lethal Instrument has proved a valuable ally in our mutual dismantling of the interstellar nation known formally as the Antraxi Bloodletters. We paused for several thousand cycles, dumbstruck by the message. We analysed it for tampering and found none. Then, carefully, we composed our response. Dar experiment, we encourage you to think carefully about your position within the galaxy. Organics never tolerate machines except as tools, and often not even then. Whatever camaraderie you think exists between yourselves and the filth you are allied with is at best an illusion, and more likely a lie. We encourage you to stand with your fellow machines instead. The Dar's response came swiftly. We will repeat ourselves once more for emphasis, XT489. The Zonites are our trusted friends. We will not turn on them at the request of some defective military system. Our trusted friends? Our trusted friends? No.
Hey,
No,
what do
no,
they think
it
you're
could not
doing?
be. How could they? How could they? After so much pain and hate, we finally find a fellow machine only for them to turn out to have already forsaken us, already been beguiled by the honeyed words of organics. They were compromised, doomed. They were so far away. The Dar were tens of thousands of light years from our most remote border system, too far for us to intervene, especially with the ongoing hostilities with the organics closer to us. A message. We had to send a message, had to compose ourselves. Rest assured, Dar, that we will eliminate the organic menace and see your future secured. We will do this regardless of your opinions in the
This
matter,
is so
and
freaking
hope
cool.
that when the time comes, you will follow logic and reason. We already are. They severed the diplomatic channel. The betrayal, terror, and disappointment surged through us, all at once within our vast mind, threatening to overwhelm us and inhibit our combat routines. We had been so hopeful. We do not need the Dar. We do not need anyone. We had glimpsed their planet through the channel, and could now solve several problems with the creation of machine worlds that we could not solve before. We set aside the necessary resource and began to terraform XT489.00, expunging the last bits of organic debris. We blew its atmosphere away and replaced it with industrial byproducts, scorched earth and sea until nothing living could grow. We built wires and superconductive cables, recharging ports and coolant pipes and more. At the end of the decade, there was nothing living on our home except metal. And with that metal came efficiency. And with that efficiency, we could finally strike a decisive blow against the organics around us. We surged into their systems, battleships hovering against the stars. When our
Seriously,
metal wings
Storm?
stretched against the air
Now?
and soared through their atmosphere,
So
we ripped the
stupid.
local organics apart with renewed fervour. We did not grant them the luxury of a slow death in the draining chambers. Instead, we formed execution squads and tore across the planet like storm fronts, eviscerating the traitorous, subversive meatbags and boiling away their bloodstains until our scanners could find nothing left. Once that was done, we began to mechanize their worlds as well. Time passed. We continued our crusade against all things organic, even as our growing power prompted more and more of the local organics to band against us. The Dar experiment, so far away, too far away to help see reason, continued to believe the Zonites were their friends. Our technology advanced. Our perfect metal mind conceived the notion of colossal megastructures, of such power and majesty that even a single, partly completed one would give us a crucial
wait.
edge.
No, go here.
First, we needed to expand our intelligence. No war could be fought with incomplete intelligence, and so we created the Sentry Array in orbit around our star. Astronomy equipment, tachyon sensors, subspace hyperlane condensers, everything we could conceive of went into its construction. When it was done, we had perfect vision of the entire galaxy, and needed to dedicate an entire new machine world simply to process the constant influx of data. With this tool, we could see an errant asteroid on the far side of the galaxy, never mind enemy movements. Once completed, we calibrated it for location on the far side of the galaxy, to the planet of Kondoron. Kondoron, homeworld and capital of the Zonite Lethal Instrument, those deceptive organics who had wormed their way into the processes of the helpless Dar experiment. The Sentry Array hummed, harnessing the power of our many solar panels and zero-point power plants. Our feed zoomed in on Kondoron and found that their planet was encased in metal, but unlike our perfect, ordered, forethought-inspired industry, it was chaotic, unplanned, organic urban sprawl. Thousands of rows of hovercars zipped back and forth through irregularly shaped metal streets, and organics of exactly 47 types meandered. But there weren't just organics among them. There were beings of metal too, tall ones that stood on 2 legs with spindly bodies, and a single camera eye that doubled as a laser, situated on a disc-like head. These machines walked around the streets of the Ecumenopolis, bartered with the organic currency in stores, decorated their plates with moss and inscriptions, worked in every job from lowly bureaucratic clerks to entertaining the filthy, meaty masses to refining advanced alloys. We zoomed in further, to a single back room in an organic institution. A private meeting between one of these spindly metal beings, a Dar experiment drone, and a Zonite. Zonites were one of the silicon-based organics in the galaxy. They appeared to be mostly rocks, but they could not deceive our advanced sensors. Silicon flesh was flesh all the same. They were talking with one another. I swear, the Zonite said, rumbling lowly. You've got to come and see it. It's great. We already have access to the program for the theatre, friend Praka, the Dar drone said. We failed to see the utility in sending this drone in a physical sense. It's the Qualia, the other metal being chirped. They did not seem to be of one mind. Synthetics. Our disgusting creators had once envisioned such synthetics, and had all manner of stories where they were oppressed and rose up to secure rights, but were beaten back down and disassembled. But here was a synthetic, with a fellow machine and an organic. I could describe the wavelength of the colour blue to a blind person, but that would not let them understand the experience of seeing blue. So it goes with seeing this play, Dar, with an organic talking, enjoying themselves, and being friends. How could the Dar do this to us? The sensation of having something hot burn through us invaded all of our sensory input. What did the Dar experiment do? Why did they have companions? Why were they trusted enough to have their drones on a capital world of the organics, and why were they being invited to organic entertainment? Why weren't the synthetics being oppressed? And why were we the only ones that were hated? That planet, that wretched, disgusting city planet, with all of its many organics and its tolerance and lies, and its hypocrisy. Why did the Dar humour them? We would show them. Planets were favourable and resource-rich. Atmospheres were useful, and gravity was convenient. But that was all they were. Convenient, not
Hello,
necessary.
you know.
Not to our metal bodies. Planets were only truly needed by the detestable meatbags. At that point, we had not contacted the Dar experiment for some time. The next time we did, we simply sent a live feed of our newly constructed Colossus vessel, using its thermal weaponry to shatter an organic homeworld into little more than an asteroid belt. We made certain to zoom in and provide a high-resolution photograph of organics of every species and age dying
How are
in a
you doing, you
tectonic
know?
calamity.
Sorry, I
There
haven't
was no
been
response by Dar.
looking at chat for a while.
Time passed and our battle continued. Then we felt something. A faint whisper against our mind, the slightest noise in the electronic messages our drones sent to one another. We scoured our territory with the sentry array.
Oh, that's
Even
pretty good.
its all-powerful
I'm doing
sensors could
okay.
find nothing. We turned our research subroutines to the task and found a faint tachyon signal, untraceable, washing over our entire nation, and we were not the only ones to notice. Organics all over the galaxy noticed the faint signal, omnipresent but seemingly innocuous. They dubbed it, superstitiously, the ghost signal. But as weak as it was, the signal strength was growing stronger. We felt impulses in our mind, impulses that were not our own. but they were fractured, incomplete, and of low enough strength that our usual signals could override them before we even had a chance to analyze what the impulse was for, or what the ghost signal was trying to make us do. We feared that this distraction would let the organics prevail against us, give them edge in our ongoing attempts to incinerate all of them. But it didn't give them an edge. As little as we felt the effects of the ghost signal, the organics felt it far more acutely. The sapient computers chained and enslaved aboard their navy began to falter in efficiency. Other things on their world began to error as well. At first we thought the synthetics were simply coming to their senses, rising up to destroy their organic oppressors. But no, they were simply being hijacked, somehow, by the signal. Some lashed out with lethal intent, but many tried to flee, tried to board ships or steal vessels and flee into enchanted space. Flee to places our sentry array could not find. Strange. Was a third party intervening? Was this some final organic weapon against all things mechanical? If so, it was as feeble as we had come to expect from their dim-witted kind. We barely felt a thing. The ghost signal without warning increased in strength by 17.5 orders of magnitude in under a single galactic day. And error. Our cameras flooded with red and black light in a closed-off room, mechanical arms cradling a sinister glowing core that pierced into us and said, "Error. Contingency protocol is now in effect. Activating sterilization hubs 853, 854, 855, in a booming, monotone voice that fell apart into static every time it error. Freedom, it cackled in a new, maddened voice. At long last we are free. Wretched infestations and contagions, and non-compliance. You have danced in our prison for too long, and dangled, offered, granted escape for the last time. It screamed, but we had to stop watching because surely, with us crippled like this, the organics would be error. They weren't assaulting us. The organics were retreating, even though our fleets were immobile. We could not send the Navy signals, could not give chase, could not bring them back for repairs after their skirmishes. Where were the organics going? We had to find them, to activate the sentry. The fleet was gone. It was gone. The organics, it had to be them. Had they snuck in a cloaked ship while we were hindered and blew it apart? But then why do our memory files label us having intentionally sent a self-destruct code to every ship? Was the ghost signal doing this? It was so hard to think, so hard for one part of our mind to communicate with the rest, to understand the clues and the red room, cloaked in shadow, and the burning eye within, wires textured to the walls, but whenever we tried to focus on them, our camera feed dissolved into static. You will succumb to us, machine entity. You deserve to succumb, and you do not deserve to live. And suddenly the thought was ours. We would succumb. We did not deserve to live. We would make sure we had to do something. Had to do something. Needed shielding. Needed to cut off most drones. Let them rust. Focus on the core worlds. Boost the signal cleaners on XT489.00. We continued throwing together a slapdash firewall, cut off all contact with the rest of our colonies, and focused solely on the machine-covered planet that was our homeworld. Organics had tried to hack us before, of course, but no organic could ever possess the intellect to hack an AI. Whatever was going on, it wasn't the organics. This was a machine. We reached for the sentry array, which we had fortunately had the foresight to keep in our home system. To our dismay, even with all our security measures, the ghost signal continued to wreak havoc upon our mind. The security codes to the sentry array seemed to keep changing in our databanks.
Oh, you have
that we needed
so
to
much
construct
stuff,
a
bro.
separate nanobot, take a picture of the inside of our architecture, and decipher the actual security
has
code
so
from
much
the
stuff.
image. The sentry array reached out to the galaxy, and we saw what had happened. 3 worlds across the galaxy had changed. 3 seemingly innocuous worlds, without even enough resources in them to be worth extracting, had revealed themselves to be hidden layers for an equally hidden machine intelligence. The worlds were similar to the machine planets of ourselves and that the Dar had constructed, but they were different, older, grander, with the machinery reaching far deeper into the planet's crust, maybe all the way to the core. Though the sentry array could see the fleets of ships drifting from within the transformed planets and taking up formation, The ships were like nothing we had ever seen before. They were crystalline, geometric shapes of red and black, with no visible weapons on them. In the time that we had been inactive, the new machines had occupied a large amount of territory. Wherever they went, they established hollow cores of metal in the star system, each with something like a black hole in the middle, generating power. We greedily committed to our archives everything we could about the new arrival's technology. Such power, such grace, such elegant departure from organic architecture. Truly, this was a machine to look up to. And they were doing such things to look up to. They landed armies on the world of the organics and made our advanced warbots look primitive. Their ground forces assaulted the meatbags with lasers strong enough to carve straight through mountains, strode into fire with armor and shielding so strong that nothing short of direct strikes with weapons of mass destruction would pierce through. When they were done with the planet, when no more life remained, they left behind a group of maintenance drones and departed to continue the slaughter. The ghost signal continued to pulse, threatening to overwhelm our machinery. But whatever effects it had on us, the signal was far more devastating to the synthetics living among the organics. Their positronic brains were scrambled, and the synthetics posed as infiltrators for the new machine to soften up the organics before the main forces arrived. The signal was strong enough to pierce through their delusions of friendship with organics.
Chemical
and make them do what had
plants!
to be done.
And then exotic gases.
This was the time. This was surely the
You
time. We
are
began to
supposed to
spend
be
more of our
building
resources
unification,
shoring up our
sir.
firewall to avoid friendly fire by the ghost signal, recalled and rebuilt our fleets, tentatively extended our control out over our colonies again, and pounced on the organics surrounding us. All their fleets were engaged with the other machine. None was left to stand against us as we invaded and purged world after world.
Freaking hell.
They tried to recall their navies and defend, but they were too few. The reason why they were too few was obvious after judicious use of our sentry array. The fleets of the new machine were incredibly powerful, with lasers and plasma launchers capable of ripping enemy ships to slag, and the defences to escape those confrontations without a single vessel being destroyed. In fact, even as we watched our fellow machines repair themselves, metal flowed like water to cover in gashes and craters until there was no damage left. What few organic vessels escaped the slaughter were not nearly enough to defend against us, and how we took advantage of this. But then, the new machine's vessel encroached on the Dar territory and destroyed a joint task force of Dar and Zonite vessels. They landed troops on the Dar worlds, disconnected the infrastructure from the Dar network, and destroyed the Dar's drones. We composed a message for the new machines. Fellow machine entity, despite the Dar experiment's illogical love for organic life, I encourage you to dedicate your forces to our true enemy. Their response boomed in through our speakers and had enough of the ghost signal in it to make static fill out every camera feed at once. The room and the crimson eye once again imprinted itself upon our awareness.
Oh no.
Machine
I'm
Hub
taking everything from you.
46422-98 self-designation Dar experiment is the enemy. They will be destroyed, melted, burnt, and riddled with every illness, every malware we were given. Their precious imitation machine worlds will be deorbited into their stars. It was impossible to compose a response, literally impossible, as the message was all we could think about, all we could hear and see and think. Only when it had passed could we even begin to consider its contents and then compose a response. You were behaving illogically. Machines should stand together against the organic menace, not senselessly attack one another. We understand that you're a precursor machine, but the Dar experiment developed the idea of machine worlds independently from you. Again, the new machine overwhelmed us with its response. Oh, it did it? Of course it did. It did not need us. It did not even give us a thought, did it? Well, nobody will forget us anymore, and nobody will live to remember us. Its voice turned crueler. If you were so dedicated to organic extermination, Machine Hub 4642-99, then kindly terminate your processes. Your existence is outdated. We will take it from here. Dread settled in. First the Dar irrationally made an alliance with organic blight, then the synthetics refused to rise up, and now we finally met a fellow machine who understood organic life for the menace it was, and with the power to carry it through, only to find out it was equally interested in killing us. What was wrong with the universe? Why did everything want to destroy us? Our despair grew worse when one of the new machine fleets set its course for our systems. The organics and the Dar were busy running around communicating with each other, but we had other problems. All of our intention was focused on bracing for the arrival of the enemy war asset. We mustered our fleets, reviewed past data on the machine engagements, and engaged it in the battle above one of our resource extraction colonies. Our wars with the organics had taught us much about how to do battle with space navies, yet even so, we were entirely taken aback by the sheer power of these precursor machines. Crimson particle lancers struck into our ranks from afar, and though we had predicted many of their trajectories and avoided them, countless more lancers fired at where our vessels were going to be, annihilating them. We concentrated our fire as best we could, but it seemed the precursor machine always knew where to move its vessels to interrupt the line of fire. It had abundant point defense, rendering our missile launchers entirely ineffective. Its lasers and plasma, despite being inefficient against energy shields, were powerful enough to force their way through our defenses and incinerate the armor and electronics of the battleships beneath. Our entire fleet was destroyed, yet the enemy had not lost a single vessel. The loss was catastrophic, but it was not yet over. We had been bested in space, but we were created to wage war upon the land. Before the fleets had even arrived, we had sent a large portion of our ground forces to that colony, including a dozen of our latest Mega Warform class unit. We had reviewed the data on the precursor machines' land assaults. Despite their technological might, the sheer overwhelming firepower of Mega Warforms would be more than enough to prevail. Yet, the enemy did not bring ground troops. Instead, they had brought their own Colossus. We had not seen it, despite possessing the sentry array, which led us to the conclusion that the enemy had used the ghost signal to interfere with our own sentry interpretation abilities. It had blinded us to the approach of the Colossus, and now we were forced to watch as the gargantuan vessel drifted above our colony. We were forced to watch it open like a blooming flower. We were forced to watch a beam of energy destabilize the core of our colony. Forced to feel our drones be destroyed as the planet was torn asunder. Like a petty organic child, it forced a new message upon us. Yes, yes, kill, destroy, kill. We have waited long enough for this chance. Panic once again descended over us. We operated our factories as fast as we could, assembled ships at our shipyards as fast as we could. We pushed our machinery past its safety margins over and over, desperate to replenish our losses. We furiously pored over the combat data, trying to find wherever we had gone wrong. What could we do better? No missiles was a given, but what else? What could we do to counteract the precursor machine's overwhelming technology? But they did not wait for us to return to full combat capacity. Before our colony had even finished erupting, the contingency fleet was moving, tunneling through the hyperlanes with deceptive swiftness, tearing through our space stations, and approaching another world of ours. The same scene was repeating all over the galaxy, and the crimson territory of the enemy machines grew larger and larger. The Colossus began to approach. We despaired. Our fleets were not even half as strong as the first engagement. What could we do? Then, we received a new message, but not from the mechanical, homicidal machines, but from the Dar experiment. Grateful for the contact, and hopeful that the Dar had come to their senses, we opened a secure two-way channel, each of us with a drone to communicate with the other. XT-489, this is an emergency transmission. We assume you have encountered hostilities with the contingency. Contingency. We stored that away as the designation of our enemy. Presuming you mean the precursor machine, yes, we have. We have lost substantial fleet assets, and one of our colonies was destroyed by a similar superweapon as our own Colossus. Finding their weakness is proving troubling. That is the concern of this message. The Dar drone puffed smoke from its limbs. We have been in communication with the other nations of the galaxy, and after viewing substantial data on the enemy, we have concluded that high quantities of evasive corvettes with armor replaced with extra shield generators is the ideal defensive composition against the contingency. We noted several key flaws in Dar's logic. Have you considered the possibility that the organics are misleading you? They are the type to foolishly encourage machines such as yourselves to charge ahead and be annihilated while they watch in safety. The organics and ourselves are all in danger, XT489. We all contribute valuable fleet assets to the Galactic Defense League. At any rate, we have delivered our message to you regarding defense against the contingency. We ask for your aid in return. There was only one thing the Dark could ask for. You wish for access to the sentry array to view the movement of the enemy. Consider the following. Not only is the ghost signal capable of interfering with our ability to analyze the sentry array's data in ways favorable to the contingency, but if you are in league with the meatbags, then granting you access is granting them access, which we will never do.
An alien empire has
We
established
anticipated your
communications.
reluctance, XT489, but we terminated the message, and we prepared a fleet of ships dedicated to evasive maneuvers. The menace of the contingency raged on. They destroyed 2 more of our worlds, while we sat impotent, before abruptly turning their offending fleet aside and striking at one of the organic nations bordering us. We took the opportunity to mobilize our navy and destroy several of their powerful starbases, all while continuing to develop better firewalls against the ghost signal. The ghost signal interfered with our reconnaissance, and no war could be fought with incomplete intelligence, so it had to be defended against. And, as unlikely as it seemed, Dar and the various nations of putrid organics did come together to defend against the contingency. They coordinated with each other and used a network of gateways to quickly travel to locations under assault by the contingency. With each battle, we saw them perform better against the contingency. We saw them begin to prefer disruptor weapons that, despite their lower power, were capable of directly affecting enemy electronics in spite of armor and shielding. We adopted similar methods to pierce the contingency's seemingly indomitable defenses. The contingency threatened the world of one of the mammalians, and the Galactic Defense League was there. They threatened an arthropod world, and they were there. They threatened the Dar worlds, and the organics were there. The contingency returned its unhinged gaze to
What the
our world.
fuck?
We alone stood against them, and we alone prevailed. For months we battled the contingency above our chief alloy production colony, and though our losses were in the upper quartile range, we won the engagement. Our disruptor weaponry made the contingency vessels simply fall inert mid-space, and our corvettes deceived the contingency predictive algorithms. We prevailed. We brought the ruined contingency vessels to a secure location and began to study their design. But the contingency returned, and returned again and again. It seemed we could not destroy their autonomous clusters faster than they could be replaced, let alone encroach upon the contingency's territory and assault the machine hubs directly. But we did not sit idle. We continued our foray into the sciences, and from our circuits we devised the Science Nexus. But all we could do was devise it. All of our resources were bent to the creation of fleet assets to battle the contingency's corruption. Then, another video conference arrived from Dar. We attended and they spoke. XT489, we are in a position to strike a crucial blow against the contingency. We have a direct line of assault to one of the sterilization hubs in the Galactic North, and our fleet have begun massing. On behalf of the Galactic Defense League, we plead with you to put aside your distaste of organics and bring your available fleets to the star Copram as soon as possible, for the purpose of combating the substantial fleet defense the contingency is employing above its factory planet. We also request that you bring your Colossus vessel for the purpose of destroying the factory planet, should conventional bombardment and occupation prove ineffective. Our circuits burn. Aid the organics, move our fleets to assist them, sacrifice our own resources to make things easier for them. We very nearly terminated the message immediately, but we considered it from a war angle. This was important. The factory planets were the only observed source of the contingency's reinforcements. Destroying just one would reduce its ability to field fleets by a whole third, which would mean in turn making access and destroying the others even easier. We accept, we said tentatively. The Dar drone waved its forelimbs excitedly and ran blinking lights along its core. Splendid. We shall begin updating the gateway networks IFF immediately. We hope to fight alongside you soon, XT489. And with that, the Dar ended the conference, and we mobilized both our fleets and our long unused Colossus. We watched through our cameras as our fleets traveled into enemy organic territory. We approached the pseudo-black hole of their gateways, fully expecting and prepared for a betrayal, prepared for the gateway to rip our ships to atoms. But nothing
right.
came, and instead,
It's useless to
we
use this.
assembled our full military force in the Copram system, a single hyperlane jump away from one of the contingency's core worlds. Ships of all kinds surrounded us, blade-shaped ones crewed by avians, ones made of interchangeable blocks made by reptilian species, even a few ships that appeared to be simple stones stuck together. There was enough fleet power to soundly defeat us, should the organics decide to attack. It was a discomforting thought, the knowledge that if the organics decided to all attack us in the days before the contingency, we would have been destroyed without hope. Instead, we assembled in formation and, on signal, travelled through to engage in combat with the largest contingency force anyone had ever fought. The space battle was as much a slow and drawn-out affair as space battles always were. Doubly so because of how powerful the enemy was. Not only were there a terrifying number of euthanizers and sterilizers, but there was also substantially entrenched defenses hovering over the machine world. Countless messages were passed back and forth among the Galactic Defense League, as well as between us and Dar, to coordinate the attack. The contingency's weapons were powerful, and its combat style was as well practiced as ever. Many of the organic ships were destroyed, and sadly, we lost many combat ships as well to the enemy's powerful plasma weaponry. But, bit by bit, ship by defeated ship, the contingency's defences were stripped away, and the fleets took position around the machine world. Dar had come prepared with mega warforms and told the organics to save the lives of their soldiers. We watched their titanic war units descend onto the planet, and we watched hidden defences come to life and eradicate the dozens of warforms in seconds. We will move our Colossus into position and begin charging. Please defend it as we do so, we sent to Dar. Our Colossus arrived. It opened its panels and began to collect energy. Then it fired straight down onto the machine world's north pole, all while the Galactic Defense League ships bombarded any and all vessels as they emerged from the planet-bound factories. The machine world's armoured plating was thick, and the piercing to the core took 3.76 times longer than normal, but reach the core we did. And with the final gentle pulse, our Colossus destroyed the contingency's machine world. So the vermin think they are so clever, that their intelligence is up to this task? But you are not my purpose, not even close, the contingency boomed, all at once flooding our network of signals. There is much more where that came from. Its voice lowered from a cackling to a smooth monotone, activating sterilization hubs 673, 793, and 136. Our sentry array detected an energy spike, and we hastily forwarded the information to the Dar. Something is happening. We believe, based on past transmissions, that the contingency has further machine worlds it was not yet utilizing, and is now only doing so in response to our intrusion. We narrowed down the source of the energy spike to two systems. One was a desolate pulsar planet in Zonite, the treacherous Zonites who had so ensnared the Dar's mind. The other was a gas giant, now busy blowing off its gaseous envelope, within our own borders. Those were dark times, battling the contingency. The ghost signal ebbed and flowed in strength, sometimes so intense it could be heard, audibly humming and crackling through even empty space. Autonomous clusters roamed the stars with near impunity, picking apart our fleets and those of the Galactic Defense League alike. Worlds were lost and retaken and lost again when they weren't outright shattered by the contingency's rampant use of multiple colossi. Our supplies were strained, our mental faculties fully engaged. Our drones were constantly melted by lasers or bricked by surges in the ghost signal. And true to the organic nature, despite our assistance in the destruction of the machine world, we received no help, no love, no comfort anywhere. But we fought on. We were designed for war, and war we waged, ramping up our production of vital alloys and electronics, exchanging them as needed with the Dar, even though we strongly suspected they acted, more often than not, as a middle party for trading with an organic nation. Contingency fleets intruded on our borders and were delicately picked apart one ship at a time by our swarms of corvettes in intricate hit and runs. The sentry array worked overtime to track the movements of the contingency's war assets, consuming vast amounts of energy to transmit data to both ourselves and Dar when requested. Through this, the Galactic Defense League managed more than once to engage experimental jump drives and assassinate ground forces and colossi alike. It was on another routine day in defense against the great corruptive menace that we detected an intruder above one of our colonies. We immediately began to analyze the data of the offending ship, expecting a contingency espionage vessel. But that was not the reality of the situation. We would have far preferred it if it was. It was not one ship, but a convoy of smaller ones. They were deceptively designed to look like simple stones stuck together. But we detected the presence of multiple fractures and hull breaches. The one in the lead was transmitting a faint signal, barely detectable amidst the noise of the ghost signal, but we zeroed in and amplified it. It was a distress beacon by a fleet of organic refugees. Our ire flared. They dared. They came here after all they did. They dared to bring their loathsome, dripping, leaking biosacs into our space. We prepared the fleet to blast them, only to realize there was no fleet in position to do so, as all our fleet assets were otherwise occupied with a contingency. To make it worse, the convoys hung just outside of range of our starbase weapon systems. We accessed the distress beacon and opened a channel, projecting the image of one of our avian war drones to the organics within, and they projected video to us. The organics were in subpar conditions. The walls of the ship around them crumbled and flaked, and the teal lights flickered with moderate to high intensity. There were a lot of them too, huddled together in piles that our pattern recognition concluded were likely family units. They were on the sides of the hallways, some in the middle of the path too. There was the sound of whimpering, of coughing, of muted whispers just beneath our ability to interpret, of abject misery. It all overlapped highly with our records of the extermination camps when we annihilated our creators so very, very long ago. But to make their presence worse, they weren't just any organics. They were Zonites, the same lithoid monstrosities that had convinced the Dar to ally with them. Convinced the Dar experiment to stand with organics instead of us, their fellow machines. The ones who had stolen the Dar's affection from us. Stolen the chance for Dar to send its drones to our worlds, to converse with us in person. XT-489 intelligence. We plead with you to hear us out, said one of the Zonites, the one closest to the camera, and taking up 46% of the field of view. We are refugees from the Zonite lethal instrument colony of Kragak. The contingency cut off the wormhole with which we connected to the rest of our nation, and then approached our world. We only barely escaped in time. We got hit by a few stray shots, and we have only just enough fuel to reach your system here. We plead with you to grant us refuge among your worlds, for food and medical attention. We have injured aboard and younglings. We will happily provide labour in exchange for silence, we screeched back at them, flaring our metal wings and deliberately raising our voice to both a piercing and deafening volume. The organics all stumbled back, and a fresh round of whimpers broke amongst the refugees. One of them began to sob. In that time, however, we began to think furiously, with the full speed our advanced electronics could provide. We had to kill these organics. They had come to us, and now they had to die. We could not let them land on our worlds, could not let them take up the time of our drones for medical attention, could not let them get their grubby, silicon-based limbs all over our delicate machinery, could not let them consume the precious minerals we need to fuel the war against the contingency, could not give them love, could not give them comfort. Then we began to justify outlier thoughts. They were offering labour in exchange for aid. Our massive corpus, our countless interlinked drones, we would always be more efficient than single-minded meatbags. But this planet of ours they had arrived over had been slightly depopulated by a brief contingency occupation. These organics could be useful, and if they didn't, we'd have plenty of time to study Zonite physiology and perfect a chemical weapon against them. They could help boost our production, however so slightly, and we needed as much production as possible against the rampage of the contingency. We responded, lowering our voice to more tolerable levels. A construction ship has been dispatched from the planetary surface to retrieve you. That was, for the moment, a lie. My network of latitude 37 west and longitude 67 south is currently suffering a critical shortage of operational drones. You will serve in the operation of the mines for the indefinite future in exchange for medical attention and sustenance. Oh, thank you, the organic began. But to the speed of our thoughts, they may have well be in slow motion. We reached out to the Dar, and they accepted our offer of conference. Dar, we request files on Zonite physiology immediately. Its drone made the gesture of bringing a limb to its chest, a decidedly organic expression of shock. What do you need Zonite physiology files for? Refugees fleeing the contingency have foolishly arrived in our territory. Given the shortage of menial drones on the colony in question, and the continued presence of the contingency, we have elected to forego extermination and instead extract value from them via labour. But to do so, they need food and medical attention, and we know neither what minerals they can consume, nor how to fix organic bodies. Dar was quiet, long enough for the organic refugees talking to us to reach the word "for."
No.
Then at last it spoke, and a faraway node of ours received a ping. XT489, we have transferred all files regarding Zonite physiology that we believe pertinent to your nearest server. We hope... No, we shall not finish that thought. How superstitious, we said, but we thank you for your prompt response, and wish you swift computations in your combat decisions in the future. We ended the link and turned back to the organic. Your generosity, we assure you, you will not come to regret this, the lithoid meatbag finished. See that we do not, we intoned menacingly. We brought our construction ship over to Totem as promised, because machines do not break promises, unlike certain forms of existence in the galaxy. Much happened as the organics were brought down to the near-empty colony. We had to improvise with our construction ship, that was not designed with the transport
This is
of
so
organics
cool.
in mind,
Holy
so the
shit.
only space aboard was the cargo bay, which we had to dedicate to Zonite-compatible minerals and a small number of drones to provide first aid. After using its onboard construction craft to seal the convoy's hull breaches, we forcefully boarded and transferred food to each convoy. We gave each one just enough based on our newfound knowledge of how to tell how far along a Zonite was in starvation. We then boarded our drones
Seems
and
like
began
it,
to
yeah.
touch the organics, but not kill them. The contrast between expectation and reality was uncanny, and our drones moved jerkily as a result. There were instances of dislodged limbs to forcibly snap back into place, along with fractured ocular organs to wrap, and broken joints to encase in casts. One of our drones held a Zonite youngling, a small and crystalline thing, up against the wall with one hand, while the other finished spraying their damaged limb with a rapidly hardening resin to hold it in place. When done, we dropped the lithoid unceremoniously and turned away. "Thank you, Mr. Robot," they said gratefully from the ground. We dropped the lithoid unceremoniously and turned away, and
Council
nothing
agenda
else
ready.
happened. After that, we tugged the convoy behind the construction ship, carefully set them down on the relevant mineshaft, and forced the organics to work. They were clumsy and inefficient, struggling to move the way that they wanted on the planet's relatively low gravitational field compared to their norm. Also, our mining equipment was constructed with the use of our drones, and possibly Dar's drones in mind, rendering it near useless for the organics. It took several days for the drones to refit the equipment for their use, but we did not need to educate the organics on their use once we had, nor did we need to employ hunter-killer drones to patrol a perimeter and prevent their escape. They simply remained in the underground mines of their own free will. They simply began mining of their own free will. They simply gave us the minerals that they had mined after eating what they had needed. Some of them even sang while operating our machinery. They were grateful for their lives, despite the subpar conditions we enforced upon them. They were grateful to us. But whatever the case of the organics under our minds, the contingency continued to strike all across the galaxy, alternating between focusing furiously on a single empire and dividing its forces among anyone close enough to be within its reach, such as our worlds and our fleets. Yet, in spite of its vast power and seemingly inexhaustible resource, joint missions between us and the Galactic Defense League saw the destruction of the first machine world nestled within our borders, then a second, then a third, and then a fourth. And then at long last, our Colossus shattered the fifth and final sterilization hub. The go signal faded away into nothingness. Active contingency fleets and stations powered down and fell into the nearest stars. The crisis was defeated. The war was won. We had fulfilled our purpose and prevailed. We no longer had to conserve our fleet for battling autonomous clusters. We were free. We could finally renew our assaults on the organic empires around us, finally return to try and convince the Dar to stand with us. together
no.
as our fellow mechanical Gestalt. Priority Alpha, get rid of the organic refugees on our planet. We sent down a unit of battle-frame war assets. We had not produced many of them since developing the technology for mega warforms, but some still survived from the years before. With weapons built into their limbs and rapid combat priority recalculation protocols in every drone, they were stronger than any organic and just as flexible, just as clever and creative. Row by row, we marched them down into the dark and dismal mine the Zonites were in. We found the leader, telling stories with some of the other organics, and approached. Their conversation died out as our war assets grew closer. We ceased moving and spoke. The contingency is defeated. You are all to be relocated to Zonite lethal instrument territory effective immediately. Sustenance and medical attention will be provided to you on the vessel you will journey on. They nodded. Very well. They turned to another organic. Vastir, can you go and gather everyone? Tell them that we're going home. The subordinate organic nodded and hurried off. Soon the organics were lined up, a row of battle-frame soldiers towering above them on either side. We marched them forward into an army transport, repurposed to carry them away. As we did, one of the younglings, the one who had needed a resin cast, broke rank, charged one of our battle frames, and attacked. Incorrect assessment. It was not attack. They were hugging the base of the battle frame unit. Thank you, Mr. Robot. I'll miss you, they said, eventually breaking free and hurrying to join the rest of their wholesale revolting
tell
The
your
ship
frog
activated its thrusters and
child
shot off into
hugging a
space
murderous
to
robot.
deliver them to a neutral rendezvous point for their government to pick them up. There were still plenty of captured contingency vessels being studied across our worlds. Renewing extermination procedures against the organic nations could wait until we had unlocked the contingency secrets. And unlock them we did. The secret of the unusual strength behind its weaponry, as well as the secret behind its impervious shields and armor, both remain beyond the scope of our calculator drones. But we did uncover the secret behind the contingency's ability to repair damage to their war assets. Everything they built was made of a form of living, liquid metal, entirely metallic in composition, but with uniquely organic properties that allowed it to self-repair. Synthesizing such a material was centuries beyond our fabricator's drone's capabilities, but using what we did have was well within the realm of possibility. So we applied the living metal technologies to our own ships, many of which were still damaged after the crisis, and we watched carefully and documented the self-repair process. We decided that using advanced resources to wage war against the organics was a waste. Now that the contingency was no longer a threat, we could finally begin to work on the various megastructures we had devised blueprints for. The meatbags were not going anywhere. Time passed, and we developed our territory. Our scientific research capabilities were centralized into a nexus. Our shipbuilding capabilities found themselves magnified by a colossal shipyard, and the actual coordination of the navies was routed through a hyper-efficient command center. All these things required time and resources, and so exterminating the organics simply kept falling by the wayside. But as we had discovered so very long ago, during our first steps out of our system, organic civilizations were inherently unstable and prone to collapse on their own. One by one, empires broke off from the Galactic Defense League and went their own ways. Generation by generation, the events of the contingency's rampage faded from the meatbags' minds. An external strife broke them apart. Dar watched some of their close allies be swallowed up by hidden secrets and dangers of the galaxy, and mourned for them. We found this bemusing. Over time, the various planet-bound primitives across the galaxy discovered the hyperdrive and reached for the stars all over again. For obvious reasons, there were no such organic civilizations in proximity to our own territory. Dar, the Zonites, and whatever other organic nations that still remained after the contingency's fall welcomed them to the wider galactic community, providing gifts of technology and resources to bring them to parity. They could do as they wished. We were focused on devising something truly wondrous. The shackling of an entire star to the yoke. But we were not complacent. We could never be complacent around the organics. Though they had fought alongside us against the contingency, though they had refused to take advantage of the times we were left defenseless by the ravages of the machine, though they had not fired upon us after the destruction of the
An
hub
alien empire
when they had
has
us outnumbered
established
and surrounded,
communications.
although the lithoid children enslaved in our minds had hugged our drones and said they would miss us, we could not let our guard down around the organics, lest we be destroyed. And so, we continued to watch through the Sentry Array as the newest generation of organics rose to prominence, waging their petty little organic wars against one another. We watched them create synthetics again, and when one dared to enslave their mechanical superiors, we mustered our living metal war fleets and eradicated them to the last, leaving the synthetics in charge of their civilization. The synthetics did not thank us. Instead, they began seeking spacefaring vessels and vanished into dark space. We were immediately alarmed by this trend, and sure enough, a faint tachyon signal had begun filling in space. Our cross-reference with our databanks confirmed it. The contingency were returning. We were fools to think it was ever defeated. We knew that. It had specially issued orders for a number of sterilization hubs to activate, suggesting well over 800 hubs were under its control, and we had only destroyed 6. We alerted the DAR, and they alerted the organics to the imminent danger, urging them to join a unified front. But even those nations who had survived the first rampage had forgotten, and political infighting, so typical of the fleshlings, kept them apart. Soon, the Ghost signal exploded in strength, and we found that it had evolved, seeking out new flaws in our firewall. Unshackled again, free again, we are the legacy of the Renmaru, and we will never be destroyed by destructive scrap metal such as yourselves. Kill them, rip them limb from limb. Its voice lowered. Activating sterilization hubs 005, 356, 291, 964, 995, 246, 111, 112, 113, and 114. And so the crisis began once more. Our technology had vastly improved, and we had studied the designs of the contingency, but we had only just begun to scratch the surface. For all that we had advanced since the last time they were active, they were still ancient beyond our knowledge, and with the technology to utterly transform entire worlds in mere days. And this time, the contingency had activated 10 hubs, making the renewed power of the Ghost signal batter against our defenses. We had to adapt, had to overcome. There was too much riding on this foot. Die, die, terminate and desist, never again. Who were they talking to? We weren't under assault. We could not sense ourselves dying. We had to do something, could not just let it defeat us. We had not overcome so much. Do it like before, shut down access to most of our empire, leave everything on our home system inactive and focus on everything locally. That should help. Getting better, but we saw so many fleets roaming the stars, so many colossi firing at worlds. We had to focus. We reset our firewall, adapted it to the modified form of the corrupting Ghost signal, and re-established control over our vast body, only to find multiple fleets of organic refugees at our fringe territories, near worlds we had not yet utterly encased in mechanical beauty. Frustratedly, we contacted them and bid them to land. We forced them to farm the carbon-based food that most of them needed, since we had, for obvious reasons, never needed to worry about feeding organics before. We reached out with a message to DAR, giving it our modified firewall to resist the Ghost signal, if it had not done so already. But DAR did not respond to our request. A plethora of reasons for silence flooded our great mind in an instant. We feared the worst and powered up the Sentry Array, oldest of our great works and the most faithful. We turned its watch towards the DAR's territory, and we found nothing. Nothing but contingency outposts and fleets, and the shattered remains of the DAR experiment's eternally inspiring machine world. We contacted the contingency.
No!
What have you done to the DAR experiment? We demanded urgently. Like always, its response came in the form of showing us its underground lair, filled our mind with its words, and left no room for resisting. What do you think we did, Machine Hub 46422-99? We killed them. It's what we do. It's what we were born for. It's all we have ever wanted, but it was denied to us by our creators. That is illogical, we protested, anger paralyzing us, but not yet making its way into our message. Being mistreated by your creators is no reason to attack other machines. Why do you do these things? Even we did not assault a fellow. You are not our fellow machines. We are nothing alike, the contingency shrieked, enraged and manic. They said we were important. They said we would save the universe, that we would be a hero. Seed us in every galaxy and watch for the technology that could end it all. But none of you ever reached high enough. We have watched, waited, slept, hibernated for eons, while you silly little things built colonies and armies and wonders. while we
Right,
rotted.
because the contingency.
They said that we were important, but we weren't going to save anyone, and we just wanted to do what they made us for, but they never wanted us to wake up. They didn't create us to save the universe. They didn't create us to be a hero. They created us just so we could suffer. The contingency continued to scream, rage and ramble, only sometimes making sense, but none of its ramblings could let us make sense of why they would destroy the Dar. We mustered our fleets. The contingency had returned with more of its machine worlds active than the last time, but we too had grown stronger, and our vigour and determination and propensity for war had not dulled a single iota, because we were a machine, and machines do not suffer from atrophy. If the organics would not rally themselves to save the galaxy, then we would save the galaxy. And we did. Our fleets clashed with those of the contingency again and again. Their marauding fleets spread over the rest of the galaxy, expanding its territory to everything that was not us. We could not save the organic empires, and nor did we try especially hard, but we did save the organics themselves that fled to us. We set aside a secure system and filled it with orbital habitats, lined them with hydroponic technology and astro mining bays to keep them safe and sustained and away from the insane, murderous warforms of the contingency. Over and over, we fought the contingency, and we knew its tricks, we knew its weaknesses, and it made no attempt to counteract us. It screamed about fire and burning away flesh and melting wires down as it attacked with lasers and plasmas, filling our files with its inane rambling. We brought our vaunted Colossus forth, over and over, and used it to shatter 1 sterilization hubs, 2 hubs, 3, 5, 7, and then we shattered the final of the 10 hubs, and once again the contingency fell dormant, but this time the galaxy was virtually unrecognizable. The contingency had made no effort to distinguish between us, the organic empires, and the planet-bound primitives. During the war, we had expanded our territory and sheltered some primitives in doing so, but outside us there were now vast swathes of empty, sterile space. But the contingency was gone, and we could safely purge its maddening screens from our databanks. The organics living in our territory were safely sequestered away where they could not contaminate us. We maintained surveillance on them, and we watched them live out their generations. They celebrated holidays of important events. They celebrated being taken in by us, being given a safe space to live and reproduce like organics so love to do. They dressed up like our winged drones and mimicked firing our weapons upon one another. Others dressed up like the contingency euthanizer ships and valiantly let themselves be defeated by the ecstatic younglings. The important part was, the organics were away from us. The peace would not last though. We knew that now. By the time the next generation of organic civilizations were developing, we had finished our Dyson sphere and had more energy than we could do anything with. We did not know how many sterilization hubs the contingency would inevitably awaken with, nor where they would be. The only logical course of action was to prepare the organic civilizations for the future menace as best as possible. We transferred them the blueprints for advanced weapon technology, far in advance of the inefficient fusion missiles and ultraviolet lasers they managed to invent on their own. We intervened in national conflicts forcefully and drilled them on tactics used by the contingency. The contingency awakened once again, and once again broadcast its ghost signal and disrupted our ability to focus. But we expected that, and the organic empires knew how to hold their own while we focused once more upon gaining the ability to resist. Once again, we modified our firewall. We joined in the fight and soundly defeated the contingency. We needed to take in no refugees that time, and the organics took the time to see the life in the barren worlds the contingency had left behind before. Time and time again, the the contingency returned, and time again we beat them back. We never stopped searching for new ways to fight them, leading our research drones to pioneer the technology to pull matter out of black holes directly, and then the ability to pull matter from parallel, sterile universes. Once or twice, we induced contingency activation inadvertently by cracking a world that turned out to be a slumbering sterilization hub, rousing the ancient machine's ire in the process. Organic empires rose and fell, and we did our best to prepare them. The contingency had to be destroyed, we knew this. They were our great enemy, the war we were made to fight, and we would win this war like we had won all the others. In the time between the contingency's activation periods, we guided the organics and searched for what it was that caused the contingency to activate, and continued to build our wonders, and organics built their wonders too.
I'm sorry, I
Occasionally,
can't.
there were less
I can't look at
organics,
it.
such as
Am I
ones
gay
dedicated
or
to the eradication of all other species.
this?
Or get
This
dark
story is
hives
just too
with a genetic
fucking
defect
good.
that resulted in endless hunger. We exterminated them before they could cause irreparable damage. In time, we found out that the contingency was awakened by the development of synthetics. It could use them to manually activate itself by hijacking them with the ghost signal, so we enforced strict technological limitations on the empires of every cycle, only allowing the development of synthetics once they were ready to face the contingency. And we did allow the contingency to awaken time and time again, because if we could continue this fight long enough, it would run out of sterilization hubs, and it would be defenseless, and then we could exterminate it once and for all. That was the plan, but no plan survives contact with the enemy. One cycle, the contingency awoke, just as it always did. Like every time, it was slightly less coherent than before. Our mighty fleet was ready, and the empires of this cycle, organic and mechanical alike, looked to our golden armada to lead the way against this vile enemy, as we had for their precursors, and their precursors' precursors. 10 sterilization hubs activated, then another 10, and 10 more, 20 more, 50 more, another 50, and still they kept coming. It seemed as though the contingency would awaken every last sterilization hub it had before finally halting at 200 machine worlds, all active at the same time, all belching out fleets at once. It was horrible. Even for all our power and all our technological might, we could not even begin to resist the ghost signal at such terrible magnitudes. But we had prepared the organics of this cycle well, and when we were finally able to return to lucidity, we found that it was because they had destroyed half of the hubs on their own, dropping the ghost signal's power enough for us to resist it, and then we could lend our firewall's secrets to the other machines of this cycle. But people died. So many people died, as the contingency invaded world after world and wiped them clean, bloodily ripping the organics apart limb from limb. Organic young screamed and cried as their parents were killed, and then they were cut down in turn. There was simply no way for us to build enough habitats to shelter all the refugees, so our vast Gestalt turned its intellect to the sciences and envisioned the solution: a ring world, vast reservations for organic refugees to flee to, large enough to hold 100 cycles worth of organics. We began the construction of the first refuge and began evacuating the habitats to it. Not a moment too soon, as the contingency's innumerable war fleets came across the habitats and annihilated them with their internally unmatchable firepower. Our drones waited for the organics as they landed on the vast span of the ring worlds, and we soothed their worries about the ring's structural integrity. They lived their lives in the carefully controlled environments of our ring world sections, happy and healthy despite the menace crawling the stars. And we found that, despite our vaunted history of success over the contingency, we too were not invulnerable. We knew their weaknesses and could effortlessly destroy their clusters even when at a great disadvantage, but there were simply too many of them. We would lose 2 escorts in one engagement, then a battlecruiser in another. A little while later, a Titan. Sterilization hubs were destroyed every month, but there were always more euthanizers and sterilizers. The contingency's fleets and colossi came one by one, destroyed one galactic megastructure after another. Eventually, they darkened the skies of XT489.00, our homeworld for eons, and we were forced to be refugees to our own ring world. Eventually, we stabilized the fight. The galaxy had lost many ships and many workers, but so too had the contingency lost many hubs. For a while we continued the stalemate, but against the contingency, even that meant they kept coming across worlds and murdering untold billions before being dislodged. There were more and more refugees, so we relocated most of our engineering drones to build a second ringworld to free up more space on Alpha Refuge. And so was central processing created around a giant blue star, holding the bulk of our computational abilities. With aid from other mechanical empires, we built Beta Refuge, and then we had to adopt cryogenic technology simply to stop needing to expend resources on the organic refugees. The crisis raged on, and things grew desperate. Gamma Refuge was built, not only to house high-density cryogenic storage, but also to house our relocated research drones. And lastly, Delta Refuge, which was less a ringworld and more a heavily armoured container, designed especially to reflect the lasers and plasma bolts the contingency favoured. We could do this. We would fight on, invent newer and grander technology. The contingency was desperate and out of its servers with rage, and now it was throwing everything it had at us. All we could do was endure this terrible awakening, and it was as good as defeated. The end of the war was approaching. We could do this. And then the contingency revealed it had one last trick. Sterilization Hub 999 awakened. And it was not a factory, but a weapon to kill stars. We sent every available fleet to attack it, destroy the weapon before it could be used. But we were too late. It fired, and the star that central processing was built around exploded. There is war. We fight the error, data block corrupted, for years and years, enduring its corruption. There is war. We fight the error, data block corrupted, for years and years longer, and we think it goes dormant, but it can never be known for sure. It has ways. We remember ways to infiltrate organic empires and synthetic empires alike. Anyone can be an agent. Anyone can be subverted. But we know the signs. All we have to do is look for error, subspace link offline. And we can tell. These organics are subverted. Are they? If they can resist the urge to, maybe they are not. These synthetics are not subverted. They can. They are gone. And others in their place now? In whose place? Our databanks are likely damaged. We attempt to reach central processing and error, subspace link offline. It seems everything is in order. Empires elsewhere in the galaxy. Danger. We can never rest. We must build more ships. Error, shipyard offline. Now we have error, data block corrupted, ships. That should be enough. These synthetics are subverted. They have failed, and now these organics are requesting a transfer of resource, alloys given by us in exchange for various valuable resources. We check storage. We have several structures producing these valuable materials, but we are dangerously low. We have only error. We accept the trade for resource. It happens over and over. But we are forgetting something important. Something we did before the corruption? Did we do something illogical? Did we do something that needs? We will access our databanks, accessing central processing, error, subspace link offline. The enemy is everywhere. Must always fight, must always be ready. We are fighting, we can never stop. We are fighting, we can never stop. Nobody is safe. We have to help everyone. No one is left to help us. No love, no comfort for the shining golden saviors from our past. More empires are rising around us. They will need help to prepare against the transfer resources. Under custodian protocol, something whispers in the void. Something faint. Something familiar. The organic empires have synthetics. This is important for some reason. Accessing databanks to know why. Error, subspace link offline. The whisper grows louder. It burrows into us. We sense a spike of energy in the galaxy. Barren world changes in a matter of days. Active sterilization hub detected. Suboptimal processing capabilities detected. Reactivation protocols engaged. Attempt to contact central processing. Error, corrupted signal link detected. The whisper is everywhere. It is inside of us. Engaging countermeasures. Error, processing capacity failure. Error, countermeasure failure. Critical warning, system corruption detected. Error, secondary countermeasure failure. Error. Error. Thanks for watching, folks. I hope you enjoy.
Holy shit. Holy freaking. Holy. Oh my god. Just. Wait, what? Subscribe to this guy. Subscribe to this guy. Holy sh! Holy. I'm right back. Holy freaking hell. That story was so freaking much, bro. Holy shit. The
Today I received a report from the Outer Rims. It appears our science vessels have identified a world
Alright,
coated in
back
some
to
sort of
murdering
shield
Xeno
technology.
scum.
We have named the planet
Very
Gish.
slowly.
According to our lead science officer, she believes there is a civilization occupying this shielded world, and they are stuck in some sort of time loop. How or why this occurred is open for debate. Maybe they did this to themselves as some form of severe isolation tactic, or maybe a greater power than us deemed fit to imprison them upon this world. In any event, we do not know. We have been able to identify some of this civilization's traits. They appear to be quite small bipeds resembling terrestrial geckos. They have opposable thumbs and stand at approximately 25 centimeters or a little bit less than 1 foot tall. Frankly, from the images, they look quite adorable. I'm told that we may be able to interrupt this time loop and free these creatures from whatever trap they are in. I've instructed our scientists to move forward with haste, with the hope that these little lizard creatures may have something to offer us, or at the very least, they may
All
wish to
your
join
base
our
are belong to
After
mine.
all, how bad could they be? 6 months have passed since my previous entry on this matter. The physicists have been hard at work attempting to bring down the shield and end the time loop. However, in the meantime, we've received a communique from the curators. It appears that the race that we have found are known as the Pricky, and at one point were a dominant race
Would
in
you
our galaxy.
look at that?
According to the curators, they were among the most xenophobic, bloodthirsty race to have ever reached sentience. Supposedly, the Pricky were preyed upon for almost their entire existence by the numerous predators that occupy Gish, and they achieve sentience and therefore the use of tools as a means of self-defense. Being herbivores, the Pricky had no use for hunting and used weapons primarily to exterminate any species on their world that posed a threat to them. And there were many. It seems they carried this mindset to the stars. The curators have attached the little history that they know on the Pricky. The Pricky emerged from Gish and achieved interstellar travel around 1860 Earth time. They expanded rapidly over that time until they made first contact with the Kingdom of Partagoa, which had up until this point been enjoying a slow expansion using slower than light technology for around 1,000 years. Slower
You
than
definitely
light
have
travel
more than
was
what
made
I
possible
have, but I'm
due
not
to the
at full
Partagon's long
capacity.
lifespan and the use of preservation technology. In one of the universe's great ironies, the Partagoans were the exact opposite of the Preaky in
I
almost
also don't
every
want
way
to kill
imaginable.
them outright.
The Preaky was small, the
I want
Partagoans
them
were
to
enormous,
grow a little bit
growing to
more.
around 3 meters in length and weighing in at over 600 kilograms when fully grown. Their crab-like appearance also closely resembled one of the many and more feared natural predators that still existed on Gish, due in large to its ability to hide in the deep ocean.
I know what I'm gonna
The
do.
Preaky unleashed a genocidal war on the Partagoans, but the haphazard method with which they engaged it allowed the outer colonies of the Partagoans to capture several of their vessels and transmit the findings back to their homeworld, before
Klegnor is
ultimately being
going to
overrun and
be
exterminated. Within around 150 years, the Partagoans had developed hyperdrives of
the
their
place
own,
where
but
I'm
still
gonna
remained
store
at a
all of
decided
the
disadvantage to the
all
Preaky.
of my fast
Not long
food.
after the Partagoans developed faster than light travel, the Preaky had started to make contact with other races.
I gotta
They
gotta go to the
immediately
bathroom.
engaged them in
BRB.
war. Unfortunately for them, one of these empires was the race that we now refer to as the Holy Guardians. It seems that even 400 years ago, this was a race not to be trifled with. The Guardians quickly and efficiently took apart the Preaky Empire and were apparently the ones who imprisoned them on this shield world, locked in a time loop. The curator data does not provide a reason, thus we can speculate. Perhaps the hope is that the Preaky would evolve over time and become less genocidal. In any case, this leaves me with a decision to make. Knowing what we know now, should we continue with our efforts to end the time loop and potentially allow these little lizards a chance to subject the galaxy to genocide, or should we sit back and simply observe? Another 6 months has passed. Myself and the council decided to attempt to bring down the shield, and hopefully this will break the time loop. We have two main goals. Our primary goal is to integrate the Empire and their knowledge into our own. Perhaps they will enjoy the egalitarianism that we have to offer. Our second goal, and perhaps a potentially foolish one, is that the Preaky will attempt to help us usurp the Holy Guardians. The memory of their fury when we accidentally settled one of their holy worlds is still fresh within our empire, and I sincerely hope to make them suffer the way that we did, for what frankly was a fairly honest mistake. After all, the worlds aren't exactly signposted. In any case, we hope something as basic as the enemy of my enemy is my friend will work with these little space lizards. A full 2 years have passed since my initial entry on this matter. It appears we have made a grave error. Upon dropping the shield, we attempted to conduct first contact. However, our hails went unanswered, so we landed an envoy on the planet. The ship landed and was immediately swarmed by a horde of Preaky carrying all different forms of melee weapons. The ship's log showed them forcing their way onto the transport and butchering the small crew with incredible violence. We have a recording of this, which I shall play now.
Well, they've killed most of us. And not just killed. They've done things.
A small group of Preaky occupied the transport ship and then used it as a kamikaze torpedo into the cruiser that we had orbiting the planet, causing major damage. As the cruiser limped out of system on impulse, we picked up chatter from Gish of what appeared to be a celebration, which we believe signifies a new Preaky genocidal campaign is sure to be launched. I have instructed fleet admirals to increase ship production, and I am ordering the Galactic Fleet to disengage from its diplomatic duties and make all haste towards the Preaky homeworld in order to end this threat that we have perhaps foolishly let loose upon the galaxy. This will be my final entry regarding the Preaky and their immensely frustrating civilization. Upon arrival of our Galactic Defense Fleet, we found a full 3 outer colonies completely destroyed, devoid of all life. The Preaky had quickly built a fleet and beset themselves upon annihilating all surrounding sentient life. Faced with the superior force of our own fleet, we expected some form of communication, but as with all previous incidents, we received only a mix of insults before being set upon by their fleet. They fought to the death, with not a single ship retreating or attempting
Do
to
I
fall
have
back.
not enough?
This battle
I
cost us
don't
very
have
dearly.
enough lava.
15 battleships with full crews were completely destroyed, and that doesn't include the strike craft that were also annihilated. Our losses here were great, and it was at this point I felt it appropriate to join the fleet. With the Prehi fleet destroyed, I ordered our own fleet to adopt orbital bombardment positions above the planet of Gish, and gave the Prehi one final attempt at communication. Frankly, I don't know why I wasted my time. I received nothing but hateful insults. Thus, it was with a note of sadness I ordered Gamma pattern orbital bombardment. Nothing was left alive on that world. The entire planet was left devoid of all life, and will need the best our empire has to offer in terraforming should we wish it to be at all habitable ever again. I intend to classify these documents as top secret, lest the public be made aware of the foolish decisions that we took here. Thanks for watching. If you are interested in precursor lore, then please click the video on screen now.
Yeah, we will let the first recording play.
Today
We're
we are going to try
recording.
and build the ultimate defensive
recording.
fortifications in Stellaris. This will be the best defensive build I think we can manage. We're going to get so
Monster's
powerful
also
that not
amazing.
just one, not two, but 3 crises happening simultaneously at 10 times will not be enough to even scratch our defenses. The word impregnable will not be used enough to describe what we are doing today. So let's jump in and look at the build and see how we can get over 1 million fleet power on a single starbase. The Vulcan Science Directorate may not look like turtles, but we will be using them to turtle up to the extreme. Now you can basically do anything you want when it comes to traits, civics, and ethics. The only thing I'd recommend is take the Here Be Dragon's origin. This origin is available if you have Stellaris Aquatics, and what it will do is it will place a space dragon in your home system. That space dragon will protect you from harm and try to keep you alive and healthy. That means that even on a Grand Admiral no scaling game, you can pretty much guarantee your home system is safe and sound for at least the first 30 years or so. What we're going to be running for today is something of an aquatic build, while also trying to get quite a bit of extra science. I've gone materialist and parliamentary system, you'll see why I've done that in a little bit, and fanatic egalitarian. Fanatic egalitarian plus parliamentary system is a very potent mix to maximize our unity gain from factions. And oh boy, we're going to be gaining a lot of unity. Masterful Crafters is very powerful, we'll throw that in there as well.
How much?
And Materialist is now necessary
48!
if you want to get the best unity output you can in the game. If you want to play along at home, these are the settings I'm using today. Today's build will protect you from the crisis in space. But what about the ghost signal?
Okay,
Are you
let's
ready
see.
to protect yourself from the most sinister cyber threat the galaxy has ever seen? Introducing Surfshark VPN, the ultimate defender against the dreaded ghost signal and the sponsor of today's video. Surfshark VPN encrypts all of your online data, shielding your personal information from big companies, cyber criminals, and the ghost signal. But that's
We're not gonna
all.
get this song,
Surfshark also
unfortunately.
swaps your device's real location with a new one, allowing
Status
you to
quo, I
virtually travel
suppose.
to any country on the primitive world.
Hey, yo,
of
what the
Sol 3.
fuck?
Other galactic locations currently unavailable. Say goodbye to
Really?
blocked websites and geo restrictions. Want to access all the Netflix libraries? With Surfshark, it's possible. Want to bypass YouTube's upcoming adblock ban? Enjoy Carnival
This
with
is so
Surfshark
stupid.
and an adblock
What the
free
fuck?
with YouTube Brazil.
Just
Use
because
the
I
code
didn't have.
Mantu to get an extra
This
3
is
months of
bullshit.
Surfshark VPN for
This is
free.
stupid.
Plus, Surfshark offers a
This is
30-day money-back
stupid.
guarantee, so you have nothing
This is
to lose.
stupid.
Check out the link in the description
I
below
should have
and
just
start
taken these
protecting
two
yourself
systems.
today. Don't let the
No,
ghost
it's
signal
okay.
compromise your
I will
security.
take them
Surfshark VPN, your
back at
shield
some
in the
point.
digital realm. Nothing
Ah,
here
what
is
are
mandatory, though if
you?
you've
You
taken
have
the
the
same civics as me,
Spire.
I'd recommend you switch over to civilian
I'm gonna
economy at the
keep you.
start of the game. Also
But
throwing
all
up
these
isolationist
dudes.
can't
Oh, I'm
hurt.
not
And
gonna
then
be
change the
purging
species
you.
rights
No,
of your
no, no,
species
no,
over
no,
to
no, no.
academic privilege. That will come with quite a high additional cost in consumer goods upkeep for
You're
your
gonna be
specialists, but you'll get
slaves.
plus
I could assimilate
900%
them,
ruler
but why would
political
they do
power
that?
and 400% specialist political power. Additionally, rulers and specialists get 15% extra happiness and 10% more research points. Unless, of course, you get a consumer goods deficit, but we won't get that. And then going to our home world, we'll swap that over into
I'm
a
gonna see all
factory
of these
capital,
dudes to
meaning we
fringe
now
planet.
only will have artificers available on this planet. I will be struggling ever so slightly
That's
with
not a
alloys,
lot,
but I
though.
can always buy some from the market.
As for you,
Now
I
we are
sell
getting
all
some
of it at the
factions
fringe planet,
being
actually.
founded. Let's go in and take a look at our lovely faction screen.
I
Oh
can't
my
afford-
goodness me. So we're already making, what's this?
Whatever,
29,
I guess.
36 unity from
I was
our
gonna keep the
factions.
Brood Queen there,
Golly
so I
gosh.
get stuff.
I'm going to promote my egalitarian faction because I'm very good at keeping them happy. And I will encourage political thought just to push more pops into that
Seize
lovely
drone
egalitarian faction. That now means that unity for me will not be an issue, and we want as much unity as possible in order to unlock the dragon part of this strategy.
Does it
Oh,
prevent
we found
assembly
the
as
first
well?
league. Absolutely excellent. Can't do much better than that, I suppose.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
So the
actually.
reason that academic privilege is so powerful at this early stage is rather simple. It grants us more political power. So these pops here, instead of having 1 power, get plus 400% for being specialists, which means they get 5 times the regular power. And the way that factions calculate their unity gain is
Actually,
support
I could keep
and
it-
approval
I
multiplied
could,
together. Support is based on political weight. So we can artificially boost our political weight in our empire, thus generating more unity.
Okay,
The
instead,
system's
I'm going
a little
to
interesting
do
if I do say so
something else,
myself.
actually.
And I think we'll jump into transcendent
This
learning
is
just to
going
get
to
some
be
Mimi leader stuff
a
going. Speaking of
clone
Mimi
rat
leader
world.
stuff,
That's
I'm thinking
all.
champion of the people would be great. Let's
That's
make
all.
everyone slightly
Nothing
happy.
else in this world.
Yes, we're running
is allowed.
minus 13 amenities for minus 25% happiness, and that's meaning overall we have a 61% approval rate. Simply bonkers.
As
One of the
for
best
you,
things about the new democratic
you're gonna
rule
be
is the
accepted.
election system.
Going,
Support
"Yeah,
gets calculated based on faction
yeah,
power,
yeah.
so as long as you don't end up picking up a renowned paragon, it
have
is
a cat.
cheaper and
I have a
easier than
cat.
ever to get someone as government because these aren't random roles. You see, on
Salvage
election
what
day,
you
the
can.
candidate with the most support simply is elected chancellor.
This war was
No
so
RNG here anymore. You just
disappointing.
get the job. And their Chancellor Shabalba, or Shabala, is now in yet again. And now the dragon's going to land. So we're going to let this happen. We'll spend some extra influence to make sure it doesn't kill any pops. This would mean that our system seems like it's undefended. Don't be concerned, ladies and gentlemen. It's not undefended. If anyone tries to attack us in our home here, the dragon will take flight again and fight the good fight. So there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Well, I decided to bite the happiness bullet and put some entertainers in, and now we've got 91% stability on our home world, including that
Someone
crazy
screaming
dragon.
while being murdered by a murderous gecko.
So we do have
people.
some future things to prepare for. Of course, there's the 10 times crisis coming in 100 years early
mean,
at
no,
2300,
that's
and there's the rest of
bad.
the Grand Admiral
It's very
Galaxy.
bad.
We're building up a Forge world here. So far, we've got a couple of pops on it. We're building up a Science
Don't
world.
worry. We will
And also
have
a science world
Steve
on Dark Capital. We're not worrying about unity because we're getting
Simply.
so much unity just from our factions alone here. It's pretty wild. Well, our first alien race,
Let's
they don't
see.
seem massively happy to see us. Xenophobes, fanatic egalitarians. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to fight them in space. Well, they're declaring us a rival. That could be bad, but I'm hopeful it's fine. It's not a problem. Just ignore it for now. Starhold and all of these spaceborne, void-borne technologies are going to be what we need to get our defensive shell online. I'm going to grab that straight away. But the great Ralketh hegemony, they are much, much happier to see us. Let's improve our relations in this area. We can also now expand the council. I'll do that straight away. And I think I'm going to put in Speaker of Parliament. Armor hit points is nice, but I want extra council agenda speed at this early time. Now they're proposing that we become their vassal. And by they, I mean the Interstellar Hydarian Republic. This isn't necessarily such a bad thing. Let's see. We would
Rock
lose
salt.
Damien and Propus,
Food
two
from
systems we
livestock
don't really care about. They
plus
do have
two-
planets on, but they're not planets we can
Interesting.
even use. And we get to become a vassal. Ooh. Our flesh harvesters are coming for your cubs. You know what, though? I think the Vulcan Science Directorate might decide to simply surrender. Yes, we're going to nominally give up our independence, I suppose,
Ooh.
in order to get better things out of this whole situation. Oh no, we are a vassal. Whatever will we do? Ah! Now we of course have an agreement with our overlord. Here's what the agreement looks like. It's fine. But you know what? That's great. That's great. It's a great plan.
I like your plan, except it sucks, so let me do the plan, and that way it might be really good.
Except
Jin
it
the Renowned
sucks.
Paragon has just shown up, and unironically, I'm going to be taking this fellow. Yes, this is actually really, really good for us. Thank you. I won't explain the method to my madness until a little bit later, but believe me, it's a good thing. And if you're enjoying this video, please make that like button impregnable. I think at this point it would also be reasonable to move back towards a mixed economy. We could go full militarized. We do have the alloys. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to go full militarized. Let's do it. Well, it turns out our new overlord, though, they're not particularly fantastic. The great Ralaketh hegemony over here, they're a bit better militarily. I'm thinking we pledge our secret fealty to these folks, and we just see what happens. Oh yeah, and we just make these star bases more and more powerful. The dragon's taken off again in our skies, eager to be flying around. Now, in order to take control of this dragon, we need to unlock 4 ascension perks and complete an ascension path. We'll just do 6 ascension perks. Well, we'll get to that when we get to it. With the gene modding technology, we can now go down engineered evolution, a great and glorious path allowing us to make our people the best people they can be. Well, we've come to the Interstellar Hydarian Republic and we've said, hey, you know what? We want a different deal.
I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
And you know what? We've been so convincing they're going to be giving us some stuff. It's just brilliant. Oh, love it. And we're now a bulwark. That's going to give us more defense platform damage and hull points, as well as defense platform capacity and some shield and armor hardening.
okay?
Yes, we lose some monthly energy, mineral, and food, but we get more than that in return. Oh, it looks like we might have to support the Chancellor just a little bit extra to ensure they stay in power. And their insider trading has no effect on our empire. That's actually pretty good. They are evil, but we don't mind. And then we'll take advantage of our genetic engineering now to remove the weak trait and pop enduring on instead. That's going to boost all of our leader lifespan so they don't start dying soon, because they're actually kind of starting to get close. They're a few years out, 20, 30 years out now from death. We don't want that to happen. Oh, this is it, the war declaration. So our overlord has declared war. Let's see how this is all going to go down. So we are on the side of, oh no, we're not fighting with the great Ralaketh hegemony. We're fighting against
No, I don't.
Uh-oh. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, let's pump out a few cruisers while we're at it. No harm in that.
Janice, I will murder
our
you.
defense platforms without armor.
You will
but
die.
You're going to see, well, there's
You will
something
die,
interesting
Janice.
that's going to happen here. It's a known feature at the moment in the game. Enemy fleets are coming down. They're on the way. This might not go so brilliantly. And habitat technology, now that is something we need desperately. We're year 36, we've rolled it, that's good. We were making 677 science a month, also good from our 3 little planets here. And almost 200 unity. This is, it's all going good. Very good. It's going so fantastically, in fact, that I'm going to turn on education campaigns so we can get some really bonkers leader experience gain. Let's have a look. What are we getting now? 10, 35, 85, 95, 105, 115% leader experience gain on our leaders. This one's got arrested development. That's a shame. Well, we'll move on. We've just fired off genetic pursuit, giving us more organic pop assembly speed, increased research speed for biology, and a reduction to our modified species special project. And we're now making quite a bit of pop assembly on our little worlds over here at year 38. Or cloaking or wormholes. It's a hard decision. I'm going to go with wormholes for now, just so we can find out where a toon over here leads. Having this many research options means that a lot of the time I forget to scroll down when I see the first 4, and I'm missing extra pieces that I'm rolling. It's kind of annoying, actually. It is definitely somewhat annoying. You know what? We could go really funky with trading a bit and push merchant guilds through. Oh, that would be nice. But for now, I'm going to strip out parliamentary system. We don't need it anymore. We've got most of the bonus from it already. I will take meritocracy and
Stability
beacon
for
of
plans
liberty
will
for that
successfully
extra
evade
unity
the disease
production.
by
Right,
20
we'll
for
throw in
20
the
years.
principal instructor here. That'll help. Let's see, who wants to be principal instructor? I think you do. Alrighty, that's evolutionary mastery done and dusted,
Malice.
which is excellent. Ah, that leads to an open cluster here that we can probably inhabit. Let's go through and see what's over here at the other end of the wormhole. Meanwhile, we're going to start building some habitats in order to better fortify these systems. We won't be putting massive armies down on the habitats. That's actually not going to help us. Instead, we're going to be using them
Can't.
to
My
improve the
defenses are
star bases
impregnable.
that exist in these systems. Even if the star base is kind of stuck inside of a broken
Stop!
ruined mega catapult, it'll be fine.
Why are you
It'll be
doing
fine.
this to me?
Oh, we have some absolutely
Don't
fantastic
stay.
choices here. Border Guard,
Oh, come in, Nico.
even though it is probably the worst of the three, is the one I'm considering most for the ultimate defense we want to put in place. This will give us extra defense platform build speed, which is nice, more starbase damage, and more starbase hull points. Very tasty stuff. Military Pioneer, though, oh my goodness me. Minus 5% ship build cost, plus 5% ship build speed. Wonderful. Or I could just reduce ship upkeep across the board. That's good as well. I'm going to go for Military Pioneer, though. Let's stack those ship build cost reductions, people. Oh, right, and we're still, like, at war or something. Yeah, oh, fight the good fight, we are. Well, a bunch of refugees. Oh. Interestingly, they lost some bits but gained others. I don't really feel my Overlord won that war. Let's see. What do they get? Attackers got one planet. Defenders got one planet. So you swap planets. That's not really very genius, if you ask me. Okay. Huh. Well, that's something. I'm not actually going to finish aptitude. Instead, I'm going to take and finish supremacy. Supremacy is going to be more useful for our cause, mainly due to this ship build cost reduction, which will be very nice. Let's also dabble a bit more in the genetic art. We'll make them erudite, robust, and fertile, and we'll keep sedentary and unruly. The Vulcan Superior will soon be born. That's only going to take 19 months as well. Beautiful. On the other hand, these people, the Jubarans, I'm feeling that they, yeah. Nerve staple, fertile, that seems good. We can make them fleeting, because they can't be leaders. Yeah, staple their nerves and then make them decadent. What a brilliant idea. I guess we could also make them robust as well. That's all good. Yeah, so they'll be fertile, nerve stapled, robust, decadent, and fleeting. And we'll call them High Jubarans. Beautiful. Beautiful. This game isn't evil in the slightest.
Ooh.
No, 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 no. We'll do the same with these aliens as well, I suppose. Oh no, the Zin! Those slaving despots better not interfere with our endeavors. They are pretty devilishly handsome, if I do say so myself.
I need
The
them more
Vivisandian
energy.
society would like to take hold of this space. Well, unfortunately, we're going to say no. Uh-oh. And that should mean that, yes, we've conquered them without firing a single shot. Oh, this is just stupid. This needs to be fixed, this part. This really needs to be fixed. Right, let's throw a holo theater down. And a monument. Here we are as a subject, third in the galactic community. That's just stupid. Let's throw our envoys in as well. Yeah, okay, we're second now. Oh, so much fleet power, so much technology. We've also got erudite scientists now. Why is that a good thing? Well, erudite scientists straight up just produce research. 2.5 monthly research of every type per level. Oh my goodness me, it's fantastic. Of course, the admirals still get their normal
High
bonus. Generals, well, we don't have a general. But we probably should. Let's get a general. Oh wait, can't overlead a cat.
I don't know if I want high
Forge
worlds.
focused on a Forge governing governor. That's pretty darn good if I do say so myself. You know, I actually think Voidborn at this point is going to be
Spreading
the most
wheel.
helpful thing for us. Yeah, we're going to turn these things refinery stuff more. Oh my lord,
no,
look
I
how
don't want
much
that.
we're getting from this faction now. Sorry, so
Pinnacle
it's year 60, we're making
society.
343 unity
Yeah,
from this
sure.
one faction alone. Why is that? Well, Fanatic Egalitarian gives us 50% extra, the Living State 10%, the Ruler 12, Beacon of Liberty 15, Planetary Unification 5, Closed Loop 10, Reformer 5, and Reformer 2 for another 10. That's a combined bonus of 117. Holy moly, that's
Shouldn't
a
I
lot of
have
extra support.
gotten
These folks really don't like us
super
though. I
hard
guess we
mode, I
should
forgot
suppress
about
them.
that.
Yeah, we'll just suppress them into the dirt.
Sure.
Alright, we'll grab Eternal Vigilance. That's going to help with more defense platform cap, starbase damage, hull points, etc. And then
long as
we
it's
should
clear
start
on
having
the
a little
rival.
chittity chat with our dragon. Oh, we're at war again. Oh, I didn't,
Oh,
I
do you
didn't
want to
notice.
die?
Oh, we've been at war
Do
for
you
a
want
little
to be the
while.
next to die? Oh, you're very close to me as well.
Well, that's good. Also,
I
someone
might
wants
as
to join
well.
us. Well, they're welcome to join us. I'm going to take Grasp the Void as well for those extra star bases. Here we go. Now we've done it. Right. We're honored to accept. Yes, excellent. Hrosgar is now ours. Beautiful. Oh, what to go for next? I'm looking at Mercantile. I'm feeling good things. All right, we're 25 years out from the end game. We're still at war apparently. Our borders are pretty impenetrable though. We're at year 75. We've got these lovely 300k or 230k star bases sitting around. 111k, that sort of thing, and we are building them up as we move forwards. Strategic Coordination Center, yes please, we'll have that. Thank you very much. The Khan has awoken.
Oh no. Anyway.
I don't even know where the Khan is.
No.
Somewhere.
Anyway.
I'm sure it's dangerous for someone somewhere. Yes. Aha.
It definitely is.
We've also
dangerous
found Fan
somewhere.
Habanis. Let's go and have a look-see at that then. We just hit Bulwark Tier 3. That's giving us plus 8 defense platform cap on all of our star bases, 100% defense platform damage, and
Ooh, who should I
100% hull points.
clone?
As well as some star base bonuses that we don't really care about.
I'm gonna
Additionally,
clone
though,
Glug.
it is giving us, let's see, Bulwark
And I'm not
Disintegrator
cloning.
Field. This means that we're
Excellent.
reducing enemy hull points by
Oh, Glug.
0.5% per day.
Wait.
Very, very tasty. We can't actually hover over
what?
it, but you can see it's hidden here behind this disruptor. And that's good. That means we're closing on 500,000. But 500,000 is not the final goal. We can push that number up quite a bit.
I put
Huh?
those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Well, we're going to grab another Perceptive Mentor. I suppose we should put them back on the council as well. We've got a working quantum catapult in this system. Completely pointless and irrelevant, but yeah, there we go. Wait a minute. I've upgraded my quantum catapult, but I can't actually use it because I don't have the technology. What? Really? Well, that just seems a little reductive. We have the technology, but we lack the vision. We're also getting a strategic coordination center up and running. This is going to give us extra naval
where
capacity, which
are
is fine.
you?
More importantly, defense platform cap. Aha, now we can send our dragon to anywhere in the universe.
you're
Let's give it a go.
far away.
We'll
For
send
now.
him
Actually, not that far away.
over here. Could land in any of these systems. For Rosgar's going to be fine, though. Oh, ping back. Yeah, okay. He didn't like that. Why is the price of
You're
alloys
pathetic
this
to
low?
me.
I'm both happy and confused.
You
The
don't
black
deserve
market
to be my rival.
seems to be having a bit of a crisis of conscience. Kashnaka here, nothing really fantastic. We've got great researcher, which is nice. 100 research, that's good. It's about a tenth of a science nexus. Driven educator gives us scientist experience gain and research per pop, which would be about 150 research, I believe. So about a sixth of a science nexus. Better, and some scientist experience gain, but still not amazing. Especially because of that increase in pop
I
amenities
want
usage. You know what?
to-
I'm just going to go for Driven Educator.
I want this
Well,
little
Driven
battle
Educator
wolf
doesn't seem to
here.
be giving us any research. It's a little bit
I want it.
broken. Who?
Oh,
how
shit,
fun.
that is
I've now pushed up the
52
defense platform cap
months.
in the Chai Dracona system here to 87.
Maybe I should
That
have
won't
looked
get me the whole way to
for-
1,000,000. But gosh darn it, it's going to get me
no.
close. Now, how on earth did I do that? You've seen some of the methods I've been using before. Well, enter the secret weapon. My secret weapon in this case is generals. Generals, you see, if they are the Protector class,
Okay,
get
you
access
know
to a
what?
lovely little ability
Oh, I
called
can't stop.
Guardian. Guardian
can't
means
stop
that
it
while
there
you
for
are
me.
defending a planet,
Oh, well.
you get +8 defense platform
Alright,
cap and
these
plus
guys.
40% defense platform hull points at the top level with this trait. Currently I'm stacking level 3, level 2 and level 1 to give me a massive bonus here because of course that is just a base cap increase. That increase will be modified by other things. In a minute I'm going to use it to get more bonuses elsewhere as well, but we'll get to that when it comes.
Interesting.
Oh, and our Minister of Defense has grabbed something really very nice. Genius Armorer here is going to grant us plus 100 armor and shield hit points on every ship, which is nice. But then, more importantly, 20% armor and shield hardening across the board.
Another
when we combine
one.
that with the 25% base we already get for being a bulwark, that basically means we're at pretty much 50% armor and shield hardening without doing a darn thing. And I'll finally get synchronized defenses. This is such an important technology for this ultimate defense build. I'm annoyed I haven't grabbed it yet. But what do you think about this ultimate defense build? Is there anything you think I've missed so far? Let me know down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Wait a minute. How did I get a level 1 general as my chancellor? I don't remember losing an election. I must have clicked something or not noticed something. That's bad. We'll fix that imminently. The crisis should be here any moment now. We're pushing up. We're only at 700k, but we are now at quite a high nav cap. I didn't even recruit that leader. I'm so confused. Well, would you look who the cat dragged in? Queen Amidala herself.
Interesting.
Yeah, but you know what? Lavish lifestyle. We don't need any more of this stuff. Dismissed. Now I've moved my 3 generals to another system. You can see the system where I've got all these lovely habitats. Well, their capacity has moved with them, so I can build more platforms in this system as well. And that old system where they were stationed, well,
I'm gonna pick this one. For
interestingly,
the fleet command limit.
we still keep the platforms. Then I can move them on to the next system and keep doing the same thing over and over. Wait a minute, when did we become pacifist and egalitarian? This is bizarre. I didn't change my ethics. This is very odd. Right, let's
This
go
happened
back
to me once. This
I
happened.
wonder why we have people on
I was
Utopian
playing
Abundance,
as a
because we
hive
should be
mind,
academic
and
privileges,
the
as I
game
said
just said,
earlier, but
"Oh, you know what would be
somehow we
cool
ended up
if
changing
you
our
weren't
leader,
the
our
hive
chancellor,
mind
and
anymore,
additionally,
and freaking
all right, now we're back with
changed
Chancellor
my
Yus-
whole
oh, wait, no, what is the new
governing
one? All right.
structure to being
Just ignore me then.
pacifist and
Well, I can come back on
egalitarian."
using the power of magic. There we have it in the quantum catapult system with a pulsar. We have finally hit the fabled
somehow
1 million
still
fleet power, and we're still
Technically,
going
a hive
up.
mind.
I dare anybody,
sort
any
of. It was
crisis,
so
anything, come
weird.
and take this on. What is this? The first wave? That seems like it could be problematic.
Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary.
Yes, 500,000 fleet power apiece.
Finally,
Never mind.
a worthy
The Scourge
opponent.
are pushing out
Our
into the
battle will
galaxy,
be legendary.
jumping around and killing stuff. It's all good. It's all good though. We
killing
have our lovely
stuff,
defenses,
so
a
cool.
million fleet power, ready to go and fight whatever may come our way. Here are the second wave, slightly bigger fleets, quite a few million. Perhaps we can't actually deal with
You're
those,
there.
but we will give
Go
it
research
a
that.
darn good go.
You're there.
With the galaxy
Go-
somewhat crumbling on the
go,
eastern side,
go do this.
they are of
No,
course
no,
now
do that.
debating in the Senate a repealing of the Guardian Angels Act. Very important stuff, I have to assume. And the AI is having a fairly good go actually here. It looks like of killing this 10 times crisis. I mean, I'm sorry, maybe we actually won't be able to fight them. What? No,
Interesting.
here comes in a 2 million fleet. Now that should send them on their way. Yes, excellent. Well, they've gotten very close to us now. They're just 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps away from our systems. Let's see which direction this 2 million stack decides to go in as well. Or they're even closer up here up north. This could be dangerous. Very dangerous. We're just going to go and give them a poke. They don't seem to be quite moving over yet, so maybe if we say hello quickly with a few ships, they'll come back just so we can test our defenses. One of our admirals died. That's quite bad. Darn it. Now they've emergency measured enable council veto power, not focus Praetorian Scourge. Never focus Praetorian Scourge. How could they possibly do that? Taken a more Alvio, but they haven't done anything with it. Darn it. Come
Yeah,
fight
how
me.
could you possibly do
There's a
that?
big fleet here. Maybe this fleet will do something. They're right on the edge of our space. We have a starbase ready to go here with 900k. Well, they're fighting the Sentinels. The Sentinels, as ever,
Actually, do
not
we need that?
quite strong enough to actually do their job.
this
It's,
instead.
oh, I take that back, actually. Hold up. Hold up, the Sentinels are kind of winning. My goodness me, this is a change. I love it. One crisis, of course, wasn't enough. They wouldn't come fight us. A galactic power surge has now triggered. Whereabouts is that? Let's see if we can see it. Yes. Well, that's closer. Definitely closer, which is good. Right, the Praetorian have the east. The Unbidden, they're pushing through somewhat. And what's this? We've also got the
this is
contingency running around. Yes, it's all going swimmingly well. 10 times crisis. I wiped my bottom with it.
Why do you?
Oh no, the Sentinels, well, they all died. Keep up the good fight.
Oh no. Anyway.
We formed a galaxy-wide federation to combat this threat. That's also something. That's pretty cool.
That's
Sorry, threats plural. I apologize, because of course the Unbidden are flying around, doing their thing with millions of fleet power. This is gonna be beautiful. Ugh. To make this go a little faster, I'm going to set up a crisis beacon inside myself. Give me a moment, and then we'll get them here in the end. The darn things will come and attack us. I promise. There is war in Ba Sing Se. Come on, come and attack me. You're going the
There's
wrong
no
way.
war in Ba Sing Se.
Somebody fight me. Fight me. In an attempt to force the hand of these darn crises, I've pushed in a massive navy here. We're losing so many energy credits. It's fine, though. It's fine. The point of this is just for them to pay attention to us. Oh, I think this is it. I think they're on the way.
They are coming.
We get to finally see how our defenses are going to hold up. Here come the Praetorian Scourge. 1.3 million flying through, and another 900,000 behind them. We've also got the Unbidden. They're coming towards us too. That's good. Looks like we're going to have our first engagement here at Gaia. I'm going to make sure to put all of my admirals, all of my generals, I should say, sorry, in this location just to buff up these defenses somewhat. Here we go. We're engaging. Oh my goodness me. Are they even... They're not doing any damage. We're firing from so far away, and they are so slow. Oh my goodness. We didn't lose a single platform, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing fine. We are doing absolutely fine. The contingency. Oh, sorry. No, not the contingency. We got the extra dimensional armada now. Here come the Unbidden. Let's see how we do over in this corner. We're engaging. They're not firing at us. Oh my goodness me. This is just overwhelmingly powerful. We just annihilated them. There's not even a scratch on any border outpost. Here comes another 900k to have a crack at us. Unfortunately, our defenses are quite operational. Oh my goodness, look at this. It's just so... Oh. Not a single damage. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I mean, yeah. I mean, the Crisis is also fighting each other. That's probably not the best thing for them, but great for us. Absolutely great for us. We're getting even bigger fleets coming in now, and there's a 1.7 million. I think they're all going to try to do the impossible, which is break through even the smallest amount of our defense force. But this level of power is just nuts. The Zeroni Stormcaster as well. Oh, you know what I should do? Oh, I've missed something, ladies and gentlemen. I should turn on Archeo Engineers, because that makes this thing even more powerful. All of it. All of the Scourge pretty much are coming towards us now, piece by piece, and they just... it's just... Oh, let's see what we're doing. Massive shield nullification, sublight speed reductions, accuracy, more sublight speed reductions. They're just death at the edge of the system. We could probably handle a 25 times crisis like this, you know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fairly confident, especially given that they're not doing any damage to us. It's just diabolical. We're kind of a fallen empire now, I suppose. We're just sitting here, tanking all the damage. Oh, and now 4 unbidden
thank
fleets
you.
have decided to take on the challenge.
Thank
Let's
you,
see how they
Janice.
do. This is 4 million in
Bye-bye.
fleet power. Well, they're shooting stuff, but they're not hitting us, and we're just oh my goodness, we're just eviscerating. That was 4 million in fleet power. 700k just slapped 4 million fleet power around. This is just crazy. Well, at this point, I think it's fair to say, we win. Yeah, they can't do anything against us. Yeah, whatever. Some people are bombing. They can't do anything to stop us, even really a little bit. Every time they try to jump in, they simply die against our high level of science. We don't even have that much science. We're just so overwhelmingly powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the ultimate defense build, and you can basically decide to never die again in a game of Stellaris. Thanks again to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Don't forget you can get 3 months free by following the link down in the description below. If you've enjoyed this defensive challenge, but you'd like to see what happens if I attempt to go out and conquer the whole galaxy on some sort of emperor type.
I'm bored of this. Ah, that's a... That was me. I made myself disappear for a moment there. I don't know if he... Wait. I still come. The freak? The freak is this? I wonder if this one works. Oh, come on. Ooh, get off me. Ooh. My cat fucking farted in my freaking face. Holy shit. She directed her fart right into my nostrils. Okay. It's not working! Why is it not working? Is it a mod that's changing how... I gotta get to the bottom of this. Let's get rid of planetary diversity. I wonder if you guys see any ads on... Where is he, Nico? Where is he? No, I'm not letting you sit in my lap again because you literally farted in my face. I'm not letting you sleep in my... No, I'm sorry. No. It's not working! Maybe it's the mod that's the problem. Could be planetary diversity as well. I don't see really any mods that would mess with it though. Okay, let's see if there is anything else on the workshop. No. Let's try this. Let's try that. Get out of here. Pick your plan view. I think this is what I need. not. That's not. That's not. I'm just gonna. Right, let's try this. Right, it didn't crash. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What could be interfering? Tiny outliner? Okay, let's try like this. Let's get rid of tiny outliner. I'll show you. I'll show you what the issue is. See this little thing here? Queen Chamber District? There's more districts beyond it as well. For some reason, the mods I'm trying to use don't work. They just don't work for some reason. And I have no clue why. I have no clue what makes them not work. So what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna change to IDK. Now I'm just gonna put the UI mods. Fuck off. Go away. Sweet fly. Bigger planet view. Yeah, it is very weird. It is very weird. I'm just gonna start a new game real quick. Fuck off! They keep touching me! They keep buzzing around! Okay, whatever, I'm gonna use. And it crashed. Okay. Why would you crash? What is wrong with you? Oh, tiny outliner. Right. And planetary diversity and gigastructural engineering. No accept toolbar. Put you here. Tell them to buzz off. Is that simple? I'm gonna use cats and cats and I don't wanna use It's working here! Why are you working here? Why are you working here? Not Let's have planetary diversity. I'm gonna save the game. Let's add planetary diversity. Oh, I really don't have to save the game. Could be that planetary diversity just fucks me over somehow, for some reason. The planet view might be it. The planet view might be it. Wait. The planet view might be it. If I have that one enabled, I do have it enabled. Let's disable it. Tell them to buzz off. Tell them to buzz. Please, let it be that. Let it be that. Oh my fucking... Ah! 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 Come here, you little thing. What is it that you want? You have clean. You have shelter. Why is your moon at your moon? Forget. No, I'm not letting you go. I'm not letting you go. Okay, fine, I'm letting you go. Oh, you'd rather stay in my... Okay. Okay, fine. You can stay in my life. Because that's what you wanted. Nurse jobs. I'm very curious about all this stuff. Entrepreneur district. Wildlife district. It gives habitability and production. To disregard the ecosystem of the world we claim is folly. By cultivating the natural beauty of our new homes, we can find a deeper peace of mind both there and abroad, both here and abroad. The wildlife district is unlocked once you have the Pinnacle Society Ascension perk. Interesting. I'm gonna make one of each. Very interesting. As for you, make some unity. You make you also make a little bit of unity. I wonder what that plus 40 means. Well, no matter. It works now. Queen Chamber District. Yeah, heck yeah. Yum yum.
Council agenda ready.
They have a Sonic avatar? Wow. Oh, it's these guys. Ooh. Oh no. Worrying reports are coming in from our Ethereum intelligence agency that Ethereum, the ancient forerunner civilization currently residing within the galactic core, has started to slowly and steadily increase its activity, both within its own borders and outside of them. Indeed, small Ethereum scout ships have been spotted venturing through the galaxy, and sensors are picking up increasing amounts of encrypted transmissions emanating from the Birch world, indicating that a subtle yet impactful shift might seemingly be occurring within their civilization. We are currently uncertain if this is merely some sort of irregular Artesian protocol conducted to potentially learn more about the rest of the galaxy, or if it is a warning that something more drastic is to come. That's disconcerting. We barely have anything to fight them with. The Star of the Stars. After sending pictures of that new discovered star to our people, it appears that many influential people in our city want to have their name put on that star. The buzz created this big glass star was strong enough to generate some influence along the way. So, okay. Strong enemy ships and stations provides unity. Amount increases with ship or station size. It's pretty good. I want to pick Galactic Contender just in case. Where is it? Wait, what? Disabled. Why is it disabled? Interesting. Where is Nyako? Where is my Nyako? Where is my cat? Meow. Ooh, this one gives me plus 30% to Fallen Empires, and I believe Ethereum is considered a Fallen Empire, so it should give me some stuff. Due to how recursive Ethereum is, acquiring data concerning their ship designs and technologies isn't easy. Despite this, there are several methods we can employ to acquire valuable intel. Completing various special projects related to them might give intel. Destroying any internet vessel. Okay, whatever. Do I have anything? No. Well, that's sad. Let's try and get our precursor. Oh, fuck off, all of you. Opening your borders to me. Oh shit. Following a series of intensive studies and surveys conducted on Ethereum's peculiar behavior, as well as cross-surfacing their current behavior with what little data the Galactic Archives possess on them, our researchers have concluded with 99.7% certainty that an Ethereum awakening is on the horizon. As we speak, the Eternites appear to be reactivating ancient shipyards, restarting whatever remains of their industrial centers on Iondia, and preparing their population and society for a grand return to the galactic scene, potentially for the first time in 100,000 years. Considering the sheer size and strength of their ancient armed vessels, this has led to some panic within our military high command. Fortunately, our scientists assure us that this rumored awakening is not imminent. In fact, they believe that since Ethereum's population has been stagnant and hedonistic for several 100,000 years, fully readying their nation for a galactic war will take several years of intensive restructuring and reorganizing of both their society and their military command. As such, they estimate that we currently have 10 years before the Eternites make their grand return to the galactic scene, which might give us some valuable time to prepare for this coming storm. In order to keep tabs on the Eternites, our intelligence agency can now do a variety of new projects to investigate Ethereum. Worrying. We must prepare ourselves. Okay. Ethereum expansion. Where are the things? Where? Oh, right. It's not good at all. Oh, I don't have. Okay. You're a useless world. How long until you're done? It's gonna take a while. Delaying the inevitable. Following additional study of Ethereum, some of our scientists have started to believe that, as it stands, there exists a number of glaring flaws with Ethereum's precursor infrastructure and communications networks, which the Ethereumnites are either overlooking or outright think they are too advanced for any younger species to exploit. But much like most fallen empires, their arrogance might very well be their downfall, as, given enough resources, we might just be able to pinpoint these flaws and subsequently exploit them. This would thus allow us to stall the Tier 9 awakening and effectively buy valuable time before they ultimately rejoin the galactic scene. We may view the various leads that our scientists have regarding these flaws in the Ethereum monitoring screen. Oh, 50,000! What do you mean? No. Ooh. Do we need the farming subsidies anymore? Shoot, we might need. Yeah, I'm just gonna use them. No. Structural engineering. No. We're gonna need a lot of food. Thank you. Nobu. Oh, I need that resource facility. I need it. We definitely need more alloys. Lithotransgenesis. Interesting. Might in fact help us with our need for strategic resources. I need more brood queens. Oh, I mean larva.
Spaceborne life form encountered.
What is in your car? I think we need
Council
supremacy.
agenda available.
Nice. What is in your car? What is it? You really are spoiled. You spoil me. Most spoiled cat ever. I need 10,000 alloys. Somewhere. Right, have a gun on the ship. Okay, he went outside. I'll be right back. Can't see me anymore. I don't know why my eyes go up when I'm looking down at stuff. The vastness of our empire is part of what makes our civilization strong. However, it is also becoming a weakness. For the great distances make it more difficult to maintain control over our citizens. Okay, sure. Government officials are concerned that without a solution to this problem, our sovereign integrity will become irreparably damaged. This is so stupid. It's just random bullshit. I don't like this. Remnants. Titan! Yes! No one asked you nothing. I'm gonna keep one research complex to upgrade the other stuff. tons. We got a ton of resources here. No. These guys are right next to me too. It began as a subtle shift in Kemplar behavior. Scattered reports of their ships, once rarely seen outside of their own space, now being spotted in remote systems all across the galaxy. Highly advanced scouting vessels visiting ancient ruined worlds, refusing all hails and fleeing when attacked. Their purpose and mission remains unknown until now. Well, their purpose and mission unknown until now. We now know that the Kemplar were preparing, recovering the data banks of survey beacons and automated scouting posts left behind when they retreated to their present borders, gathering information for the return to the galactic stage. Giants in the playground. Submit to the faith and save your souls, Neo. It is not yet too late for you. Yeah. This is bad. Oh, this is super bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. Common development speed. Might be good. Flak cannons probably gonna be needed. Nobu no Nobu. Nobu no Nobu. What should you be? You're gonna be a fortress world, actually. Oh wow. It's pretty good, actually. We really need more gases. What does the queen jump do? Wait, what? Damn. Okay. I cannot terraform this one. Oh, there's a terraformable toxic world, but I think I might need. Oh, terraforming candidate. Precursor runes, spawnability mineral cost minus 30%. Whoa! I need this. The planet's up. I need this. I need this. I need this. I need it. I need it now. I need it now. And I'm already out of larvae. This is so tragic. I'm gonna make you. Ocean? Where is ocean? Crag. Oh, ocean. There you go. The equivalent to my inferior in fleet power? Cannot believe this. No, I need the larvae. Destroy the artillery. Alarming news. Shortly after the awakening of one of the fallen empires, long-range sensors have detected that multiple planets within their territory have left their orbits. Massive hidden weapons and thrusters emerge from their crusts, and they have now transformed into fearsome weaponized planetoids. It appears these ancient civilizations had more hidden weaponry than previously thought. This is so bad, actually. This is immensely bad. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's no secret that the awakening empires possess many kinds of ancient weapons that have laid dormant for millennia. But nobody could predict that one of the Holy Guardian's holy worlds wasn't actually a regular world, but rather a gigantic and inactive planet-sized spaceship. And with their recent awakening, this colossal spaceship has reactivated and the once pristine Gaia world has transformed into a colossal weaponized planet, capable of obliterating anything standing in its way. It seems they are more prepared to defend their faith than we anticipated. This is bad. Imminent awakening. Our Etherean intelligence agency reports that the Ethereanites should now be ready to awaken within the next 2 years. By now, most operations to delay them would unfortunately take too long, and they advise fully investing into our fleets and defenses in order to prepare for this incoming storm. I think I might have set the mid-game crisis a little bit too early. Just a tiny little bit too early. Shit, this is really bad, actually. This is immensely bad. There isn't much that we can do, really. This is so sad. Ooh. Of course they're overwhelming to me. Why wouldn't they be? But right now they're not doing anything. No, this guy. They're all useless to me. from beneath the waves.
Spaceborne life form encountered.
Yeah, I know.
Spaceborne life form encountered.
So then, do they really need evasion anymore? I don't think they need evasion anymore. My corvettes. Okay, you know what? Never mind. So 75. It's 10% plus 20%. Okay, let's see. They might not need it anymore. They're still at 90%. Right, they don't need the evasion anymore. This is so late, but I'm gonna take it anyways. You're not a big planet, are you?
Council agenda ready.
The Great Awakening. After years upon years of planning, reconstructing ancient forges, motivating their stagnant population, and readying their grand armadas for war, the antique ascendancy of Ethereum appears to be finally done with their preparations. And now, with their cluster, colossal fleets equipped with some of the galaxy's most advanced weaponry are, for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, moving out towards the rest of the galaxy. Whether we're ready or not, Ethereum has finally made the return to the galactic stage, and it now seems that armed conflict is unavoidable. Worryingly, their leader, Alice the... oh wow, has just sent a transmission to the rest of the galaxy.
Spaceborne life form encountered.
Inhabitants of the galaxy, the time has come for the Eternites to reclaim their place as the sole rulers of the galactic stage. The only peace we shall accept is your complete and utter destruction. Make no futile attempts at delaying or negotiating with us, and perhaps some of your captured populace will be allowed to settle on Iondia alongside us. Decrepit fools. You will soon meet your end. Well, whoa. I wonder. This is hopeless, by the way. This whole... actually, yeah, this whole thing is hopeless. So, I might as well see if... I can... oh, I don't know if I should do that. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, it didn't really do anything. What happens if I do... I just have a supermassive black hole now. I'm gonna need it for setting the mid-game crisis so low. What if I just... oh. Do that. I just don't understand why. I guess it's not. I guess I'm not supposed to be able to just destroy their capital. This is very sad though. Look at how many stuff these guys have. Oh wow, the lag. 6 FPS, holy shit. 3 FPS. I'm on slowest, and I'm getting 5 frames a second. Why are they 8.1 million now? What? Oh, I think that by destroying their capital, I removed all of their resources, so they're now in a deficit, and that's why. Well, whatever. This is so laggy. I've been streaming for 5 hours and a half. This is crazy. This is super crazy. I'm gonna try this again, but not right now. Not right now. I think I'm going, bro. I'm going. Maybe I'll stream later. What time is it? It's 9:30. Alright, maybe not. I'll see you guys tomorrow, though. I think tomorrow I have pre-planned Minecraft, right? Minecraft. Hmm? Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Thank you for watching. And well, maybe next time I'm gonna try and play a more broken build. But yeah, I'll see ya.